There we go. All right. Apologies for being a couple minutes late. I'm an idiot.
It's all right. Other duties as assigned. Don't let the video guy touch the audio.
We were trying to figure out the mic situation. I was like, why am I not getting any audio through this mic? 5 minutes later, EJ was like, did you plug it in? I had not, chat. So apologies for being late, but hey, it's day 3. We were working late last night. We got up early this morning. Day 3 is always kind of the rough one for West Coast draft people because it's 8:30.
Yeah, late to bed, early to rise.
And we were up till midnight last night and got up at 5 today. And yeah,
this is day 3's for hardcores. That's why I'm wearing the bootleg shirt. That's why we built this channel. This is our day. Welcome. Thanks for sharing it with us. This is an enjoyable day. This is a day that the bedrock of the league really gets built. It's not necessarily where you're going to find a ton of stars. You'll find some. There are always guys on day 3, rounds 4 through 7, who, turn out to be huge contributors for their team, but there are a lot more guys that are day-to-day contributors, special teams contributors, super valuable backups, guys that end up just eating a lot of downs for their team. And we're going to see a ton of them. There is a bit of a shelf in this draft. We're going to get to it pretty quickly. I would say probably middle of round 5-ish.
Yeah, we're about a round and a half away from things
dropping off
quite a bit. Yeah.
Where you're really sifting through the pile looking for your gems, but teams will still find them. But there's a ton of talent sitting at the top of the board. There always is. You have all night, Friday night to think about it. You go back and you go, man, I can't believe blank is still on the board. And there are a lot of blanks in this draft. We've got a lot of our Shrine guys. Dadrian Taylor Demerson, Mason McCormick is there. Jaden Hicks is there for me, which is like that one just kills me. Like
Chris Abrams-Drain
from Missouri, who I actually had rated higher than Ennis Rakestraw. Lots of running backs. We're going to see running backs go today. Only 4 running backs have gone so far. We're going to see a bunch of those go. Tackles will slow down a little bit. There will still be a few. Javon Foster still on the board. There's a few, I would say like 3 that I'm pretty interested in.
Yeah.
A lot more guards, a ton of centers. You're going to see 4, 5, 6 centers go off the board today that could play meaningful snaps in 2024 and beyond. So wide receiver, we're going to be picking through the rest. This is the pick your flavor. Still have both the Washingtons, Malik Washington and Taj Washington, who we're super excited about. Tight end is going to get drained today. We're into that point where everybody's going to go, no, this is the guy I wanted. So if Theo Johnson's your guy, that's your thing. Or, maybe you like Jaheim Bell as more of an H-back. He's there. There's a lot of fun players. Only a couple quarterbacks really that I would say 3 quarterbacks that I'm pretty interested in. Oh, I guess 4. Pratt, Travis, Rattler,
Leary.
Well,
I would also say I'm very intrigued by Austin Reed.
Yeah, Reed's one to keep an eye on because of something you found out right after Caleb's pro day.
Yeah, he's been training with Caleb down in Florida with Will Hewlett and Tom and that whole team down there. They're the same team that got Brock Purdy ready for his rookie year, same team that developed Anthony Richardson, a whole bunch of pros. Like, they're very, very, very good at what they do. And I remember when I was watching Reed's tape, when he first got in the process, and I was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is NFL arm strength. And, I said the same thing about Purdy. When Purdy was coming out, I was like, I'm not, like, super enthusiastic about the arm. And he's significantly
changed
added
his
a lot of velocity since he's been playing, right? Even like post-surgery, he was rehab until November last year. He wasn't actually done with rehab until almost Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And you could tell as the season went on, right? So Will and Tom have been developing Austin Reed's biomechanics, and they got him to jump just January and February from start of the process to combine. They got him to jump from 51 miles an hour to 60. I think they hit max 62 in training. So biomechanics matter.
Yeah.
There's something there. And also I've been told that he's just like the best kid.
Well,
and he's going to be great in a room.
Accuracy and timing was always there.
Yeah.
But it was like, oh, he's looping it. Right?
Yeah.
Remind me of a former Boise State quarterback that went on to be an offensive coordinator.
There's a couple of those.
Yeah, exactly. But that was the thing. And if you basically take that tape and juice up the arm strength, 8-9%, okay, that looks like a solid backup quarterback. So keep an eye on Austin Reed today. Bunch of corners that are still there. We've got Kyrie Jackson on the board, TJ Tampa. We already talked about Chris Abrams-Drain. Bunch more corners down the board. Chow Wade Smith from Washington State.
I think you and I might differ on him.
Chow Wade Smith?
Yeah.
It's day 3.
Oh, I know.
Go for it.
Yeah.
At this point, certainly wasn't a high pick for me, but performed well in certain situations and will get drafted today.
I'm trying to think what other late DBs, because there's a bunch of DBs that we might be getting in this class.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd have to look at my list over on my laptop, pull that up. Matt Lee.
Yeah, Tony. He's
Center
in the
out of
center
Miami.
group.
I'm
Yep.
a huge Matt Lee guy. So there's still a bunch of good players left. Christian Doyle for $5. Day 3, baby. Woo! In the words of Scott Hansen, 7 hours of EJ showing feet and Brett talking about soaking. Pick analysis happens too, I guess. On occasion. On occasion.
We'll get to it in between the other stuff.
The more entertaining bids. Sad Mariners fan for $20. You and EJ both. Let's start the day out well. How are you guys doing? Are there any good day 3 linebackers you can see Seattle taking, or do you think they go somewhere else?
No.
I'm doing great now.
Said Gray. And they have a pick right up at the top around 4.
Cedric Gray didn't go?
That's correct. That's one of those day 3 guys that you're like, hey, wait a minute. No, Cedric Gray would be top of my list for the Hawks. I so hope that match happens, not only because I'd get to see him play more often, but Mike McDonald would know how to use him. The Seahawks have a hole in the roster there. They have basically a couple mercenaries at linebacker right now. They need a good young linebacker to develop. And for me, Cedric Gray is the top of that heap.
It didn't even occur to me that he didn't go. I just assumed
Correct.
he would. Jalen Ford out of Texas.
He's going to go later today, and I really like him.
I like him a lot. Jordan McGee from Temple. If they could just teach him how to tackle, he'd be really, 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 really,
If
really
it was
good.
the old Seahawks regime, I think Jordan McGee would be top on their board.
He might have already gone to Seattle
Yeah.
if this was the old Seattle regime.
Good point.
But that's the one thing is just tackling with him, which I know you're talking about linebackers. It's like, okay, well,
That's the thing.
that's kind of the thing.
Well, yeah, but it's not that he can't tackle. It's that the consistency needs to come up. When
Yeah.
he sees it and hits it, which is pretty often, he will generate explosive plays for the defense, and that's at a premium in modern NFL. And he can do it more than a bunch of other guys that are still on this board that, quite frankly, have much higher name recognition than Jordan McGee. But Jordan McGee is tall, he's explosive, and, yeah, when he gets it together, and that's not like, oh, it's just one time out of 20. It's about half the time. You want to see that consistency come up, but the pop is there, and I think the pop is not necessarily – something you can teach, and the consistency you can work on.
I said in my notes on him, if he was a consistent tackler, his tape would be very reminiscent of Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Yep.
For me. He's a little bit bigger than JOK was at his playing weight at Notre Dame. But if we're just talking about movement skills, explosive playability, like he's got that. And the only reason he hasn't gone yet, I think, is linebacker coaches are like, okay, but
Yeah. How much do I want to bet
Yeah.
on this? And somebody's going to take the bet today. Speaking of bets,
yeah.
primary sponsor.
Oh, look at you! What a transition!
I'm telling you.
What a transition! Yes, Underdog. Not only the Underdog Sportsbook went live in North Carolina, so if you live in North Carolina, you can actually go on the Underdog Sportsbook now. More states to come, of course. But for the rest of you who aren't in North Carolina, in any of these states that I'm putting on screen right now, they have either Underdog Classic or in the blue states that you see, like Florida especially recently, just got Underdog Champions, which is peer-to-peer. A whole bunch of different games. You can do pick'ems, you can do drafts, you can do basketball, baseball, hockey, golf. If you're trying to pass the time in summer, they have rookie season-long pick'ems live right now. Pretty much anything you can think of, Underdog's got you covered. So if you want to download the app, you can use the QR code I'm about to put on screen right now. poke around, see if there's anything interested in. And if you want to play on any of those games, they have a deposit match with either our QR code or promo code bootleg. They'll match it up to $100. So thank you once again to Underdog for making this possible. Quasar for $2. Thoughts on Booker to the Bears? He was a top 30. EJ, you love Book. I'll let you take that.
I would love Austin Booker to the Bears. It's interesting. I did a little bit of poking around as to why he hadn't gone. I had him about 75, so I actually thought the pick they used on a tackle would have been well served to use on Booker. That didn't happen. I still believe they needed an offensive tackle, so it was sort of either or. But I poked around a little bit overnight because I think the range on him was anywhere from about 50 to 80, and we're well past that now. So you start to say, okay, tape's really good, athleticism's really good. Like, what's going on?
Katzen had a note on that.
Yeah, I got a couple of hits back that said there's some maturity issues there. We'll see. Again, day 3, give me all that. I want all the Austin Booker stock at this point because he is a very talented edge. The Bears need a balance on the other end to take some pressure off Montez Sweat, basically. Give some more pop to that defensive line. The other layers of their defense are sort of well invested at this point. Yes, they could use a long-term safety, but they're great at corner, great at nickel. Book would be a very nice piece if they're comfortable with the player, with the person. In terms of the film grade, heck yeah, I thought he would have been good at 75. So if you get him at 122, not sad about it.
Regender for $5. Good morning. Rested easy through day 2 with the Vikings picks. I don't think they had any, right? Right? This went straight from round 1 to round 4.
Yeah, they sold them.
Any predictions for them today? Well, they got their quarterback and they got their edge.
They're going to do some work today. They have 4 picks today. So
I could see them capitalizing on the wealth of corners still available to get another one just because. If they want to maybe try to get some special teams, kickoff coverage players at the linebacker position, there's a few of those still kicking around so that Ivan Pace doesn't have to play like 90 snaps a game. It'd be great. They got options, though.
Yeah, I think they could go for some future safety depth as well. There's a lot of good safeties still on the board. Adrian Taylor Demerson is there. Sione Vaki is there. Cam Kinchins went late yesterday. Malik Mustafa's there.
Oh, Malik Mustafa.
Keaton Oladapo from Oregon State is there. Bo Braid I could see fitting into the system later on. And they've got, I think, 2.6 and 2.7. So these are going to be down-the-board players. I don't know if they're going to have a shot at Rabbit. I think Malik Mustafa's going to go, but Oladapo, Trey Taylor, Bo Braid, those are all names that I'd look for with one of those Vikings picks because, look, the bad man in purple's not going to play forever. Feels like he is, but
I'm trying to think here. Oh, maybe wide receiver 3 because they lost KJ.
Yep, and there's lots of flavors here.
I got one.
Okay.
This is going to be a later day 3 gamble to try to find a really talented wide receiver 3 because they have the luxury of taking gambles at receiver at this point because of who they have as 1 and 2. Jalen Coker, Holy Cross, freakish athletic talent. I'm talking like incredible movement ability, dominated at his level of football. I mean those poor Ivy League corners. Showed up to Shrine Bowl. I thought he had a really good day 1 before he kind of tweaked his calf. But I like Jalen Coker a lot. He's like your classic, like high upside, small school freak athlete, lotto ticket receiver that you take in day 3. And sometimes those guys work out really well. So I could see that.
There's a couple of like absolute cap destroyers, and I don't mean salary cap. I mean cap coverage destroyers. Smaller guys, Jacob Cowing and Jaquan Jackson from Tulane. So Jacob Cowing from Arizona. Jaquan Jackson from Tulane, really more of a sort of wide receiver 4. But if you want to take the top off and completely just destroy zones for either one of their outside receivers can do that right now. They have the luxury of that. It's not like they have that big guy that's a little bit more lumbering, and so they need somebody to really pull the safeties deep. But let's be honest, with the guys they have on the field, neither one of those guys is going to get any more in single coverage. And those guys against a lot of corner threes in the NFL, I like their chances.
Just in terms of speed mismatch, absolutely. Were you big on Jamari Thrash?
I just looked at his name. It's funny that you said that. I was not as high on Jamari Thrash as a lot of other folks, but I was not low on him either. He came in much more midline for me, and I felt like he had a day 3 grade. I saw a lot of people with him up in their ranks talking about him, as a high day 2 pick, and that was far too rich for me. But he is explosive. He is creative with the ball in his hands. He's really tough, and he can make some things happen. And if they're looking for a guy to sort of mess it up underneath, for lack of a better term, like Thrash could be a lot of fun.
Mr. Dolphin for $10. Thank you, Mr. Dolphin. How do y'all feel about the Jags draft so far? Love round 1 and 3, but round 2 was weird and very bulky. 35-inch arms. I
thought you said bulky.
I mean, he is bulky.
I was like, it was kind of bulky, but that's an odd adjective. No, I feel the same way, that 1 and 3 they nailed.
Yeah.
Mason Smith was a little bit early for me. If he's fully healthy, I understand it, but that seems like
There's
the big if.
so many Trent Baalke picks, though, where it's like
they
long arms coming off ACL.
Just can't have a healthy ACL. That's the thing. So, again, if that, and, knowing us, Mason will be the one that hits, and the other 2 guys will bomb out.
I actually really like Mason Smith as a prospect, too.
His tape
really
is
do.
very good.
Yeah.
He plays very solidly, and I know that sounds like a backhanded compliment, and it's not. You can get a lot of guys in the draft that do not play very solidly, and Mason Smith does. So that's a good, solid floor. He has power. He has length. I know what you're going to do with Mason Smith, or a couple of things you're going to do with Mason Smith. He's not a mystery like, well, it kind of depends on the role they're going to use him in. Like, no, he's going to be effective either way. If he's healthy, he's going to be one of those guys that could grow to have impact. He certainly has the pedigree and the athletic skill to do it. We'll see. The injury scares me, and there's some inconsistency there too. He did not always run hot on tape.
No, yeah, it was definitely inconsistent. But if we're just talking about peaks, I would say him and Michael Hall, in terms of the day 2 interior lineman drafted, some of the peaks that you see with Mason Smith, like the potential that he's got is otherworldly. So I understand, teams are going to be like, I can get that out of him more. I've seen him do it once. That means I know he can do it. That's how NFL teams approach this. It's Nick Saban has a quote, boxing has weight classes for a reason. He's a heavyweight. You just gotta hope you can get the best out of him. Alex Trace for $10. Thank you, Alex. Morning. As a Ravens fan, watching the Steelers draft last night, I decided to make myself one of my drinks from my Seven Sins cocktail flight. Envy. Here's to hoping the Ravens get Mason McCormick today. So just every AFC North team gets great offensive linemen.
No.
Also, I want to know the recipe. What is this drink? Envy.
Yeah, you can't just pop the drink out there.
You gotta tell me what's in it.
But Mason, it would be so neat if he went to Baltimore. But look, they've already turned the card in. He's going to Chicago. Sorry.
Dude, if Mason McCormick goes to Baltimore, he's
instant starter. It's ridiculous.
And they have a pretty strong guard legacy there. He would be.
He would fit right in.
He'd be another one.
Yeah, he would fit right in. No, I'm not. Chicago has 4 holes left in 1 pick, so it could be interior offensive line depth. It could be edge. It could be DT. Looking at a real penetrating 3-tech like Leonard Taylor, any number of players, or it could be safety for the future.
Last night, EJ made a fun comment about the Bears. He's like, I wish they needed a corner because there's still so many
I know, so many good corners left.
But they don't. Yeah. Andrew Kessler for $5. Thoughts on the best fits for the Mizzou guys getting drafted today? So we got a tackle and a corner. Hopper already went.
Running back, Corey Schrader.
Yeah, Schrader's probably going to be like a 6 or 7, like a classic tough as shit number 3, special teamer. Chris Abrams drained. I genuinely was surprised he didn't go yesterday.
Correct.
And so when I watch Abrams drain. He's a little bit lighter. Well, not a little bit. He's a lot of bit lighter. But he's got fantastic ball skills, great ball production, great feet, great hips. When I was watching him, the first thought that popped into my head was, this is what people thought Emmanuel Forbes was. Undersized corner with great ball production, instincts, technique, everything like that. But he was, like, I had a much higher grade on him than I had on Emmanuel Forbes. Even though, similar body type. I think Abrams drain off the top of my head was like 10 pounds heavier. But, like, when I was watching him, I was like, this is what Forbes was supposed to be. Like, I think he's going to be a really good corner in the league. And
more of his tape was real.
Yeah. It was
earned. He had true production. And when I say true production, I mean, production is production. It shows up on the stat sheet, but it is not all equal. And then when you're making the transition from college production to the NFL production, an even lesser amount of it goes through. We say it all the time with quarterbacks. Oh, that's an NFL throw. Or, that's what they're going to see. Edge rushers from offensive tackles, that move will win on Sundays. Corners, it's the same thing. There's definitely some corners who have a bunch of college production, and you look at them and go, I'm not so sure a lot of that's going to translate. There's a lot of Chris Abrams-Drain's game, and the way he approaches it, too. He's a dog. Like, he does not play to his weight. He plays above his weight.
I like him a lot.
Yeah.
He might be the first corner taken today.
Again, you were surprised he didn't go off in day 2. I was surprised he didn't go off in day 2. I had a higher grade on him than I had on Ennis Rakestraw, who I had a high grade on, but I actually, of the 2 Missouri corners, I thought I was going to like Rakestraw more. I got to him first, and I was like, I'm not going to like the other guy better than this. And then I was like, I kind of like the other guy better than this.
Stylistically, they're very different, and so it just kind of depends on what you're looking for. Like, I think Rakestraw ended up in, like, the perfect spot for him.
For sure.
And what
good,
he does
good
well.
Player.
But
this is not Rakestraw slander. This is, I was surprised that I liked Chris Abrams-Drain better, but I did.
I just think, if a criminal organization kidnaps me and is holding me in the middle of the desert with a gun to my head and said, you live or die based on who's getting this PBU, Abrams-Drain might be the one that I choose to line up in the drill.
Is the John Wick of draft analysis, right? Hood over your head in a van, and you got to make a pick.
A one-on-one against Malik Washington determines your life here. Who you choosing?
Malik.
Hey, Dadrian got him.
Malik. I'm still choosing Malik.
Shane Ernie for $2. Dynasty PPR traded my 26th third for Darnell Mooney. 2026 third for Darnell Mooney? That seems fair.
I think Mooney's going to rebound. I think he's one of the guys that suffered the most last year in terms of production. He just never really had a great connection with Justin Fields.
Yeah.
And he popped when he got to Chicago. There's a good receiver in there, a good pro receiver. Get open, he can catch the ball. He just ran routes that Justin didn't see very often. He was certainly open more than the ball got thrown to him. I think we're going to see a resurgence from him. I don't think necessarily he's going to set the league on fire, but I think we're going to see a marked increase in production from Mooney this year.
Telly Lee for $5. Day 3, let's go. Did you guys see CJ's reaction when the 49ers drafted Pearsall? He was very upset and wanted him to the Texans. I think CJ just wants like 5 receivers at this point.
He just wants good players.
He wants all the weapons.
Guy knows ball, so...
Yeah, no. CJ was a driving force in them getting Tank Dell last year, so I'm gonna defer to him on wide receiver evaluations.
And Matt Harmon
wants, CJ gets.
Matt Harmon said that Ricky Pearsall had the second best success against man in this class,
which checks out.
It definitely checks out. I put out a tweet. I said, "I love this song. Turn it up."
And he had a great Senior Bowl in the one-on-ones, which you kind of, if you're a receiver, you should, but it's. So it's funny, like
talking about production that translates. Pearsall's production translates,
but one-on-ones at All-Star games is funny because
they don't.
if you're a receiver, you better win the one-on-ones. If you don't win the one-on-ones, then I'm like, oh God, right? Whereas for a corner, I'm already thinking you're probably going to lose the one-on-ones because that drill is completely set up against corners, right? If you thrive in one-on-ones as a corner,
Quinyon,
you get hugely boosted. If you fail in one-on-ones as a corner, like, I don't really care as much. It's kind of, it can only be negative for receivers. It can only be positive for corners.
Yep.
Ricky Pearsall showed up to the one-on-ones and just, he destroyed everybody.
And it was the thing that I like is when that
Check that
matches,
box.
right?
Yeah.
When you're checking boxes and you start with tape and you go, hey, I like the tape. And then you get to testing and you check the box and you go, I like the testing. It matches what I saw on tape. Then you get to the All-Star circuit. I realize the All-Star circuit happens before testing a lot of times. It's just another box to check. And you get there and you're like, yep, that checks out. It's when one of those doesn't jive with the others. When you get to an All-Star game and a guy blows a bunch of people away and his tape was bad and his testing was bad and you're like, what is this? Should I believe this? So
Riley was in chat. Hi, Riley. Hope you're still here, by the way. How are we doing? I'm doing great now that I have coffee. Excited for my Patriots to see what they do with these fourth-rounders. Thoughts on our draft? Love the Polk pick. So they already had a successful draft by itself because they got Drake May.
Sure.
To me, that's already good, right?
Yep.
We came into this draft saying Patriots need a quarterback, a receiver, and a tackle. They took
To start.
a quarterback, a receiver, and a tackle.
Yep.
Is Polk the one I would have taken myself that high in the second round? Not necessarily, because I thought they needed more of a true number one, but is Polk going to play in New England for a long time and catch absolutely everything thrown his way and make a lot of really clutch plays when Drake needs him to make those plays? Yes. So I'm kind of divorcing my personal grade from just, is he a good player?
As you should. And is the fit good? And what I like about Polk in now looking back at it and thinking about that mesh, because that's what the draft is. Now we have the landing spot and we have the situation they're going into, the coaching staff, the system, the other players they're going to play with. And going out and getting Polk for May, I think is really good, like sneaky really good, because if you wanted to like polish up Devontrez Walker,
A lot.
a lot,
A lot.
it would look like Polk,
Yeah.
right? He's already used to throwing to that type of receiver. It's just a better version of it.
Yeah.
So if you liked Tez's game, you're going to love Polk's game, and you're just going to see more of it, and it's more familiar. It's all about making young quarterbacks comfortable, and Polk is going to make May comfortable really quickly. He's going to be like, man, I threw that route to Tez all the time, and sometimes it worked. And sometimes it didn't, but every time I throw it at you, it works.
So it's so interesting. I significantly dropped Tez in my rankings after I got done with May. Because when I was... it's one thing if you're just watching a receiver in a vacuum, but then when you're watching the quarterback and you're watching the UNC offense through the eyes of like, okay, what is the quarterback expecting to happen here?
Correct.
What is the play design? What is the read? Tez Walker is not a quarterback-friendly receiver.
Yeah.
And there were multiple, I want to say it was 3 off the top of my head, interceptions that May had that were just straight up Tez Walker's fault.
Yeah.
And that drives me insane. Polk is not going to get May into trouble. And
No, he's going to keep him out of it.
That's great.
He's going to keep him out of it. And it's funny, I had a similar experience on Walker. I was high on Walker's tape coming into the year. He had the issue with the NCAA. He didn't get to play for a long time. And I was like, man, when they get him back, they've already got May and really like their running back for next year. And I was like, and sure enough, his production comes up. And then I get to tape because I don't watch a lot of that in real time during the college football season. And he was one of those guys I came in with, again, with an impression from last year's tape when I was watching like Josh Downs. And I was like, yep. And then came in and I was like, I don't like it as much as I thought I was going to like it. And I had to watch it a couple of times, and that made it worse.
Yeah.
Like I watched it more with an even closer eye, and I was like, this isn't helping. I need to stop.
It's like it's just ruining it for me.
Yeah.
The more
I had this
I
picture,
do this.
I had this picture in my mind, and the picture is not true. And that's what we do as analysts, is to really trust our eyes. And when I really focused my eyes more, like you said, on the player just himself, you were like,
yeah.
I want it to be more, but it's not.
Which means he's going to go to Kansas City in the 5th round and
Light it up.
be good.
Yes, correct.
Army Strong for $19.99. Thank you. Morning, boys. How y'all feel about the Texans' first 2 days? What do y'all think they're picking today? Love watching. Well, we love that you're here with us. So, Texans got Kamari Lassiter. Well, they traded out of 23, right? Picked up some extra assets for the future. Got Kamari Lassiter in the second round, which I adored that pick. They have him listed at nickel, but we'll see where that shakes out because they have a bunch of guys that can play nickel.
Sure.
So maybe he plays outside, maybe he plays inside. He could do either, so I'm good with it. I wasn't a huge Blake Fisher guy. They insist that he's going to play tackle, and I think the quote was he's a tackle until he's not. For me personally, I'd rather have Titus at tackle because that's worked before for us. We'll see. And then Kalen Bullock at free safety, which I love that pick as well. So good in the second round. Fisher, we'll see. Kalen Bullock, love. Got 2 great DBs. We're doing okay.
There were so many drafts like this as I went through the classes last night. It's one of the things I do on a Friday night is because, especially yesterday's second and third, fast and furious, just pick after pick after pick, and they don't all sort of solidify in your brain. And I started looking through the classes, and there were a lot of classes like this where I'm like, yeah, ooh. I like the first 2, love the first 2.
Oh, okay. They're just doing attendance announcements. I thought they were already doing a pick read. Go.
No. So many classes like that. Probably, I'd say at least a third, if not a half of the league had 3 picks. And I was like, yeah. Okay, cooled off a little bit. Yeah. Not as wild about that. Or in the case of the Jags, a little cooler. Okay, heat it up again. Like 2 out of 3 seem to be a theme as I look through all the classes. We'll see. Day 3 really separates. Some teams have a ton of day 3 picks. Teams like the Bears have 1 day 3 pick. So some teams are going to continue and really sort of round out their haul here, and we're going to like that. Other teams are going to round out their haul, and we're going to be like, you didn't really do anything. Like, do something. And then other teams just don't have any picks or very few. So some classes are going to change significantly for the better today. Some classes are going to change, I'm not going to say worse because you never know, but they're going to be still meh, I guess. And, some classes are basically almost done because they either traded up or use those picks for other assets. How about this, though? Day 3, still have the full board here.
Still got 2,500 people on the stream on day 3, by the way. Which is
how many?
2,500.
Welcome, hardcores. We love you. That's amazing.
That's like day 1 numbers for us a couple of years ago.
Oh, easily above day 1 numbers, above round 1 numbers for us.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. We feel like this is our day in a lot of ways, but used to be that desk would thin out. Still, you got DJ, you got Rich, you got CD, like top talent. They know.
Thank you once again to all the Texans fans in the chat that are also equally as nervous about their draft so far. Evan Kearney for 5. Thank you, Evan. Dying from man flu. What's man flu?
Anyways, keep going. I think you went a little hard last night.
Oh, okay. Well, take some Excedrin. Big thanks to you two, Warhammer 3 and Tekken 8, for keeping me sane. Most of all, thank you, Carolina. EJ, we made it, big dog. Caleb Williams, 18. Yes. Although 18, interesting number for a quarterback.
Yeah, I don't love it, but that's number aesthetics is a whole nother podcast. We could have a whole nother podcast about numbers we like and numbers we don't. And some people are superstitious about it. I don't tend to be superstitious, but there is an aesthetic with certain numbers.
I've always been 15 or below for quarterback.
And 18 is a bit odd. We know he wanted 13. Keenan deserves it and can keep it as a vet. Like, I'm not giving that up to the chosen one. I've earned that number. I imagine when it comes open, whenever that is, Caleb will revert. He loves 13. 15 for Roma Dunze. Don't love that either. It's neither here nor there to me. It just doesn't. I don't hate it, but I'm like, it'll grow on me.
Single digits, 10 or 11 for receiver, or you got to go up to the 80s.
Neither 10 or 11 are single digits.
No, I'm saying single digits or 10 or 11.
That's good.
But you stop at 11 for receiver.
I think
and
so.
And then you got to go up to the 80s. Quarterback is 15 or below.
I can go 12 to receiver, but not above. And I really like 8.
In the 80s, by the way, you go up to 88. Once you get to 89, it's a little ugly. That's a
tight end number. Yeah, 100%. Or a pass rusher number, as we were talking about with Emery.
Oddly enough.
DT. Who's 89? No, 88 was a number I wore when I was a kid. I wore 8 in soccer. I wore 10 and 11 in basketball. So those are all numbers I really like. But that tends to be what it is numbers you liked, or your friend's best number, your best friend's number from high school, or whatever. But then there's just ugly numbers. There's just ugly numbers that you look at and you're like, what are they doing?
Steve Smith, Agent 89. You're right. I can't say that in front of Steve.
Oh, don't say it in front of Steve.
Don't say it in front of Steve.
Don't say it in front of Steve.
What do you mean?
I like
not
you.
A receiver number.
Yeah, he's like, excuse me. I want that video actually. Coleman getting Jim roamed by Steve Smith over 89.
Was the runner at first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Carolina Panthers select Ja'Tavion Sanders.
JT Sanders off the boards. We got 2 Texas skill position players going to Carolina, Jonathan Brooks and JT Sanders. They also took Trevin Wallace. They also took Xavier Legette. So other than the Trevin Wallace pick, we are tired of not having weapons for Bryce. We spent a lot of money on the offensive line. We brought in an offensive coach that we really like, that has a history of reviving quarterback careers. If they could just get Dave Tepper to go away, I would say this franchise is doing everything possible to make Bryce Young's life a little bit easier, and I love that for them.
It's a crazy value pick for me. This is the second best tight end in the draft on film. On film, this is the second best tight end in the draft, and it's not close. I love Ben Sinnott. Ja'Tavion Sanders is more gifted as a tight end, certainly in the receiving game. Now, if you're going to argue balanced tight ends, I think that argument shifts in favor of Sinnott. But JT Sanders is the ultimate seam-ripping tight end, even above Brock Bowers. For that particular very narrow role, they showed a lot of those highlights. Runs like a wide receiver. He is much larger built than a wide receiver typically, can overwhelm smaller corners, can outrun linebackers very, very easily, high points the ball, runs heavy after he gets it. He's got a wicked stiff arm. He is not ready to just, take a hit and go down. So I love it. This pick happened because the comfort level grew enough on day 3 that people said, forget about what people are saying. I'm going to go with the grade on film. Carolina gets a good player. We'll see. I'm trying to think about Bryce. Has never really had a guy like that at tight end.
No, he hasn't.
He's never really had a bullet down the seam at tight end. So I don't know how he's going to use it. Even looking at Dave Canales and the offense and what he brings, because it's a weird mesh now. We're thinking about Bryce. We're thinking about Canales. How's this all going to fit together? They're going to find a way to use JT Sanders because there's a lot of game there.
He's got some of the best hands in this class. We're talking for JT Sanders at Texas, 0 drops on the year. And some of those balls from Ewers were not safe.
Not good.
He took some hellacious, there we go, sound it out, Brett.
Hellacious.
Absolutely monster hits, okay, because Ewers hung him out to dry. And he still held on to it. Great contested catcher. Good pick.
All right, trade here. Broncos up with the Seahawks.
How far did they go up?
121, I think.
The Seahawks have traded the 102nd pick to the Denver Broncos with the 102nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos select Troy Franklin.
There it is.
Yeah,
Troy
guess
Franklin.
who he gets to go play with?
Bo
Nix.
Nix. There you go.
Automatic connection on day 1 of camp.
I wonder if Bo was like, guys,
dude,
go get him for me.
I am sure, and this does happen. Obviously, Bo Nix out in Denver, there for the press conference, sitting down with the coaches, and I'm sure he ends last night going, wait, what? Troy's still on the board? Knock, knock, knock. Guys, before I go, I got to ask you for something, and vouches for his guy. look, they had tremendous production together this year at Oregon. Troy Franklin, 1,324 yards, 14 TDs, I think. It's either 13 or 14. This is a connection that didn't just work a little bit. This is literally one of the most prolific connections in college football last year. Yeah, Troy Franklin, 1,349 yards on 77 catches, 14 touchdowns. That was good for second, tied with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors. Like, this is not pedestrian production. This guy can put it down. By the way, they're putting full season, including postseason stats up. I'm quoting regular season stats only. That's why the difference between our numbers and the NFL's numbers that they're quoting. Look, he's slight, and he doesn't necessarily catch everything, but his drop rate is not crazy high.
Yeah, it's not even about drop rate for me. It's just about contested catch rate.
Contested catch rate is a little bit low, but he gets separation. He removes himself from contested catches, so there are less of his – like if you have a big, slow, heavy-handed wide receiver that has a lot of contested catch rate or a lot of contested catches and his rate's really low, it's a huge worry. If you have a guy that's 2 yards ahead of the defender all the time and has a low contested catch rate, that's fine. Maybe a third of his catches were contested because dude gets open.
So my valuation for Troy Franklin, and if you guys looked at my position rankings when I put out receiver, I don't know, a month ago or whatever it was, maybe 3 weeks ago, my round grade on him was late third, early fourth. It's exactly where he went. So for me, this is appropriate value for what he brings to his role, which is just unmitigated speed, like tear your face off speed. He's a big play waiting to happen. Again, do I think he's a number one? No. Do I think he can be potentially a very dangerous number two, like a complementary deep threat? Yes. Specifically as a Z, not as an X. I don't want him getting pressed. I want him off the line of scrimmage when you're in stacks and bunches. I want him on the move, get corners backed off so that he has space to work with. That's how the Troy Franklin pick can work. Very similar to, say, Xavier Worthy. I think Xavier Worthy's a better version of it, but like that's what I envision here for him. And I think, Bo Nix obviously has a good enough arm, as we've already seen with him and Troy, to hit him very deep down the field. So, yeah. Good pick at this range. I didn't advocate for Troy Franklin as a first-round pick or even as a second-round pick. If we're talking about right here, yeah, I'm all about it.
And it's funny because, they're similar. Xavier Worthy's contested catch rate is worse than Troy Franklin's by a fair bit. His run blocking grade, which you don't really want either one of these guys run blocking, is the same. It's 51 something.
Yeah.
Xavier
tries.
Yeah.
He doesn't work very well. But.
Right. His drop percentage is 4 points lower, which is significant out of 10.
Of the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Layden Robinson.
Oh, yeah!
Okay.
Oh, yeah! I'm sorry. This is a major hit for me.
Go for it.
Layden Robinson is a guy that I have been our friend Brad Spielberger right now is like eyes wide open because I send him receipts every year. Few guys, less than 10 guys probably, and I say, stick this away. I think this guy is going to be a player. There's no way I thought Layden Robinson would get drafted in the 4th round. I'm psyched that he did. This is a player that preseason, in the summer, I had a pretty big grade on. Through the year, I cooled a little bit when I watched tape, and you're a little bit too hot. Cool your jets. It's okay. Come back to the ground on this guy. But I still put him in my rankings, and I really thought he was going to be a huge value, late 5th, anywhere on 6th, 7th. Late round, interior guard, great size, Texas A&M, real people mover. His pass protection numbers are better than I think his tape indicates. He definitely got a little bit lucky with some help on the interior sometimes.
Well, they also got it out real quick there.
Yeah, and so I think, again, we're talking about college production and college stats and how they translate, but the physical with Layden Robinson, I think there's a lot on tap there. I think he's a classic Patriots pick, so I love not only that he just went earlier than I thought, he goes to a place where I think he'll be used really well. I'm going to ping Brad. gloat about that because that's way earlier than I thought he was going to get picked, but I really like the player.
So I ran out of time on him. I was only one game in, and then I was like, I just got to finish interior. So I didn't finish my evaluation of him. But before I even looked at him, I looked at his RAS profile. Because what jumped out to me, you know what his arm length is?
I do.
34 and a half inches for a guard. That is insane.
He's a monster. And he's not light either.
Yeah. He ran 5.09 in the 40 with a 1.78 split. Those are both very good times. Average shuttle, average 3 cones. The agilities are kind of whatever. 6'3", 302 is a little bit lighter than a lot of guards, but the length is real. So, again, I only got one game in, and I liked what I saw, but I didn't even come close to giving a full evaluation yet. Now that I see he's a 4th-round pick, I'm going to make that a priority after the draft. But I just ran out of time on him.
I think you'll like what you see. Again, I was not predicting or expecting a 4th-rounder on him. Again, Patriots are usually the ones that do this, right? They're one of the teams that have always picked the player that you haven't watched first in the draft. Usually it was a 3rd-round safety from Rutgers, but
those worked out.
Exactly, but this is a 4th-round grade on a guy that played in the SEC. Really good size, and even, I'm not talking about girth. He's not one of those 350-pound guys, obviously, but when you look at the frame, he's got a frame you can work with. And I don't think he's topped out on weight either, but he plays very well at the weight he has, and like you said, those arms, that frame inside when he stands up, and sometimes he stands up a little bit too much, does play a little bit too high sometimes. But again, when he focuses all that leverage on the inside, really like Layden Robinson. Surprised by it, but also thrilled by it. I think that's a great pick.
Felix $2 says almost 3K viewers on day 3 is insane. That's the kind of degenerate community we've been trying to build here. You get 3K on day 3. Let's
3K
go.
on day 3. There we go. We need an Homage t-shirt on that. Speaking of, we should give some love to Homage, our clothing sponsor. We are both wearing Homage again today. I'm wearing the bootleg shirt because day 3 is for the hardcores. Day 3 is for bootleggers. So our shirts are available on Homage. If you buy them, we get a cut of that. But you can also buy Texans gear. Or if you're excited about Layden Robinson, Patriots gear. Or you can buy draft t-shirts that they had this year. Or you can try and get in the raffle for the Barry Sanders jacket that he was wearing when he announced a pick this year on stage. They have a lot of quality gear. It is the most comfortable stuff I throw on. It's so nice to go to work in this t-shirt because it's darn comfortable. And if I have to sit around on a couch for 7 hours and talk about football, I have to sit around and talk about football for 7 hours on a couch. I would prefer to be in a comfortable shirt. One of my own choosing is great. Homage is awesome. Head to homage.com. You can click the link in the description. If you do that, any part of your purchase helps support the podcast, which means our sponsors keep coming back, and we get to build day 3 streams with over 3,000 people in them.
So Cardinals pick 104 here.
Oh, there it is!
Rabbit Taylor Demerson. Wait, so
Yup.
Keitrell Clark, Rabbit,
Elijah.
Hold on, I need to look at their full secondary now.
Yeah.
This is about to be insane.
It just is.
Hold on, they took Garrett last year, right? Garrett Williams last year.
Yep.
They got Buddha and Jalen, obviously, still. They took Max Melton. They still got Star Thomas. Verone McKinley. Dude, the Arizona secondary is just made up of dudes we love.
Yep. I think Monty is just cribbing our scouting notes at this point.
Dude.
Yeah. No, Elijah Jones, one of my favorite under-the-radar corners. Dadrian Taylor Demerson started out as kind of one of my favorite under-the-radar safety. Quickly blew the under-the-radar development out of the water. He was 170s, then he was 150s, then he was 120s, then he was top 100. Ends up going off the board right around there. Pick 104. One of the few players in this class that has true two-way deep ability. Played a ton of free safety snaps. Looked good doing it. Also incredibly effective when he goes up and is part of the run fit in the slot as a star or nickel. Forceful player, tackler, good blitzer. Great kid. That Arizona secondary is getting nasty. I love it.
That's one of the most excited I've gotten for a pick this whole draft so far.
Leighton and Rabbit back-to-back is just fun for bootleg reasons.
Dude, going from the previous Cardinals regime to Monty.
Monty is the best.
Getting fucking whiplash, man.
I love Monty. So good.
Ah, man, that's a good pick. That's a good pick. Jay Griffin for $10. Hey, guys, love the content. Do you have thresholds of measurement or testing data that needs to be met for certain positions?
Well, some.
3-cone for edge. We love
For sure.
sub-7 3-cone. You can get away with like under 7-1, but we love sub-7 3-cone. You can get away with having sub-34-inch arms at tackle, but we really do love when it's 34 plus. I would say at corner, you need at least 36 on the vert. I need to see some spring to you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Whatever the pick this is going to be elite because that's the best uniform in the NFL.
Fuck, it's such a good jersey.
Detroit, who's got better than you right now?
Love it.
All right, here we go.
Well played.
With the 105th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the LA Chargers select Justin Aboibi, defensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talent.
What's that?
Talent. If we're just talking about like resetting the line of scrimmage, ass kicking,
Yeah.
talent.
100%.
Also, it's such a Harbaugh pick. Of
Oh,
just
yeah.
Like, hey,
No.
it took us a lot of effort to move this fucking guy in the playoffs.
That's right.
I want that.
And they probably tried to recruit him because he's top recruit.
Yeah,
you know.
probably.
They probably gave him an offer. He probably said no. It probably pissed Jim off, and Jim's like, hey, guess what? Now you have to play for me.
Yeah, man. He, again, not a whole lot as a pass rusher, but if we're just talking about you are not running the ball on us. You get Junior Colson, put him behind that interior. Obviously, you still got Khalil on the edge, who's an ass kicker against the run, too. You got Thule. Like, they are.
Yeah, they're building the team they want, which
They're
is
sick of getting run on, man.
tough, physical, thick players that are heavy-handed and play to their size. Aboigbe was my fourth DE. Now, I separate edges, defensive tackles, and defensive ends. Darius Robinson was number one. I had Marshawn Nealand as a defensive end, so he was my two. This brings up serious questions about Brandon Dorlus, who's one of the top players available on the board at Oregon, plays a similar position, was a DE for me. And then Justin Aboigbe led off tier 2 because while he doesn't give you very much pass rush, he abuses blockers. Mm-hmm. When he gets his mitts on somebody, he's going to thrash them around and basically discard them. So he is a heavy-handed run stopper, edge setter, has a little bit of burst from speed, but he is stiff. Larger guy, not easily moved. Like, when you talk about Chargers kind of building the physical tone, like, he is right in the silo.
This team feels so different.
Oh, it's going to look different.
Like, I'm so used to the Chargers being like that. If everything comes together, they're so explosive.
Yeah.
And, but I'm not used to them being the even if you beat the Chargers, like, you're not going to win next week because they're going to beat the crap out of you. So every win is going to be hard earned.
Yeah.
Like, that kind of just toughness that, again, we see it with the 49ers. We saw it with the Chiefs. Like, nobody ever won the following week after playing those guys, whether they beat them or not. The Chargers are trying to build that kind of team too, where even if you beat them, you are going to be in an ice bath for 2 days. I love it.
Yeah, they're going to hammer some folks for sure.
And it's also appropriate value too. Like, this is kind of about where I had him, like early day
I mean,
three.
they probably, well, I'm interested now. Before I suppose that they had a very similar grade on Brandon Dorlus, who I think is more athletic and does bring you more in the pass game or pass rush game, is more positionally versatile. I think you can slide Dorlus into a 3-tech. I'm not really playing a Boygby at 3. I mean, I could. He's more 4-eye 5 for me, like 6 if he needs to be.
I think if we're playing nickel on early downs and we just need somebody who can play a 3 but stop the run as a 3.
Yeah, it's just not his best position to me, which is why I had him at DE. Dorlus, I think, has a wider range, is more live, will get around the corner, is speedier for sure, has a similar size but doesn't play as heavily handed. It's not that Dorless can't stop the run. He does.
I thought we were talking about Justin.
No,
we're talking about Dorless?
Well, both. And see, because I imagine these are two players that are at a similar. Dorless is still on the board. And you picked Boygby, so like they want that toughness.
You know what Dorless is to me?
Yeah.
A Justin Tuck type. He's a defensive end until third down. I agree. Pass rushing as a third. You know, Justin's more of a early down guy. Dorless as an interior guy is more of a late down guy.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, Dorless as a DE on early downs. How many tight ends do you think are blocking him? Fuck all.
No.
So I think you and I see him similarly.
Yeah, I'm wondering though.
It's got to be medical.
At this point, I had him in like the 80s, and we're getting to like the 110s. We're 30 picks after where I thought he was going to go.
Yeah.
He could have gone as early as the 60s for me. That felt a little early. 80s was kind of like, okay, now I'm expecting value. He didn't end up going in day 2. It doesn't go on day 3 at the beginning when another guy from really kind of his position group goes, who I think is just less versatile. I'm not going to say less talented, because I think Boygby in his own right is equally talented. He just has a smaller sort of envelope of skills than Dorless does, and it makes me wonder what's up with Brandon.
With the 106th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cedric Gray, linebacker.
Cedric Gray, there it is.
Oh, my God. I love this.
Fluid, explosive.
Oh, my God. He's so good.
What's interesting is I think he could get even more fluid, and I think he could improve his change of direction skills, because the way he runs, we're just talking about like biomechanics, he doesn't necessarily drop his hips a lot when he's changing direction, and so it's not that he can't do it. Like I've seen him do some crazy shit in coverage. Like we know he has fluid hips. It's just kind of the way he runs. I don't think he's an efficient runner. So if he just learns to kind of like, and it's more of a technique thing about dropping his hips.
And he's playing behind Simmons and Sweat.
I know, it's a great situation for him. What I'm saying is he's a ball of clay that could turn into a really, really good linebacker. As good as he is now, he could get better, because I just don't think he's an efficient mover from a biomechanical perspective. Doesn't mean he's not fluid. Doesn't mean he doesn't have the talent. I just think I don't think he's drilled in like linebackery movements into himself yet. If you get him moving with the efficiency in terms of fundamentals that we see, like Fred Warner and all the top linebackers, where it's like every step is dialed in.
Yep. He does take some false steps.
Yeah.
He's a tremendously good and balanced linebacker. We were just talking about balance with the Boygby and balance in defensive players. Tremendous against the pass. Some of those highlights they just showed. Also very good going forward, pressuring the quarterback. But also, I think, good in the box, too. He's not just one of those explosive linebackers. He's my linebacker 3. Top of the second tier. Love the fit.
With the 107th pick of the 2024 draft, the New York Giants select Theo Johnson, tight end.
Ooh, freaky tight end. Theo Johnson went to the New York Giants. He has a very similar athletic profile to Jimmy Graham. If you stack their numbers side by side, very similar athletic profile. He moves like Jimmy Graham. Jimmy Graham, when he was coming out, was also, I believe, a third-round pick. Theo's obviously early 4, so similar kind of draft range. And Jimmy Graham was a project that you would hope would be molded and developed. And, of course, he got molded and developed into one of the best tight ends, or at least receiving tight ends of his generation. Theo Johnson has that kind of potential, too. So this is your Waller replacement as our just big, fast, explosive seam ripper. Somebody who, even going up against the Michigan defense, they put him out as a big slot, and he toasted guys off the line of scrimmage to get a touchdown against Michigan. I can't remember if it was against Sanders still or not, but this is a unicorn-type athlete at the position, and I think Dable is thinking that we could develop him into something special. I like the pick.
6'6", 259. Favorite stat for Theo Johnson in terms of best use initially, we talk about this. Where's the fit? What are they going to do with him? What are they going to do on day 1 in minicamp? like 75% contested catch rate.
Gnarly.
So put him in the red zone, run him against anybody at that size, and throw it up to him because 3 times out of 4,
He's going to get it.
he's going to get it.
I want to say thank you first to the NFL and Roger Goodell for letting me be a part of this, and also my son, Jimmy Darts. This is a big, great honor. I've been a Vikings fan since I was 6 years old. So I used to...
There, you're not helping yourself, buddy.
Soak it in.
right by my side.
I don't think the Lions fans really are buying this story.
108th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Minnesota Vikings select Kyrie Jackson. Defensive back, Oregon.
This is a rare
Oh, man.
started out at Alabama. There was a
Yeah. Alabama transfer to Oregon.
Did it have to be Minnesota, man?
I don't love it any more than you do because the Bears have to throw against it. Vikings got a good one.
This feels like an instant reaction to, shit, Roma Dunze twice a year. We need a press corner that can survive.
Kyrie Jackson, one of our favorite corners in this draft, has length, plays to it, is extremely physical. They're showing the highlights, whether it's blitzing, whether it's down the field. He is going to have to dial it down a little bit, but that's what the Vikings want. They would rather have somebody they have to dial a little bit out of than try and dial some into. Not necessarily fast. It's not slow, but doesn't have to be fast because he's tall and long.
Yeah.
And basically can kind of blot out the sun. If he uses the sideline effectively, you can't throw it over or around him. He just takes up too much space. He has good feet. He stays in phase. And if he's that close to your receiver, there's just not a lot of windows you can get it past.
I love this pick, man. And, we brought up before day 3 that they could take a corner, quote unquote, just because. The just because is look at the division.
Look at the value.
Right? If we're looking at the Minnesota secondary, and I know some Vikings fans are like, corner isn't our biggest need because we got Byron, we got a Caleb, we got Metellus, brought in Shaq Griffin, Mekhi Blackman they took last year, which I love the Mekhi Blackman pick last year, but none of those guys are keeping me from taking Kyrie Jackson.
I'm going to say wait till minicamp and look who rises to the top. And if it's not Kyrie Jackson, I'm actually going to be surprised. You named a lot of good corners. He can compete with all of them, every single one of them.
100%.
To awarding me NFL International Fan of the Year. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's cool.
Second, I would like to say thank you to my family to give me the opportunity to celebrate my passion, my second love. Third, I want to thank John Wall Anderson to make me Atlanta Vikings fan 30 years ago. And fourth,
30
to
years.
the Atlanta Vikings Germany fan club. I love you all. This is for you. This is for you here. Okay.
Love it.
That being said, with the 109th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Brandon Dorus,
There it is.
Dorless.
Oregon.
We just said all the good things about Dorless. They all still apply. And 2 ducks in a row go off the board. Kyrie Jackson, Brandon Dorless. Dan Lanning's a happy guy right now. Look, everybody at 8 wanted an edge. You just got 3/4 of one, plus a guy that can play inside for you. Great power, great length. They're going to show his highlights. I think this is one of the best values in the draft so far. This is literally 30 slots below where I thought this guy would go.
If you flipped him and Braylon Trice, cool. Right? Because they got Braylon in the 3rd, taking Dorless in the 4th.
That Pac-12 conference, they're gone.
But I just, if you're looking at what they did, other than the Michael Penix pick, which we've talked about at length, Rook Ororo, Braylon Trice, who was a high effort power rusher.
They've added power to that defense.
It's a lot of power, and then of course you got Dorless. I think Dorless is a better player than Trice, so getting him around after Trice in my head, canon, I'm just going to flip those two
'em.
and be good with it. The pockets will be crushed in Atlanta because you also got Grady, you got David Onyemata, you got Zach Harrison. Let's see, who else we got? I was a big Arnold Ebiketie guy a couple years ago.
And all the loyal Patriots fans from Germany, Austria, and Switzerland.
A lot of German picks today.
Yeah.
Together, we are proud to announce a new face for the Patriots. With the 110th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the New England Patriots select Javon Baker.
Okay, so they got their sure-handed guy with Polk that's going to be their incredibly reliable target. They got their wild horse with Javon Baker. Like, if you have a bucking Bronco playing wide receiver, he is hard to handle. All of his movements exaggerated, incredibly athletic. Again, transfer. He was an Alabama transfer, right?
Yep, came from Alabama.
Started at Alabama, ended up UCF. We talked about how cartoonish, some of the profiles were yesterday. He too has an average reception at 20 yards. Average catch for this guy, 20 yards. Absolutely explosive athlete. Can use some refinement. Plays wild, but a lot of times that wild works out for him.
He has just these incredibly exaggerated, at the top of a route when he's really trying to shake a DB late.
Correct.
He's not going to win early as much as he's going to win late in the route.
Yeah.
But very similar to A.D. Mitchell, like his rocker steps, like he'll send guys into the next county because they're just so violent and exaggerated. And some guys, they kind of win more with like subtlety and smoothness. Javon's like, I'm going to sell this route like my life depends on it.
Full go on everything.
Everything.
And it's all at full speed. So
Yeah.
defensive backs are just like, I'm not sure what to do because he's doing everything. Fakes, launches, rocker steps, stops. Everything is just like at 100% volume. And at some point they just lose him. And he's dead fast.
Yeah.
Like, he's real fast.
Let me find my exact write-up on Javon Baker. I have it up here. So, he's around here somewhere. He was after Jermaine Burton for me. Oh, no, I have it on my other laptop. Crap.
Okay, Javon Baker, 6'1", 202 pounds, so not one of these lightweight, fast wide receivers we're talking about. Full-sized. 9.5-inch hands, 32, just over 32-inch arms. 1.58 10-yard split, ran a 4.54. He is faster than that on the field.
He's one of those guys where, again, similar to some of the receivers that went earlier in this class, if we're talking about is he going to half the reason why he has to throw so many exaggerated moves deep down the field is so that he can get that late separation because he doesn't just have the raw speed to just kind of keep picking up gas, right, and pulling away late. But getting up to that top speed, he gets up to that top speed quicker than most guys in this class. So I think it's Keon Coleman is a similar kind of guy where first 10 to 15 yards, you're like, oh God, snaps your head off. You're waiting for that fourth gear, and it doesn't quite hit, but he gets there quickly, which for a lot of guys is what matters, and especially if you're also a good route runner and you have good ball skills, yada, yada, yada. It works. It works. There's a lot of guys in the NFL where that works for them. DeAndre Hopkins ran 4.57, but the first 10 to 15 was exceptionally explosive for him, and also he was really good as a route runner to create space for himself late in the route. I'm not saying he's DeAndre Hopkins. He's not, but stylistically,
very different player.
In terms of overcoming limitations.
Correct.
Yeah, that works.
And just everything at 100% effort. Pats fans are going to love watching that, if nothing else. Mm-hmm. Patriots needed receivers coming into this draft, and they got two really good ones.
Yeah, I like what the Patriots have done
so far.
I really do. Let me see if I can pull up depth charts here. Oh, Edward the First for $10. Bears scaring the entire NFC North into drafting nothing but DBs. That's true. Yeah, Lions took two corners. Vikings took a corner.
Packers pick right now. We'll see. It's very possible that they could make one of my favorite safeties a Packer right here, and I really hope they don't.
I would love for them to miss just like once.
It would be nice.
That'd be great. God, I forgot they got Javon Bullard too. That just
Bullard was my number 2
the
safety.
one pick that the Packers had where I was kind of like, whatever, was Hopper. but it wasn't like that's a bad pick. It's more so just like special teams. You know,
Yeah, I mean,
it wasn't
come on.
as exciting, but all the other stuff they
Pick
took.
91, right? Like,
Yeah,
you
it
take
was-
a guy that you like in the process, whose tape you liked. It doesn't have to be the flashiest at that point. You're talking about, it's still a top 100 pick.
Every other pick was an A for me. Let's see what we got here.
Detroit, I have 3 wins for you. Go, Pack, go!
I hope Tom meets him when he goes down the show. That'd be great.
Now Jets are traded the 111th pick to the 4-time Super Bowl champion, Green Bay Packers.
He is not giving it up.
With the 111th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the 4-time Super Bowl champion, Green Bay Packers selects future Packers Hall of Famer, Evan Williams, defensive back.
Wow. Okay. When I said one of my favorite safeties,
That was it.
it wasn't.
Really? I liked him a lot.
No, I like him a lot, but Hicks is still on the board.
Well, I'm starting to think medical for him.
It's got to be.
That's the
for
only
me.
explanation.
Let's talk about Evan Williams. Saw him at the Oregon Pro Day. I think he's wildly underrated, and the first highlight they show is very appropriate.
Feisty.
Blitzer.
Yeah.
They're going to use him as a blitzer because his blitz percentage rate, I'm going to look it up. It's stupid. He gets home more than anybody in this class.
But he will also, he is a DB that is willing to sell his body out against the run game. I'm not saying he's going to stack and shed in a guard. This is not he's not like a 230-pounder, like a Bam Bam that's going to sit in there and toast a guard on who's pulling at him. But he will sell out and he'll take the damage to allow other people around him to make the play. He's not soft. He will throw his body in there, and I respect that for a DB to realize shit, I'm about to get run over. All right, let's take these guys out with me.
3 things about Evan Williams: 5'11", 200, almost a perfectly even split between box and free safety, which surprised me. I thought he would have had more snaps in the box. He had 6 total pressures. 5 of them were sacks.
All right, first corner I haven't really watched yet.
Oh, DeCamarion Richardson, Mississippi State, really good size, and by size I mean height and length. He's not the heaviest guy at 188. He's just over 6'2", has really long arms, plays a lot like Kyrie Jackson. I don't think he's quite as skilled, but I'm not surprised he went in a very similar range. Very physical. They're showing highlights against screens here where he'll take on blockers. He is a willing tackler. Needs to wrap up sometimes a little bit more, but that's not really a problem for him. This is a tall, long, capable, experienced SEC corner. So not surprised he went where he went. I think he went in the proper order. I would have taken Kyrie Jackson first, Richardson second, but I'm not surprised that he didn't last through the 4th round.
Let's see what Hall of Famer the Ravens get here.
Well, the Packers fan was pretty sure that it was an automatic Hall of Famer. I think Williams is going to fit really well.
The Baltimore Ravens select Demontes Walker.
Oh,
UNC.
Tez Walker goes.
They can have him.
Yeah, sure.
They can have him.
Fast, smooth stride, inconsistent hands. Thank you, NFL. We were just talking about that this morning, watching Drake May's tape and wanting to like Walker's tape better. I really thought I would. He's got a lot. They, at this point think that they're getting enough value, and I don't think that they're wrong. He can get himself open. He's tough down the field. Again, not a blazer. He's not super fast, but he's got functional speed for the wide receiver position.
He's got tools as a football player.
Yep.
There's a ways to go there. It's a little early for me, but it's the Ravens. They'll figure it out. They'll make it work.
Usually, if they have a position where they don't or have had more trouble doing that, it's wide receiver.
I just had a bunch of other receivers that I, at least in terms of the types of receivers that I thought the Ravens might go for.
Sure.
There's a bunch of others on the board that I thought might have been a little bit more their type. But then again, they took Wiggins in the first round, who I didn't really think was a Ravens type corner. So maybe they're kind of going against type a little bit this year.
If there was
we'll see.
I could have seen Cornelius Johnson if they wanted a big guy. We're getting into the range where I would have been comfortable with Brendan Rice. Johnny Wilson would have been a very Ravens pick.
At what position?
I'm not sure. Don't care.
That's the thing. At what position?
Yeah, I think he's a wide receiver to start. I think we have the exact same discussion about him.
I think he's draft him and figure it out.
I think if we have this discussion about like tackles and guards,
Yeah.
we can have the same one about wide receiver, possibly TE hybrids, and it's the same. You give him a shot at wide receiver, and if it doesn't work out, you turn him into a power slot / tight end move.
Honestly, that's what his position is, because even if he is a tight end, he's not a tight end. So you know what we call that? An F. An F. And I don't mean like F as in like a bad grade. I mean F as in like literally that is the position. Some coaches call it an adjuster, where it's just the third receiving threat. Yeah. And the F can be anything from a small slot receiver to a Johnny Wilson who's 6'6", 240. It just means an adjuster. He's the third guy, and you design specific packages and you have specific concepts, for that F, and that's what he is. The first two letters in front of the name don't matter as much as just what he's going to do. Oh, you making tea?
Just making hot water.
Hot water that's going to be tea?
Hot water that can be coffee or tea.
Ah, there you go.
That's what hot water does. You just warm it up and figure it out.
JJ for $2. Jaden Hicks needs to be a Steeler. He does fit Steelers culture.
Him and Minka, get out.
Oh, him and Minka. I'm not throwing over the middle ever. For those who don't know, EJ's off camera over there heating up water for. Are you doing instant coffee?
I am.
Can you tell that he used to be a mountain biker and a river rafter?
Heck yeah.
The man drinks instant coffee every day.
Not every day. I had real coffee this morning.
Oh, you got real coffee this morning. Look at you.
Starbucks.
Personal growth.
Personal growth. Says the guy that single-handedly props up the Starbucks in his own basement.
I've seen EJ do powdered coffee for like every day for 2 weeks straight sometimes, and I'm like, dude, there's a coffee shop like a block away. What are we doing?
It's the same. It's the same.
AJ for 7. Thank you, AJ. Any quarterbacks do you think have upside for the Raiders? What's the path to a freaky franchise QB who won't throw the ball away on 4th down? 2025? Question mark. Let's see. So we got Gardner and Aiden, which means I think we could take a shot on like a super high upside guy, which means oh boy. Or do I want a super high upside guy? Do I think I need somebody who might play this year? Because now that I think about it, with Gardner and Aiden, you might need a guy who could play this year. What do you think about Michael Pratt?
Oh, I forgot about that.
What?
Nothing.
You can't say I forgot about that and then say nothing.
That's true. So much like you, getting lots of messages, haven't been keeping up on them all. I know someone that is celebrating the Evan Williams pick wildly right now.
Okay.
So,
As in,
I was surprised that someone in my mentions would be saying "Go Pack Go," and then I remembered that they have a professional relationship connection to Evan Williams, and I was
Agent?
like, "Oh, okay, cool,
agent?
got it." Not exactly, but anyways, close.
Close enough?
Close enough.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the technical term, umbrella term. I was like, why am I getting "Go Pack Go" messages? Are people trolling me? And then I was like, oh, Evan Williams, got it.
What do you think about Michael Pratt to the Raiders?
He can spin it. Like that's my thing. I know I've been saying that over and over again against Pratt. People think
He literally, we're talking about just spin rate on the ball.
literally
He
people
literally can spin it.
probably
Yeah.
think that I never watch Michael Pratt and I'm just like hedging my highlights, but like that is the thing with Pratt.
Throws a very pretty ball.
Holy crap. And he, it's not the most mobile guy. He's not really a threat. Moves pretty well within the pocket. Not always wild about his decisions. Vision's okay. Anticipatory throws, decent. Needs work, but it's not that he can't do it. It's that he doesn't do it as often as I would want. Layers it in at all levels of the field. It's not just that he throws a pretty ball. Like, he, at all levels, can hit targets. I don't know that he moves the needle a lot for them.
Your people are on screen.
Hey.
Dublin, Ireland.
Well, you know where this is? This is the indoor training facility where the International Pathway kickers and punters are working out.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Javon Foster finally comes off the board. Physical. Those are my first 5 notes on Javon Foster. I don't know if he's going to be the most effective pass protector, but you will get in a fight with him at some point.
And he will win the brawl. Shout out to Donna Ponte here.
She's been putting in
She is
work,
putting in
man.
the work. She has been announcing all the picks here. I think Roger's on bed rest at this
I think
point.
he's out of commission.
Yeah. Oh, let's go.
Eric Hall. Okay. Massive caveat here. Injuries.
Sure.
Lots of injuries.
Yes.
Lower leg injuries. If we're just talking about talent, if we're talking about more as a receiver than as a blocker, but if we're just talking about who's the one tight end in this class that is not Brock Bowers, that is going to put up 7 for $120 and completely take over a game as a receiver at all levels of the field, it's Eric All. But the injuries, like, that's why he went here.
For me, this is the Jatavian Sanders. This is the slightly lesser Jatavian Sanders. Plays a very similar role. He's a seam ripper. He is a deep shot tight end, athletic, plays like a big wide receiver, both as a blocker and as a receiver. Massive frame. Started at Michigan, ended up at Iowa. Basically came short because of the injuries. But if he is healthy, as a seam-ripping tight end threat, he's number 2 in this class.
So Jordan Jefferson just went to Jacksonville. It's their second LSU defensive tackle they've taken.
Yep. So
Am
they
I-
almost had back-to-backs there. They
Almost
had
back-to-backs.
one pick in
Split
between.
by one. Am I the only one that's really surprised that Mekhi Wingo is the 3rd LSU defensive tackle that's going to go off the board? I'm surprised.
Again, a month ago, I think that was a very common take. Mekhi Wingo was as hot as he could be in draft circles because of the penetration ability. And then slowly over the last 3 weeks, it was like, oh, well, Nathan Smith kind of came out of nowhere. Like, I don't mean came out of nowhere. He played in the SEC. Everybody had his tape. But in terms of people talking about him as a desired prospect, he kind of came out of nowhere. It surprises me more that he went first. Jefferson is, I'd say, the classic 5-tech, heavy edge setting. Like, that's where I'm going to play him. I know that he played inside more. Super heavy-handed, run stuffer. Most of his pass rush opportunities felt like offensive breakdowns more than, he really earned that.
I think there's tools there.
I would agree with the tools comment.
He is, so it's funny because they took Mason Smith in the 2nd round. Jordan Jefferson, I think, is like if you miss out on the profile of Mason Smith, you can get Jordan Jefferson later. They got both of them. But they kind of play the same role to me.
Yeah, it's harder to distinguish them than it is from Wingo for sure. Because
Wingo's way different.
Wingo's sawed off. He's 6 foot tall. He is under 300 pounds. He is the classic penetrating 3-tech, which a lot of teams want that inside pressure. Like, they are prioritizing inside pass rush. Wingo can get it. Can't get you much else, but that's why he's going to go when he goes today. Both of these guys are... what's the word I want to use? Slightly more classic NFL profiles. NFL decision makers understand what they're going to do with these two more than what they're going to do with Wingo.
They're bulky types, length, power.
They think they're going to be more useful, more versatile, play more snaps, so they're off the board higher. But, I think we're going to see, we saw Mason go yesterday, but we're going to see all 3 LSU defensive tackles off the board by the end of the day. And that, for any program, is pretty rare air.
Yeah, to have 1, let alone 2, let alone 3.
Yeah.
all go in the top 4 to 5
we're
rounds.
going to see 3 Michigan offensive linemen go.
Yeah.
Most of the Florida State team's going to go by the end of the day. Keon's already gone. We're probably going to see Jordan Travis go. Johnny Wilson will go at some point. Trey went. We'll see Jaheim Bell go. Like their entire offense pretty much is going to get drafted.
Hendog 1000 for $10 says, I need another Energizer Bunny running back for my Chiefs. Anyone come to mind? Garendo's still available, but he's not really a scheme fit. I'm just talking about like Energizer Bunny.
Yeah, if he's thinking about Pacheco types, well, let's go to the list.
I don't know if there is a Pacheco type.
Jawad Jordan.
I got late. If
Late,
we're
but
talking late.
Pacheco was late.
You know who I think? So different body type than what I think they normally prioritize, but I think he would be fun there as an RB3. Mm-hmm. Carson Steele.
Oh, I'd love Carson Steele there. I would
as
love
your
that.
big like 220 plus RB3
Who can catch?
and just plays with his hair on fire.
Yeah.
I would like Carson Steele in KC, and you're going to get him again just like Pacheco for like a 7th round pick.
Late or possibly UDFA.
Maybe
Carson
UDFA.
Steele is one of those guys that I think is underrated in this draft, and because of it, I think he's just below that line.
Oh God! Oh, chat just reminded me of one that's horrifying. Tyrone Tracy.
Yep.
It'll be earlier than
It'll be
earlier
soon.
than later. But
It'll be soon. I actually.
Oh dear Jesus!
He's one of those ones that I was like, wait, he's still on the board because I had him. Actually, I had him. I think at 114. So.
Oh, Tanner Bordellini.
Wow. Colts love their offensive line measurables.
If your RS score isn't 9.5, you're not playing for us. That is so. Very interested that he went ahead of Matt Lee.
I'm very interested that he went ahead of a lot of other
and
players.
Mason McCormick, right?
Yeah, this is about the physical profile.
100%.
Josh Norris number. He hit the
We
Josh
can
Norris
fix him.
number.
We can fix him.
Yep.
Inconsistent on tape, but if we're just talking about tools, and I don't really think that he has to play right away there.
No.
But if we're just talking about tools and what he could be, like this feels more like this is a pick for 2025, not 2024. And in this range of the draft, that makes sense. All right, let's see what the Seahawks got.
With the 118th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Tyrese Knight.
Nice! Oh, I love this.
Love Tyrese Knight.
I love this. This is a player that I found fairly early in the process. I'm going to have to turn that off. Talk about Tyrese Knight because you saw him at the Combine and got excited.
Yes. Really, really athletic. Also kind of fits that sea hockey type linebacker profile, which I was wondering if, now that we're in the Mike McDonald regime, if that was going to keep going. And it looks like, yep, John Schneider still has himself a type at linebacker. Absolutely going to get downhill. Very, very explosive in short areas. Very, very physical. Again, did I have him as high as Jordan McGee? No. But Tyrese Knight ain't going to miss as many tackles as Jordan McGee. So from that standpoint, I understand it. I like it. You just pour chocolate milk?
No.
What is that?
It's the soy milk.
Oh, soy milk. Okay. Looked like chocolate milk. I'm going to look up his exact measurables. I'm trying to remember what it was, but I remember it was good.
He is tall. He's almost 6'4", I think.
No. He's 6'004, not 6'4". Yeah, he's six. That's why I'm saying he's like a John Schneider sea hockey type linebacker. He's 6 foot 233. 159, 10-yard split. Like I said, explosive, gets downhill quick. I like the pick. I like the pick. He's not as explosive as Jordan McGee, but he's also not going to miss tackles. So I'm all about it.
I think he's also more versatile. The things they did with him at UTEP, Jordan McGee to me is an inside linebacker and a very good one, and has can use most of his tools really effectively from there. Tyrese Knight got moved all over at UTEP. And that's what makes me more than wonder if this is a Schneider pick, if this is a Mike McDonald pick. Of that, sometimes they had him right up on the edge. Sometimes they had him at like traditional will. Sometimes they had him out at rover. Like he made plays from all over a sort of triangle off the edge of their defense at UTEP. And I wonder if that was attractive to Mike McDonald because he made a lot of those plays and he is explosive. But that versatility of you've seen this from all different angles, in tight, back a little bit, still in the box in the middle, out wide, like basically being a huge slot. They did some really interesting stuff with him at UTEP. And I wonder if McDonald and his staff didn't go, hey, come here, really versatile chess piece. We're going to use you.
Steelers back on the clock.
Welcome to County Kerry, Ireland.
I was just there last week.
Indeed.
Literally at that lake.
And a proud member of Steeler Nation. With the 119th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Mason McCormick.
Oh, fuck!
Here we go, Steelers.
They did it.
God damn you!
They did it. Oh, my God. Okay, first things first. Mason, congratulations. You're going to be a great Steeler. You are a perfect fit. The Steelers' offensive line right now is the Thanos gif of just putting gems in the gauntlet, and they're real close. They're one stone away from making that thing work. And, oh, my God, like, Mason is going to be such a tremendous Steeler. This is a great pick by Pittsburgh. To all my Pittsburgh fans, to my best friend from growing up who is a hardcore Pittsburgh fan, has been since he was 8 years old. Oh, my God. 2 picks before the Bears.
They are building potentially the best offensive line in the NFL in the future.
I fully agree.
Quickly. Quickly.
I do not think that is hyperbole. I do not think it is draft overreaction. Looking at the types of players they grabbed and the specific players that they grabbed, I think Pittsburgh was fed the hell up with not having a dominating offensive line and said, that's it. We're drawing the line right here. Omar Khan said, we're going and getting them. Mace is a tremendous pick. I am thrilled for Mason. I am thrilled for Steelers fans. I am pissed because the Bears were 2 picks away from being able to pick Mason McCormick, and he is a tremendous football player.
I'll bet you anything he was the pick, too.
Oh, I would imagine he had to be pretty high on their board. Teams aren't going to come out and say that, but Mason McCormick, 7th ranked guard out of 1,048 guards athletically, 999 IRS or whatever it was. But his tape is even better. 57 starts, I think.
Yeah. He played for 6 years.
At South Dakota State. Tremendously good run blocker, but then you get into the pass blocking stuff and you go, oh, wait. He gave up like 3 pressures all year in 300-something pass blocking snaps. Has the right mentality, is smart. Do me a favor, if you're a Steelers fan, or even if you're not, go to the Bootleg channel, check out the interview we dropped with Mason and his left tackle, Garrett Greenfield. Landed about a week ago. You'll get to know this guy. You'll immediately love him and be sad that your team didn't draft him if you're not a Steelers fan. Great pick by Pittsburgh. I, again, am thrilled for Pittsburgh fans, Yinzers everywhere.
I'm thrilled for Mason, too, by the way.
100%.
Pittsburgh is such a great town to live in.
No, it's why I started with that. But I am also, there is a small part of my very Grinch heart that is sad because he was literally 2 picks away. And he's going to be great. Like 3 years from now, we're going to look back at this pick and go, man, if they just coulda, because he's going to be such a great Steeler.
He's an amazing guard that can play center. They also worked him out as a center.
Yep, he can snap.
And you might think, okay, but can he call protections to the center? Yes, he can. He called protections as a guard.
Yeah, he already has. So we don't need to answer that question. Their center came in and was younger than he and Garrett. So for the first half season or so, he actually called all the protections for South Dakota State from his left guard spot until they got the center up to speed, who's going to get drafted whenever he comes out, even if it's not next year.
Right.
So when we asked him about it, because we'd not seen him snap again, all of his starts were at guard in college. He looked very natural snapping the ball, which is a kind of unnatural thing to do, and he looked really polished. He said he'd done it in practice a little bit, but then we asked him about the mental side, calling protections. That's usually the biggest jump for guards who are moving to the center spot, and he said, I've already done it. We're like, okay, fine, you're the perfect offensive line prospect.
He's going to be active every single game day because he's going to be, at least to start, your swing guard and your backup center all in one. So your starting five is going to be Troy Fautanu, Isaac Sumalau, Zach Frazier, James Daniels, Broderick Jones, and we'll figure out which side each tackle is playing later. And then you got Mason as your guard and center. You got Dan Moore as your swing tackle. Like, offensive line's good forever.
A while.
Ever. They don't have to spend another pick on the offensive line for like 5 years.
I mean, they picked 3 of my favorite offensive linemen in this draft. They picked my absolute favorite center, one of my favorite guards, and I think Fautanu's a tackle, and I think he was my 4th tackle. So we're talking about, cream of the crop offensive line talent in this draft, and they got 3 of them. 1 at center, 1 at guard, 1 at tackle. Like, it's not overstating it to say they have completely rebuilt their offensive line in the last 3 days.
If they come out of the next round with like Chris Abrams-Drain at corner because they still need a corner,
I'm, again, thrilled for Mason. My Bears hat is off. My Bears heart is a little bit sad. But he's going to be so good for so long in Pittsburgh, and he's just the fit with who he is as a person in that town. Yeah, it's going to be tremendous match.
All right. Dolphins take.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Wright, running back.
If you don't run under 4.4, you are not a Miami Dolphin.
Gas, man. This is such a Mike McDaniel pick. He is going to hurt people with this. You know what I love about this is McDaniel he believes. He believes in his system, and he is going to go down with that ship or beat you with it. Like, there is no, we'll change it up, we'll grab a nope, we're going to keep grabbing slashers, and we are going to cut you to death. It's unbelievable, the assemblage of speed that the Dolphins have.
They've got it tight, man.
And this one fits, this player perfectly fits their scheme.
I mean, look at that. Achane, Mostert, Wright. It's the fastest running back trio I've ever seen in my life.
No, easily. It's a track team, but
Tyreek,
they're also all good football
Waddle.
players.
I mean, shit, dude. It's unbelievable, but it's not.
Yeah, no, I mean, if speed kills, Miami is a squad full of assassins.
Bars.
We are coming to you live from the beautiful Borussia Dortmund Stadium with the yellow wall in the back. I'm former striker from Borussia Dortmund, World Cup winner and Champions League winner, Karl-Heinz Riedle.
And I'm Marcel Schmelzer, former BBB left back and 2-time champion. We are very delighted to announce the Seahawk next pick for 12th everywhere.
With the 121st pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select
AJ Barner, tight end, Michigan.
Okay.
Man.
Blocking tight end. Very good blocking tight end.
Yeah, probably the best pure blocking tight end in this class. Has a really good size, 6'6". Does not add a lot in the passing game for me. Didn't see that on tape. They're, of course, going to show the highlights of his few high-impact receptions.
There's a few.
Really where he makes impact in the passing game is he can move dudes as a tight end, as an inline tight end. And that is a somewhat rare skill set these days, and they're showing it. He is tough on the run. This reminds me of the San Francisco pick of Charlie Werner. except Charlie Warner was like a 6th or 5th or 7th round pick. I can't remember.
He's the new Will Dissly for them.
Yeah, I think Dissly had a little more pop in the passing game, but maybe they saw something in the passing game that they
Dissly
thought.
definitely had more pop in the passing game.
Yeah, it felt like it to me. So he felt a little bit more well-rounded. A.J. Barner is a pure, we are going to run the hell out of the ball. We are going to use our running backs, and we want that edge.
Yep.
And so we are going to take a mobile blocker to be able to do it. Oh, and a Sanborn jersey.
This draft, Jack Seaborn jersey.
Seaborn?
Hear anything? 'Cause I can-
Traeger.
Oh boy. It is an honor and a privilege to be making this selection for the best team in the NFC North. The best team in the NFC.
Yeah. The English can take the smoke.
Let your nuts hang.
Yeah. The English can take the smoke.
Shouts out to all the UK Bears fans. With the 122nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, our Chicago Bears select Torrey Taylor, Punter, Iowa.
By the way, let me just say this.
It's a good punter.
Punters are weapons, too.
He's a good punter. I know that JB is ecstatic right now because he's a Hawkeye. Yay. 2 picks behind Mason, you take a punter. I'm okay. He best be the best punter in the NFC North. He's enough.
If Ryan Rakow goes undrafted,
I
I'm going to be real pissed.
I don't agree with spending this high a pick on a punter. I don't care how good he is. I know Iowa fans love the guy. I think that's fine.
He's a very good punter.
There's a lot of talent left on the board, and your team is not done yet, and you picked a punter. Okay.
So I tweeted after the Rome pick that the Bears could light every remaining pick on fire, and I would be totally okay with it.
And they listened. Well,
Challenge
that's not-
accepted.
Yeah. Shout out to the Kieran pick. I do not believe the Kieran pick falls into that category. 4th round, you pick a punter? Really?
I mean,
Okay. Like, you need a punter. I get it. There are other ways.
hey, you got Caleb, so we're just going to do wild shit.
Oh,
They got Sketch to do a pick? Hold on.
Reference I just made about a Brit saying Punter, go ahead and Google it.
What's up, brother?
It's sketch, people.
Love this guy.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 123rd pick to the Houston Texans.
nice.
With the 123rd pick of the NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Cade Stover, tight end, Ohio State.
Okay.
Going from Punter to wrap up the Bears
So,
draft.
Cade Stover was one of my highest rated tight ends in this class. Extraordinarily smooth mover in the pass game. Oddly enough, as a run, what's this? He works on a cattle farm?
Sure.
I didn't know that.
Not part of my scouting.
So, as a run blocker, he's a fascinating run blocking profile because he has basically one block that I think he's really good at, and it's backside cutoffs on zone runs.
Yep.
He's extraordinarily good at those. Every other type of block, highly inconsistent. And I also don't really want him blocking on like the front side of concepts. I don't necessarily think he digs people out on the front side. But if you need somebody to do backside cutoffs, of course they show a highlight where he's digging somebody out on the front side.
Sure.
But his most successful block generally was backside cutoffs. So he's going to be your move tight end that does all that kind of stuff because he's really, really good at it. And he's a very smooth mover in the pass game. Great receiver, tough as shit, warrior over the middle. He was either my 3rd or my 4th tight end in this class. I can't remember the exact number I had him at, but he was in the top 4. I really like Cade Stover. This is great value for him. I'm big on this pick.
And he knows the quarterback.
And he knows the quarterback. You can't tell me this wasn't a CJ Stroud.
No, like they asked CJ,
Make a
like,
call.
Hey, who would you like off your old team? And I'm sure he vouched for him. My 6th tight end in the middle of my 3rd tier. First tier was Brock Bowers by himself. Then Jatavian Sanders and Ben Sinnott in the 2nd tier. 3rd tier, Dallin Holker from Colorado State, Jaheim Bell from Florida State, and then Cade Stover. So in terms of guys that can feign being, full, well-rounded tight ends, it's probably second after Sinnott because I'm just considering Bowers to be a complete unicorn. Can block a bit, but really in his own class. That's why he's in his own tier. So not a bad selection. And again, if CJ didn't like him, he wouldn't be a Texan. So if CJ likes him, he's a Texan.
CJ likes him, I like him.
They add another weapon. He's comfortable with him. He doesn't have to start right away. Like, they've got that taken care of. So as a number 2 tight end, sure, dig it. I don't even want to open my phone right now.
Dude, I'm sure Bears chats are just
I didn't even want to open my phone right
nuts.
now. If green smoke could be coming off this thing right now for how toxic it's going to be.
Again, I said they could light every remaining pick on fire.
And they lit one of the 2 remaining picks on fire.
It's not as fun now that it's actually happening, but
It's not as fun now that it's actually happening.
I will stand by that sentiment.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. Chat saying, no Mo Camara? Dude, don't even get me started. Is he at least a very good punter? Yes, he's a very good punter. He's my second punter in this class behind Ryan Rakow from BYU, which if Torrey Taylor's getting drafted, I would think Ryan Rakow is going to get drafted too. But he is a very good punter. I'll give you that.
You just don't spend 4th-round picks on punters.
We're just talking about a process thing.
You just don't spend 4th-round picks on punters. Forget it. There is a shelf in this draft, and after that shelf, I would still be picking punters because you haven't hit the punter shelf yet, right? That's what you do after the shelf of talent in the draft. We're not there yet. Literally 2 picks before this, one of our favorite interior offensive linemen in the draft went. I just mentioned, there's Jaheim Bell's there, Dallin Holker's there. There's still wide receivers I like. Now they've already picked some wide receivers, but you're telling me you're going to take a punter over Taj Washington or Malik Washington?
You're going to take a punter over Mo Camara. You're going to take a punter over...
The names keep going, right?
A lot. And again, I think he's a good punter.
He is a good punter. I'm not arguing that
about process.
Yeah, we're talking about, hey, you only had 1 pick, but it happened to be pick 122. If you want to pick a punter, go grab a future asset.
Well, especially in a draft where you don't have a lot of picks.
Right. Don't let that influence where you pick a punter because you're like, well, I don't know. It's our last pick. I guess we do it here.
Also,
no, you don't.
Also, you drafted Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, and you have DJ Moore and Keenan Allen and a great offensive line now, or we hope a great offensive line. And running backs were like, when the fuck are you planning on punting a lot? Is the goal to punt?
You need a punter, but you can also bring in the best 3 undrafted punters and say, hey, one of you's got a job here. You're not competing against an incumbent. We don't have an incumbent.
Are we planning on punting a lot with Caleb Williams at the quarterback spot?
I don't know. I feel like I don't really understand the methodology, and there's so many good players left on the board that whether or not you need them, we were talking about Jaden Hicks yesterday and Jaquan Brisker and whether they overlap. Sure they overlap. Do you not want to bring in Jaden Hicks just as a good football player and go, hey, let's see if we can be creative with him as a dime backer? There's just good football players left, and you don't need to pick a punter yet. Punters are people too. Oh, no. Wow.
This is a really good pick by the 49ers.
This is a great pick by the 49ers. Malik Mustafa, safety out of Wake Forest, 5'10", well over 200 pounds. Absolute missile as a tackler. So much fun to watch on film. I think we both had higher grades on him than most folks. They've got him taking on tight ends here who are much bigger than him, by the way. Just blasting him. And then here's his range down the middle of the field. Again, if you miss out on Rabbit Taylor Demerson, Malik Mustafa is your consolation prize, and it's not a bad one, he's going to thrive in the 49ers defense.
He's one of the best tacklers in this draft at any position.
Agreed.
Any position.
In Germany, we are proud to announce the newest member of the crew. With the 125th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select
Bucky Irving.
Nice.
All right.
Today's the Oregon day.
4th round is owned by Oregon.
Yep.
What is that, like the 5th one? Maybe?
Yeah,
I think it's the 5th one.
We're cranking. Ducks are cranking today.
All right, so you were higher on Bucky than me, so I'll let you take the lead on this one.
Yeah, I like Bucky Irving a lot. Now, this Chicago area kid, that's not why I liked him. It's one of the things I found out later in the process. I like the fact that he does the most that he can with every carry. Not the fastest, but he is quick. He's explosive. He doesn't have size that Brett likes, but he plays bigger than the size. We've talked about defensive backs that play that way. This is a running back that plays that way. He breaks through contact routinely. Like, he is always through first contact. Good in the receiving game. Plays with super high effort. Definite leader at that program in Oregon. Vocal leader. Not going to be your RB1. They don't need him to be. But if you bring him in a rotational role, he's going to give you everything on every carry. And again, I think, 4th round is appropriate value. I know you would have waited a little bit on that, but come on, you're in day 3. You pick him, you put him on the team. I like the pick. And so, just let me say, the Bucks kind of crushing it.
They're having a great draft.
Yeah.
They're having a great draft. We got a little organized dance there in the middle of the crowd.
Little line dance going on.
Lions gave up a future 3rd to trade up. They must really like this.
Yeah, well. Strangely enough, there's a lot of good players still on the board. Oh, God. Oh, I love the jerseys.
Yeah, they're great.
Come on, let's do it. That's such a Dan Campbell move. There's so many executives that'd be like, I'm not putting on a jersey. Dan's like, yeah, you are. Well, you heard how he got these, right?
Oh, yeah. No, he wanted them from when he got there, and they said,
win the division and we'll bring him back. And he got him back, and he's wearing them on day 3 of the draft. That's such a Campbell move. That's so good. And I love the Lions draft. Geez, what do we want going into this draft? Corner. Like, we need corner. So maybe they'll deviate. Maybe they won't pick another corner right here. They might. They might.
Maybe they'll pick a dangerous returner because the Bears took a good punter. Tit for tat.
Dude, I'm
Tit
just
for tat.
Every player that goes off the board from now on. I mean, it's not even Bucky Irving. It's like Malik Mustafa, and like when the rest of the tight ends I like go, and when the wide receivers go.
It's just.
I'm just gonna be like, I'm so sad.
I want to emphasize, it's not even about the evaluation of Torrey Taylor as a punter.
Not at all.
He's a very good punter.
0.
He's a very good player. It's just about process. That's all.
100%. And it's just, as a draft guy who still has lots of players, we talked about the shelf being really in the middle of the 5th. We're not in the middle of the 5th yet.
We're not at the shelf yet.
There's plenty of good players left, and your team is not complete. Your team is good, but it's not complete. And you could be future-proofing your team. We've seen teams in this draft already start to do that. Like, hey, what's this for? Oh, well, 2 years from now, that guy, vested veteran who has a big contract, is not going to be on the team. This guy's going to have a year of experience at that point. He's going to be ready. Like, you could be doing that with some of these players and not with Punter. So, yeah.
It is what it is.
It's sad. It's misuse of resources, and I'm just going to say that. Like what Poles did at the top. Love what Poles did at the top. Let's be honest. Farther he went down, the less I liked it. I like the Kieran pick. I think it's good. I think he'll work out. He could even contribute this season, not only as a backup, he could push for starter reps. Like, he has that kind of talent. So, to me, fine. You needed that spot, OT3. You went and got it. You had lots of spots. You had 4 spots left where you still need talent. And players available at every one of them in this draft. And you picked a punter. Okay.
Better be right.
He better be great.
Better be the best fucking punter.
Yeah, he
in the
better
league.
be great. And it's not fair to Taylor, right?
Yeah.
If he comes in and, the wind catches a couple and they're like, 4th rounder, huh? Because it's just unrealistic expectation for a punter to be a 4th round value. It's almost like no matter how good he is, he can't pay that off. Like, what would Taylor have to do to make you go, oh, dude, come on, I don't care about the draft pick?
He would have to be like consistently one of the 5 best punters in the league.
Or 3 at 4th. I mean, when somebody picks a kicker in the 5th.
Because again, we're talking about if all the offensive picks are working out, we're talking about a guy who ideally will be on the field for 6 snaps a game at most.
Yeah. Yeah.
Better be one of the 5 best in the league.
Yeah. Better be inside like the 10, forget the 20 every time. And that's not a realistic expectation to set for any punter. So you've set a guy up. It's kind of like picking a quarterback in the first round who you know isn't going to succeed because of what you have around him on the field and going, well, he was a 15th overall pick. And he's like, well, he's not going to play like one no matter what. Like, you just can't, he can't win. Don't love that for him. Certainly don't love it for the Bears because, this roster is not done being built yet.
All right, pick is in. Taking a little bit to get to it. All right, here we go. Oh, it's the governor.
Smattering of love there.
Mixed reaction. You can hear all the people from the UP.
Don't care record for what? Just the all-time record.
All-time record.
Most hot dogs sold.
So, thank you NFL fans and thank you Detroit. So, it is an honor to announce that the New York Jets have traded the 126th pick to the Detroit Lions.
Dude. 750,000 people for the draft.
With the 126th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Giovanni Manu, tackle from British Columbia, Canada.
Hot damn.
First guy I didn't watch.
We're going international here, Rich.
There we go.
All right.
First guy I didn't watch.
Canadians in the chat.
Round 4.
Let me know. I haven't seen him.
Pick 126.
Not gonna lie, I haven't seen him.
I want to fire his hands out a little bit more, but
he's fucking big.
He's
Look
huge.
at that.
He's a
Good
mauler.
God.
Well, this
Look
is a
at
Dan
him.
Campbell pick right here.
He's gigantic.
Yeah, I
didn't
want to
know
see him
the
use his
Canadians
hands a
got
little bit
that
better.
big.
This is live scouting. You get live scouting on bootleg.
What is he, like 360?
He's
Look at that
very
kid.
large. I love how there's like hints of snow in all these
Of
highlights.
course, man. It's BC.
Oh. All right, so we made it to 126 before I got a guy I didn't watch.
Every team had a 30 visit with him. I didn't know that.
Fine.
I didn't get to him.
I don't believe that every team had a 30 visit with anybody, but I'll believe chat.
I'll believe Chad. I mean, Stiggers was close.
Right, but
Stiggers
there's
was
only
like,
30.
Stiggers was like 25.
I know. And a lot of guys are in the 2025s, but it seems like it might be a record.
Will Shipley to the Eagles.
Oh, when we were talking about type before the draft,
He's
and I said
absolutely their
Jaden Sheridan. This is the upgunned version of Jaden Sheridan.
Yep.
Yep.
No. Receiving back, going to be a weapon on third down for them as if they don't have enough weapons on third down. This is the running back that's going to get 2 touchdowns against the Giants every year.
That's right.
Set your watch to it.
Brace yourself, Big Blue. It's Will Shipley Day.
He will take over every single Giants game.
Howie and Nick, it's so funny because Nick is like clearly a head taller than Howie, like a full head taller.
In Buffalo.
Oh, International Fan of the Year from Zubaz. Let's go.
With the 128th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Ray Davis, running back, Kentucky. Go Bills!
Look at some Ray Davis.
Got a little
I love
screen
big
there.
play Ray. I love me some big play Ray. I think this
Bowling
is
ball.
This is a great play. It just says reliable hands. I think that's underselling it. He's one of the best receiving backs in this draft. And I don't mean like deep threat receiving. He's got a great feel for the passing game. He is not just a screen guy. He was definitely run on a bunch of routes that other running backs in this draft didn't see very often. Love his running style. I compared him to like the Honda Accord Sport of this running back class. Like reliable down the middle, a little bit fun, but not the flashiest. Always going to get, like, you're going to go out, you're going to turn the key, it's going to start. You're going to go out, you're going to give the ball to Ray. He's going to get 4.5 yards of carry rushing. He's going to give you reliable and I would say above that ability in the passing game. He's a decent blocker as well. Love me some Ray Davis as a running back aficionado. Like, he is a great player. I think he's a good fit in Buffalo. I think it'll work out.
So for Giovanni Manu,
yes,
from BC, 6'7", 352, 10.5-inch hands, 34.5-inch arms.
Dude,
big boy.
352.
Big boy.
That is, 352 is pushing it. That's impressive.
But it's a svelte 352. That's like Jordan Mailata size.
You just don't see many guys over 350 anymore. There's a lot of guys that used to be, 335, 340, 350, 360 that are like 305, 315, 320. Everybody's prioritizing movement. You don't see many guys full 350 anymore, offense or defense.
Daniel Falele from the was throwing. About that same size.
Yeah, he was like 360, I thought. Yeah.
Was, and then lost weight for the draft.
Oh,
Don't know what he is now.
Yeah, no.
I think he topped out early in his Minnesota career at 380.
Yeah, he was a big dude. But again, rare. You just don't see many players that size, offense or defense. So, great natural size.
And to be 4.96 in the 40 at that size is...
Doesn't look like it on film necessarily.
I mean, we've seen 6 plays.
Right. But
so I'm not going to do a film grade on the 6 highlights.
Neither am I. But, doesn't look like he's sprinting at that rate. But still, anybody that can move that much mass ever for the watch under 5 seconds, like, okay.
This dude probably eats whole boxes of pesto pizza pockets, dude. He probably eats whole pallets of pesto pizza pockets.
And that's like the mid-morning snack.
33.5 vert. At 352?
Yeah, 350. That's why he had all the visits. Yeah.
Oh.
Explosive.
Now I feel bad for not getting to him. Holy shit.
You can't get to everybody. And at some point, I said this on Twitter this morning, that you can watch 450 guys. I've actually done it before. It's years ago now. I watched 450 guys. And yes, I was still employed full-time, and I had 2 small kids. It was not a great personal life choice. It was oppressive. That is a lot of film to go through. There were still guys that I hadn't seen.
Yeah.
Like, somebody will always pick somebody you haven't seen. So you got to be judicious about your time in draft season, and you're not going to get to everybody.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And an 8'11" broad. His poor ankles.
Yeah, right. The one he did one and then stopped because he put holes in the landing area.
That's crazy.
That is a lot of mass to move that high up or that fast.
Yeah.
Like, period. No, I love the Ray Davis pick. For everybody, all my family and friends in Buffalo. Buffalo's having a hell of a draft so far. Cole Bishop, Ray Davis, they're picking guys here. I like their work.
It does feel like they're drafting to a Buffalo type.
Yeah, and that's the best case scenario.
Rugged, tough, versatile.
And plus they got Dwayne Carter and Keon Coleman. Like Keon Coleman, Cole Bishop, Dwayne Carter, Ray Davis.
Yep.
It's a very solid piece of work by Brandon Beane. Another one. Like, he's been drafting well for a while. He is not hopping off the bus this year. He's down the line. My favorites of those is Cole, but I like all 4 of those players.
Joey says, how the hell does Emery watch as many guys as he does every year? Literally how? Emery's a robot. That's how.
Yeah, Emery's daily routine is is so impressive.
Oh, Sergio Dip.
Mexican national team in Mexico City. And now, with the 129th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Isaac Guerrero.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Y viva Mexico.
Kyle couldn't lay off. He couldn't lay off.
No, that's
He's
a fastball down the middle.
I don't get a third round running back this year that runs 4-3 and dominates an outside zone. Fuck you, we're doing it in the fourth. He couldn't lay off.
No.
It's like a hanging curve, man.
Yeah,
He's
I
going to
know,
try
but-
every time.
McDaniel took one, so he was like, oh, yeah? Yeah? I'll show you.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. So, Guerrero, we have an interview with on the channel as well. Go check it out. This is a guy that started at Wisconsin, was backing up Jonathan Taylor and Braylon Allen. Raced Jonathan Taylor. Wouldn't say that he beat him, but said it was even. And if you're even with Jonathan Taylor, you're in a very elite neighborhood. For running backs with speed and size, does not have a lot of carries on his body, which is attractive to a lot of NFL teams. And the fit is what makes me thrilled about that pick.
I put out a tweet January 23rd. Dear fans of teams with Shanahan-style offenses that can't resist drafting day 3 running backs just for funsies, Isaac Guerrero, Louisville. TJ Tampa.
Going to Baltimore.
Finally.
That's a fit.
Yeah, no, it's...
For everything you said about Wiggins not being sure about Ravens corner fits,
He feels like more of a Ravens corner.
Tampa fits, and this is late for him. I really thought he would go off in day 2 because of his tape.
Lack of speed, that's all.
I understand, but because of his tape, he is physical, skilled, understands what receivers are trying to do to him. Physical. Might not be the fastest, but is wildly explosive. Has really long arms too. Knows how to use them. Knows how to use that length.
Great at the catch point.
Yeah, just sticky. Yeah.
He's a guy who always wins late in the rep, but he's going to get targeted a lot because he's not the fastest guy, and so that's why he's kind of learned to be great at the catch point, is because he's had to be. But to his credit, he's really good at the catch point.
Yeah, he feels very Ravens to me as a corner. Again, great value. They're looking down their board. They're going, TJ Tampa's still there. Oh, here's your guy.
So this doesn't feel like a Chiefs tight end to me.
It doesn't really,
And you know why? Not great after the catch. Like really big, really athletic. Not great after the catch. And it always feels like the Chiefs
prioritize that.
have, at least for targets that we know are going to be working in the middle of the field, they always prioritize yak skills. This is a different type for them.
Different cat.
I will say, if we're just talking about getting down the seam and making crazy catches 18 yards down the field rather than catching something 5 yards from the line of scrimmage and getting 18 yards after, he's like a down the field tight end. And maybe that's their plan for him. I mean, we did talk about, with getting Hollywood and Xavier Worthy, and it's just 4 verts all day, every day. He's the other one. Maybe that's what they're really trying to prioritize now, is attacking down the field and maybe moving away from the yak skills stuff. But out of all the tight ends in this class, I would have thought Jaheim Bell would have been more their type than Wiley.
There's a couple left in terms of, I could have even seen Holker.
Yeah, I could have seen that too.
I'm going to scroll
For anybody
up
who thinks this is a Travis Kelce replacement, by the way, it is not.
Nope.
Totally different type of guy.
Nope,
Totally
not at
different
all.
type.
Of guys that were left, we talked about Jaheim Bell, but he's more H-back. Dallin Holker, I could have seen. Theo's gone. Devin Culp for me. But they go Jared Wiley. I get it. Again, a little early for me for Wiley. But on day 3, it's hard to say that. Especially in tight end or position groups like tight end, where the valuations are all over the – like some guys are going to look at some of those guys we've talked about and gone, no, not for us, doesn't work. Other folks are going to go, oh, this is great, and look at a guy like Jared Wiley and go, that's not our favorite flavor. And so they're just wildly different variations. Running back is like that this year. Wide receiver to an extent. There were just so many wide receivers, but there are definitely guys that are going to work on certain teams or in certain systems, and then guys that aren't because of whatever they do. Linebacker was a little bit like that, but there was just less talent at linebacker. Yeah. So interesting pick. I don't think it's going to make anybody swoon necessarily. They seem obviously really happy about it, and Brett Veach gets the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Is I think the Chiefs have earned the benefit of the doubt at this point.
Yeah, they know what works for them. That's pretty obvious.
If they have a plan, we'll let them execute the plan.
Yeah, for sure.
Until they stop winning Super Bowls, I'm not gonna complain too much. It's been a few years since that has been the reality, obviously. Let's see, Alex for $2. Kyle Needs Running Backs Anonymous. Thoughts about the 49ers draft? Let me pull up their whole class so far. So, 49ers took Ricky Pearsall in the first round to be their new slot receiver. A touch early for me, but considering the skill set and the role that he's going to play, I'm good with it. It wasn't crazy early for me, just a touch early. But again, we're talking about just difference in roles here. Dominic Pooney in the third round to be an immediate competitor at guard for them, or potentially, maybe, possibly challenge Colton McKivitz for that starting right tackle job. Renardo Green, I thought, was a phenomenal pick in the second round for them. He's going to be a starting corner pretty darn quick. Malik Mustafa is one of my favorite safety prospects in this class, arguably the best tackler in this class at any position group. I think he could be a pretty quick contributor for them. And honestly, I had a higher grade on Mustafa than I did on Jair Brown coming out last year for them.
Yep.
So they have a really fun safety trio there. And then, of course, Isaac Garendo is like the most classic Kyle Shanahan back in this class that you just knew they were going to take, and they took him. So overall, I'm loving the 49ers draft. I really am. It's been great.
Taylor said he already got a text from Caleb saying, hey, man, welcome to the team. You're not going to pump very much.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I appreciate Caleb being inclusive. I also appreciate him being honest.
It's like, if you're doing your job, that means I didn't do mine.
That's right. That's right. I love it. Doesn't make me love the pick anymore, but, and I already
I
love
just
Caleb
love
a lot.
that Caleb's already in it.
Yeah. No.
It's great.
You know what's going to make me happy today? You know what's left to preserve my happiness today?
What?
A UDFA haul for the ages.
Let's go, baby.
Well, I don't think you get a better job than announcing a Detroit Lions draft pick when the draft is in Detroit. Let's go Lions! The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 132nd pick to
Howie.
the Detroit Lions. With the 132nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Sione Baki.
I'll tell you what, man.
Such a Campbell pick.
Every single pick they've made, you can tell Dan's just frothing at the mouth.
Yeah, look at the last bullet point they have for Sione Vaki. Now, they write these before they get drafted by the team. Effort, right? High effort, energy player who's also really effective. And one of the more rare prospects in draftdom that played two positions
And
in
played
college.
them well.
And played them both well and played them at the same time. We talk about guys like Mikey Sanderstrell, who was a receiver, but then switched to defense pretty much full time. That was okay, you're moving from one side of the ball to the other. Vaki played safety and running back, and you would figure with that profile, he would be a box safety. He had just about as many snaps at free safety as he did in the box. Versatile guy, tremendous athlete, tremendous competitor.
Special teams demon. Oh. Jaden Hicks.
Damn it.
To KC. All right.
Damn it.
That's a really damn good pick.
Oh,
I love that.
I am officially now. Okay. I
Don't throw over the middle against Kansas City.
Oh God.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Look at the first highlight is him just absolutely obliterating somebody. He's so tough. All right, one more note on Sione Vaki. Special teams ability is what really pushes this over the edge.
Look at this rep versus Polk. Such a good
Took
rep.
it away. Sione Vaki's special teams ability is what really pushes over the edge for me. I think he's going to be great on kickoff cover and as a returner on kickoffs. I think they could absolutely get him involved there too.
Super dangerous.
You draft Sione Vaki and you figure it out later. And to be honest, the real answer is probably a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
He's just a football player, and that's what Dan Campbell loves.
Okay, I just lost my house on a bet that Sione Vaki wouldn't go off the board before Jaden Hicks.
Count on the Lions, man. They got a type.
No,
I'm
just
stick to it.
The Jaden Hicks erasure here that he even made it to day 3. Such a talented player. Like, he played in the Badlands. No offense, Cougar fans, but if Jaden Hicks played in a brighter market, no way he goes on day 3. None.
If Jaden Hicks played at Georgia,
anywhere in the SEC for sure.
He would have gone on day 2.
Anywhere with Big Ten coverage, and I know moving into the Big Ten, I get it. But Braylon Allen goes to the Jets. This is their Breece Hall backup.
Oh, let me see who else they got. He was RB3 for them, I think, right?
Well,
hold on, because they have Breece.
So Braylon Allen, very rare size at the running back position these days. 235 in classic Wisconsin fashion. Also fast as hell. You want to talk about bowling balls? This is your bowling ball running back. 6'1", 235.
I just realized.
What?
Isaac's got to be smiling right now. He went ahead of Braylon.
Yeah, well,
he's got to be smiling.
And I honestly went to a better landing spot.
He did.
So
he did.
Yeah, if you're going to smile, you're going to smile about both. Yeah, I think that happens as well. But this is.
So they took Abanikanda last year. I was big on Abanikanda.
Yep.
And then obviously you got Breece as the starter. So Braylon's your number 3 just.
A.J. Dillon, when's the squat off? Oh, man.
Yeah, that's a really interesting running back room for the Jets.
It is a really
lot of
powerful
size. I think their smallest running back is technically Breece, right? At 220. I think that's
is that true?
I think that's their smallest one.
Yikes.
Oh no, Abanikanda is 215.
Okay.
So your smallest running back is 215.
Right.
That's hilarious.
220, 235, 215. Jets like their running backs big. They like them fast.
I don't count Valladay. He's going to be practice squad for them.
Yeah.
But that's a big ass running back room.
Yeah, they're going to bring thunder with that running back room for sure. And a fair amount of lightning, too. Like, Braylon's not slow. Breece is definitely not slow. Abanikanda, you like him when he gets loose. That was one of the reasons. He was one of the guys with size last year that could really leg it out when he got openings. Or make openings. Either way. Does this say Scottish 49ers pick?
The faithful, where my Niners at? With the 135th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jacob Cowie.
Oh, dangerous.
Another slot receiver. It's the second one they've taken.
Yeah, you're going to 57 games, so just as many games as Mason, except at wide receiver. One of my early favorites in this wide receiver process. He has some Tank Dell to him. He is not the same as Tank Dell, but he has some Tank Dell to him in that he is undersized, incredibly quick, beats press with pure speed. Nobody could hang with him. He was always open. They didn't always get him the ball. I don't think he's top end as fast as Tank, but he gets open in exactly the same way. Catches the ball the same way. Tank was a dog with the ball in the air. Cowing is as well. I honestly think you're going to see some sort of backflow of Mike McDaniel concepts going back to the 49ers.
Yep.
And them using Cowing in the same role that they use Waddle in. He has similar ability at and near the line of scrimmage.
Chat was like, oops, all slots.
Oops, all slots. Yes.
That's
Yeah, it's not 4 verts anymore. It's
No.
4 slots.
The complete difference in mood about Tory, EJ versus Bears Twitter, which is ecstatic. I mean, hey, man.
There's a Midwestern thing about Midwestern football players in general, not just punters.
There's a lot of Iowa/Bears fans.
Like I said, my other podcast partner, Jeff Burkus, Bears Over Beers, he's thrilled. He's a Hawkeye. He, walked on at Iowa, and I'm sure Matt Bowen loves it, Chicago guy that played at Iowa. They're all thrilled that their Hawkeyes
He's
there.
a good player.
Again, this has nothing to do with Taylor as a punter. I think Taylor is one of the better punters in this draft. Again, I don't scout punters, but of the tape I've seen, he's in the top 3 or 4. You still don't take the very best punter in the 4th. You just don't.
Luke for $10. Hey, boys, appreciate all you do and thank for the consistently great content year after year. Thank you for being here. What goes on that causes a guy to be unanimously high on our boards, but NFL teams pass?
Oh, so many things.
It could be any number of things, medical.
Yeah, first thing is
personal.
injury, for sure.
Yeah.
If something gets found at the combine or teams really don't like the way that an injury was repaired or has healed or has been re-injured over time, a guy that, always wears a shoulder harness because, twice a year his shoulder pops out, that's worrisome because they're going up against bigger, faster guys. So medical's the first one. Then I would say stuff that I don't want to say stuff they hear from coaches because coaches could be some of the worst scouts, but in terms of stuff they hear from people outside the coaching staff that interact with them every day, trainers, teammates, any number of people, if everybody in a program, if one person says it, it's not a thing. If 2 people say it, maybe your ears prick up. If 5 or 10 people within a program tell you, man, this kid doesn't know how to work, doesn't really love football, he's a jerk to the people around him, whether they matter or not. NFL teams check in on all that stuff, and if they don't want that kind of player in their building, they will just hold. It's one of the reasons that JT Sanders went where he did. Teams got comfortable with him in the 3rd because they heard some of those things coming out of Texas. The tape says 2nd or 3rd round player pretty easily. I would say solidly 3rd round player on ability alone, right? Teams weren't going to do it, but so injury, certainly recommendations from people close to him, and then the visits. I'd love to say that the visits don't matter as much as they do, but if you kind of turn off a team's decision makers in your visit one way or another, if you just don't mesh with them, and that can be anything. You could be too enthusiastic, you could be not enthusiastic enough. This is still
you could just be having an off day.
It's still a people. They could be having an off day.
Yep.
It's still a people business, and you're going to sit in a room with people. And we've all had this experience. We've gone for a job interview that we thought we were really suited for. We sat in the interview and we came out and went, "There's no way I'm getting that job." That went terribly. They just were not picking up what I was putting down. Jokes were falling flat. Nope, just not getting hired. And it happens in this process as well. I would say that's the third, but those are probably the big 3 for this guy's amazing. And then the first thing is injury.
Nehemiah Pritchett went to Seattle. I personally had a bigger grade on the other Auburn corner. DJ?
Yep, me too.
But Nehemiah...
He's more of a Ravens corner.
Well, he's a little... Well, not even a little. He's a lot of stiff.
Yeah.
But in terms of, big, fast, explosive, linear athlete that doesn't...
All the things you said.
Turn super well. The Seahawks do have a history of corners like that.
Yeah, I think
they've made a lot of them work.
Yeah, I think even more so Baltimore does, and they're like, we need a beater. Go get somebody from the SEC that's got size, height, weight, speed, right? Go get me a height, weight, speed corner from the SEC that plays tough, and that's Pritchett.
6 foot 190, so again, good size. 4.36 speed.
Yeah, in a straight line.
709 3-cone for a corner is
in a straight line. That's the kicker with him.
It's indicative of the stiffness that you do see on tape, which is a big reason why I had a bigger grade on DJ James personally. who I don't think we ever got full testing info on, but just watching him on tape, I was like, oh,
Okay.
he's got hips, he's got feet.
Since it's day 3 and it's the day to empty the notebook, and we're talking about DJ James,
Yeah.
it's the perfect time to pull this out.
What?
He pulled the reverse Bo Nix.
What?
He went from Oregon to Auburn.
Oh, yeah, true. True. And it was better for him.
Yeah,
It was
both
better
of those
for him.
guys.
Yeah.
Both of those guys. But come on, I've been holding that one for months.
All right.
And I
pick
emptied
is
the
in.
clip on day 3.
Chargers, pick
Chargers, here we go.
137. Are we going to get a wild Cornelius Johnson here?
It feels like any time from now on, that's possible.
Carson Barnhart, maybe?
Yeah, sure. Given the linkage, I mean, that's what day 3 is fun for. Is you're like, why did this happen? You're like, oh, he was at Georgia with the coach. Oh, got it. So
Or
I would
maybe
say,
running back? Because I think they still need another one there.
Well, there's your running backs. They just pirated the Baltimore room.
Yeah, they can still use another one.
He's another running back, right?
They could.
Speaking of the Wild Will Dissly sightings, he's a Charger now. Oh, DJ got the jacket off. He's into day 3. We're going.
It's sun's out, guns
That's
out.
right.
Baby. I mean, not
Not
entirely.
quite.
But close.
Not quite, but we're getting there.
Maybe when
give it another round.
When you show your feet, DJ will show the biceps. How about that?
I don't know. I think DJ's biceps could have a better OnlyFans score than my feet.
Should I be upset the Bills passed on Newton for Coleman?
Oh, here it is.
Oh, Tariq still.
Yeah.
Not the corner I expected.
No.
Definitely not the corner I expected.
Corner I looked at early in the process, converted wide receiver, tall. Thought that I was going to like him more because, boy, I tend to like guys that have played on the other side of the ball. They know what they're looking at. They know what those patterns are. They know what they were trying to do to defensive backs for a long time. And there is some of that in Tarheeb's game. There's still a lot of rounding out to do in my mind. So
I just want to know what Chris Abrams-Strain did now. Or, like, is there a medical thing?
Well, I think the size is the thing with him. Like, he's in the 170s.
Wiggins went in the first. Like, again, I had
understand.
similar. I swear to God, I had similar grades on both of them because I see smaller corners. Like I have kind of a cap on where I'm willing to put a smaller corner, but they were both towards the front of where that cap is for me. One went in the first round. One is still on the board in the 5th.
The other guy we talked about. So Abrams-Strain is the guy I would take at this point based on just pure tape alone. But DJ James is still sitting there. And if you want a similar corner that's a little bit bigger but plays a somewhat similar role, like DJ James is super skilled. We'll see him go off the board today for sure. I think some team's going to get a dog with both of those guys. And I would have picked either one of them before Tarheeb Still, although he fits a different physical profile.
I think he's a Big Ten corner that gave Michigan fits, and so Jim was like, I didn't like playing against him. You're mine.
Well, he does have that advantage. We need to talk about that with Harbaugh moving to the pro ranks or moving back to the pro ranks from the college ranks. He has familiarity with all these guys. He recruited all these guys, even the ones he didn't get. He's familiar with them. He's played against them. He's watched their careers as they went to another place and sort of let all that sift and sort, and now he can take the very best ones that he thought, man, we should have got that guy, or we had that guy for the Michigan guys he picked. And then really for the next, I would say 2 years, even with all the transferring, he's going to have a significant advantage. And then it drops off a little bit because the class is coming up. He didn't recruit, didn't see, isn't familiar with, and he's been in the program, back in the program for a couple of years at that point.
To get back to Justin's question, should I be upset the Bills passed on Newton for Coleman? I don't necessarily think so because I think receiver, if we're talking about players that are in the ballpark of similar grades, I do have a higher grade on Jerzon Newton over Keon Coleman. But if we're just talking about players that are in the ballpark, they really needed a receiver. They really, really needed a receiver. So I wouldn't personally be upset by it. Plus, it does sound like the foot kind of impacted where he went.
Yeah, I would say a little bit just based on tape. Again, not a player I would have thought would have slipped in Johnny Newton. Only slipped a little bit because, again, the tape grade was overwhelming. Foot or not, that guy was a game wrecker. But I'm with you that fit in Buffalo, not necessarily. I guess I'm not going to cry about it. He's a great player, but Keon Coleman brings them something that they were looking for. Look, I'm not going to be sad with Johnny Newton anywhere, but yeah, it's not like they passed on Johnny Newton and they took a complete dog. What are you doing?
Yeah,
they took Keon Coleman.
They still got a really good player.
Yeah, they took Keon Coleman. Okay,
Xavier Thomas.
Here we go.
Speed,
Monty is
speed.
crushing it.
Yeah.
Traded down a whole bunch last year, gave himself flexibility this year, traded down a bunch this year, grabbed all the defensive backs, and now Xavier Thomas, who's – if you look at Xavier Thomas's early tape, and he's been in college a while now because of injury and everything else, you look at his first year and a half, 2 years of tape before the first significant injuries in college, he was on his way to being a top 20 pick in the NFL draft. That kind of explosion. He was an absolute terror off the edge. It was like, this guy's next. Unfortunately, dealt with a string of injuries, robbed him of some of that explosion. But again, when he's on the field, you still see flashes of it. When I was talking to a prominent scout at Shrine Bowl, and I said, one of those hallway conversations that you always have, hey, who are you watching? Who's standing out to you? There's a couple names they always throw out first to see how you react to those names, and then there's like the name they're really watching that they maybe didn't want to tell you about. They don't tell you the ones they really don't want to tell you about, but they'll float another one, and Xavier Thomas was the second or third name off a bunch of guys' lips. Again, because there's so much potential there that, like you said, can't lay off earlier. Like scouts can't lay off like high ball pass rushers that had just all the flash in the world, and they're like, yeah, I know he got hurt, but how much is left? Like, what can I get out of that guy? Where's he at? Really like Xavier Thomas's tape. Obviously, you can see there's been some diminishment of skills there. What I worried about is when we were at the Combine, he ran the 40 twice. He pulled up limping both times after the 40, and I was like, oh, come on.
There's
That's the one thing I didn't want to see.
There's a lot of soft tissue stuff there.
Yeah, so if it works out, this is a pure swing with one of those extra picks that Monty has put in the war chest, and if it works out, he'll look like a genius. If not, come on, it's a 5th-round pick. Like, yeah, you took a swing, it didn't work out. It largely is probably going to be due to injury.
Chaz says, oh my God, I feel so dumb. I've been waiting for the draft to start today, and it's been on.
Oh,
Day 3 gets everybody every time, man. Everybody is so used to being at night.
Yeah! Ooh. Jordan McGee. Linebacker goes to the Commanders. Commanders, I got to say, new GM, Commanders are crushing it.
Adam Peters is having himself a
Adam
day.
Peters is on a heater. It's a Peters heater.
Get the fuck out.
You, right out. Straight to jail.
No, this is great. This is a great.
Dude.
Oh, we're doing Stump the Truck already.
Oh.
God damn.
Wow.
I mean, they got the BC kid. I'm sure they have the Temple linebacker.
They better have.
No, Jordan McGee. Ultra explosive, splashy linebacker. Will make explosive plays in the backfield, in the pass game. He's got range. He has instincts. The reason he went this late is he has a concerningly high missed tackle rate for a linebacker. If they clean that up, this could be another Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah type linebacker for me. That is how big my grade is on him. The only reason I have him graded where I do, which is not like, up with Junior Colson and Edge Cooper and all that. The only reason my grade is where it is because of the tackling issue. I swear to God, if they clean that up, this is a starting linebacker.
Yeah, look, I had a maybe unreasonably high grade on McGee, got to him later in the process, but had watched a bunch of other linebackers in this process who people had higher opinions of that I was not really thrilled by, and I was kind of feeling like, what am I not seeing? People really like these, and I had 3 or 4 of those guys, and then I got to McGee later, and I was like, this is what I was looking for. I'm looking for explosion. I'm looking for the ability to diagnose, absolutely cut off backside angles, go in, blow up tackles for TFLs, You know, he got range, like true range out to the edges. Everybody's, oh, he had sideline to sideline range. I'm like, that guy has number to number range. He doesn't have sideline to sideline range. McGee, absolutely all the way to the edges, right? So I was like, oh, here he is. And then I felt weird putting him up high in my rankings, 4th ranked linebacker in my class. And, you know, people had him up there as I started to come into other people's rankings, which I do after I do mine. And, you know, some people had him up there. Some people had him way down the board, 17th ranked linebacker, something like that. And I was like, this is what I'm looking for in a linebacker. And it's quite frankly what the Commanders have been looking for in a linebacker. If you look at the ones they picked in the past couple of years, they picked players who had those kind of flashes. They haven't panned out. I like McGee's chances better.
Chat just brought up a great point. Tony Montana, I want to shout you out. Getting to study behind Bobby Wagner for a year is going to be great for him.
Oh, tremendous.
I can't imagine a better tutor
No.
than Bobby Wagner.
Just listen to this draft. Jaden Daniels, Johnny Newton, Mike Sanderstrill, Ben Sinnott, Brandon Coleman, Luke McCaffrey, Jordan McGee. Like, tell me a pick in there that you absolutely hate. None. And that for Commanders draft? It was one pick last year before you were done with that.
It's very refreshing.
It's very refreshing.
It's great.
Shout out to Adam Peters. He's, this is a hard thing to do well. Like, if you have a 30 or 40% hit rate, you're going to be in the job for a long time. That is not what a lot of professions would consider. I mean, think about your boss. If you're like, hey, boss, I won 3 out of 10 this year. All the time. Keep me around. He's going to be like, He or she is going to be like, get out. Like, you only win 30% of the time. You do that as a GM, you're going to have a successful football team. Looking at these players, again, history tells us not all of them are going to work out. Better than average chance on a lot of these guys that they hit. Yes, he has to hit the quarterback pick at the top. So does everybody. But he followed it up with Johnny Newton, Sanderstill, Sinnott, like right there.
Yep.
Like, yes and no on the quarterback, I get it. But the following 3 picks, that's a solid draft right there. Shut it down. And then he goes and gets, McCaffrey, who I think is good. Jordan McGee, who I think is possibly great. And, again, as chat brought up, I love that we have an astute chat. It's lovely.
Real ball knowers.
That's right. Full of ball knowers.
JB for $10. How y'all? Hey y'all, longtime fan of the show. Why do you guys think Troy Franklin fell so far? As I was a big fan of his, and what do you think the Bears' plan is at edge, not addressing it at all in the draft? Yeah. So I'll start with why Troy Franklin fell so far. Play strength, not super high. Contested catchability, not super high. I had him as a late round 3, early round 4 guy. That's where he ended up going. I think he's going to be a role player as a Z for Denver and be just fine there. I just personally never saw him as a 1st or 2nd round pick. I think he went where he was supposed to go. So I personally don't consider it a fall. I consider it appropriate placement. And then what do you think of the Bears' plan at edge? Fuck if I know. Truth be told,
not going to find him here.
I want to get to Cam Hart real quick.
I was like,
so there's some Notre Dame coaches on the Chargers staff now.
Yeah.
Steve brought that up on Twitter. Steve Hagelin, if you guys don't follow him, is a great follow if you're a Chargers fan. Big, strong, linear corner. Again, doesn't turn super well. But if you want somebody who is going to get his hands on a receiver and just disrupt. That is Cam Hart. He really popped for me when I was watching a lot of the quarterbacks this year that ended up going against Notre Dame. And I was like, why is nobody getting open? And then you're like, who's this big fucking corner?
This big dude.
And why is nobody getting – it's Cam Hart. And he
gets plays super physical.
And he gets targeted like 2 times a game because nobody's ever open because he beats the crap out of them.
And he's just mashing people. Yeah. He's the last of the sort of long-armed corners that with, length, not only arm length, but tall guys too. Again, we talked about this, that in previous years, if you said, that 162 corner, there's one guy. There's like multiple guys. There's 11 out of the top, 15 cornerbacks in this draft are 6 foot or better. But he was the last one for me at the tier of corners that we really liked. TJ Tampa, Lassiter was in there, but he went really early. Kyrie Jackson, Elijah Jones, and then Cam Hart was the fourth in that sort of stack of talented, physical, tall, long corners. And again, the higher up you went in that stack, the more ability you got to play, not just in a straight line. Cam Hart almost solidly in a straight line, but again, fits if we're talking about tone change and tenor change and building a physical football team, like, I don't really see Tarheeb still that way. They obviously do. I do see Cam Hart that way, and he lines up sort of beautifully with what the Chargers are trying to build, which is an ass-kicking football team.
Stephen Hagelin from the Guilty as Charged podcast sent this at 10:34. He just sent 2 words, Cam Hart. That was last night. So, yeah. Cedric Van Pran.
Yeah, Cedric Van Pran, the center Bills. From Georgia, goes to the Bills. Love this pick. Love the value in round 5. Not a complete center prospect, but an experienced SEC center. Understands angles in the run game really, really well. This is a center that could start very soon. Like, I'm not going to maybe say game 1, but if you put him in there like game 5, game 6,
I could see it.
He'll stick.
I could see it.
Right? He'll stick. There are good centers in this draft, and getting one in the 5th round that has starting potential, and Cedric does. Again, Brandon Beane, you're killing it, man. You're freaking crushing it.
Yeah, I like that pick a lot. I am genuinely concerned now about Matt Lee.
Bears got themselves another pick.
With what?
I don't know. Probably next year's assets. They had multiple picks for next year. They sold something to get back in after getting a punter early. What are you doing? Oh, no, they're just talking about touchdown.
Oh, okay, that's what it was.
Because Indy's still on the clock. But I don't doubt, what did I tell you this morning?
If somebody falls.
That if somebody falls and they see value, that I think Ryan Poles would sell one of next year's picks. And I'm okay with that because they do have extra picks next year. Only had 4 this year. Again, I didn't really agree with 4th round punter pick, but, whatever. If somebody falls, I could see the Bears going after him.
All right, pick is in for Indy. Let's see what player they just took that probably has a 9.8 or higher RAS. If we know their type.
Yeah, and we do. Chris Ballard loves his athletic testing.
Jordan Slater for $20. Happy day 3, guys. Why are the Steelers drafting so many O-line when they have 2 quarterbacks who refuse to stay in the pocket? My Lions are cooking. I'll tell you what. They're staying in the pocket now because that pocket's going to be pristine.
No, it's going to be amazing. And, again, Justin Fields, if he ends up being the guy, when he takes off, like, they're going to level the field in front of him. They're all ass-kicking run blockers. So
I think here's the thing. If you're a quarterback that doesn't succeed behind that offensive line,
it wasn't the offensive line's fault.
It's on you, buddy.
Yeah.
So if Justin Fields doesn't succeed in Pittsburgh, he's just not going to succeed.
Okay, some of those names for the Bears later on that they could take a swing on if they stick. I could see them going after Javon Solomon. I could see them going after Cedric Johnson at edge. Maybe even Javonte Jean-Baptiste, who was, just down the road in South Bend. DT, Mekhi Wingo, Christian Boyd. Juwan Briggs, Leonard Taylor. Leonard Taylor a little bit less, but again, they could get a penetrating 3-tech. All those guys still on the board. They still need that role. And if we're talking about interior offensive line, because I still think they need to back up there, they might not. Van Pram certainly was a name on my list. Bo Limmer's still there. Matt Lee's still there. Hunter Norzad's still there. And Dylan McMahon are still there.
Here's the Colts.
Here's the latest Colts selection. With the 147th
Roman.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Gold.
Woohoo!
Speed. Speed.
Yeah, tiny. 5'8", 174. Absolute zip. Special teams. really punt return versatility now. Don't think he fits with the new kickoff rules, but will go get it and will separate. If you lose him, you're not catching him again. Like, he is quick.
Ken, for 5 Canadian, thoughts on the draft, Giants draft so far, and the next course of action regarding the quarterback situation. Tank for Arch, question mark.
And so it begins.
Tank for Arch. Are they going to need that much help tanking? I don't know what they're going to do with the quarterback situation. They clearly did not value J.J. McCarthy high enough to pull the trigger there. They're going to do one more year of the Daniel Jones thing. And if that falls flat on its face, which maybe it will, maybe it won't, they're going to look to next year to fix that problem. Which is fine. You know, if their mentality is let's build the supporting structure first and then bring in the quarterback, because last time we tried to do the quarterback and then the supporting structure and that didn't work, so let's do it the other way around. I would understand it from that standpoint. As for the Giants draft so far, so pick by pick.
Dude, first 2, love it. Second 2, meh.
You got Malik Neighbors and Tyler Nubin at 1 and 2.
I'm like,
which is great.
Lovely.
Andrew Phillips in the 3rd, I thought was appropriate value. I'm
okay.
totally good with that pick. And then Theo Johnson in the 4th, another very high upside weapon that they could develop into being their hopefully new Darren Waller.
Yeah.
Well, not that Darren Waller ended up playing that many games for them, but like Theo Johnson's upside is pretty insane. Like they're building the supporting cast so that if Daniel Jones doesn't work, you know, they can plop somebody in there and they're going to have weapons.
Yep.
So, like, I get it from that standpoint. They tried doing the quarterback first, then the team, and that didn't work. So now they're trying to do the team first, then the quarterback.
Oh, Mo Kamara.
He just got taken?
No, for the Bears, an edge. I forgot.
Oh, yeah.
I was assuming he was gone because we're in the
Your brain
hundreds.
is just always Bears.
Yes.
Always Bears.
Yes.
I
mean, somebody did ask.
That's true. Alex, $2. Kyle Deeds running. Oh, no, I already did that one.
And Malik
right,
Washington's
he
still
does make
there.
X anonymous.
Dom Hampton's still there. Like, there's good players. I could see them. Like, if Malik falls another, I don't know, 40 spots, I don't think he will. I could see polls going, you know what? Leading receiver from the ACC, yeah, let's spend next year's, 5th to go get him or whatever it is.
Bears over brains for EJ.
Yes. 100%. If I had brains, why would I be a Bears fan?
That's true.
Come on. You can't have both. It's not fair.
The next Giants coach is gonna love Arch Manning.
Oh God, here we go. Here we go.
That's great.
No, so Giants draft like off the top, and you should with picks 3 and 36. Like, you should get that kind of talent. And they did. Again, not everybody hits it. I think those 2 picks have every chance of hitting.
Bears
Andrew
are
Phillips.
on the clock.
What?
Bears are on the clock. Atlanta's pick is in. Bears are on the clock, according to chat. At 144. I don't know what they gave up, but they're on the clock.
They gave up next year's picks. That's what they gave up.
Could be Mo. But let's do Falcons first.
Let's absolutely do Falcons first. More German fans. Let's go.
Guten Abend. My name is Kakao, former striker from German national team and for VfB Stuttgart. We are here at the VfB Stuttgart Stadium, and next to me is Tiffany from the Falcons flag team Stuttgart to announce the pick.
With the 143rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select J.D. Bertrand,
linebacker. Notre Dame.
Sure. Going to be a hell of a special teamer for them. Like, hell of a special teamer for them.
Yeah.
And could get on the field as a linebacker as well. So looking at their current linebacker core, I'm going to remind myself of their depth chart right now.
Yeah, I actually like Bertrand a little bit better than Leofau, and I thought that was going to be opposite. Again, the 2 Notre Dame linebackers in this draft. Leofau, man, he looks the part. Like, physically, he looks the part. Watching him move on the practice field, watching him move on the combine field, I thought, oh, man, I'm missing it. Go to game tape, Bertrand's a better football player, to me.
Right now they got Caden Ellis and Nate Landman as their interior guys, as well as Troy Anderson, who they took in the 2nd round a couple of years back. I'm still holding the candle for Troy Anderson. We'll see if he turns into something great. But as far as Bertrand, like, he's going to be their immediate fourth linebacker that will also be an immediate contributor on special teams, especially on the kickoff cover unit. Like, I think that's really where he's going to make his money.
Yeah, for sure. Right away, 266 career tackles, good speed and flexibility. Like, more flexibility than I saw out of Linebackers. So in that new, hey, you're up close, you better make the tackle or else, I'm fascinated to see, I think that's his ticket onto the field, ticket onto the team. If he makes the 53, that's where he's going to start. Fascinated to see what Poles is doing here, because this was the one I called this morning when I woke up. I was like, I'm telling you right now, I think they're moving, at some point they're moving something and getting back into the backgrounds if somebody slides. I'm fascinated to know who it is.
Taj?
I would love Taj, and that would make perfect sense. Taj Washington, one of Caleb's wide receivers, who we know he campaigned for.
Yeah, we know he wants him.
But Taj, Malik, either of the Washingtons, guys we named at the top, maybe this is the place where they are pulling the trigger on their 3-tech defensive tackle that they've wanted forever. That could be a Mekhi Wingo pick.
Could be Mo.
Edge would be Mo for
Apparently
me.
they gave up next year's 4 for this.
Yeah, that's about right.
Which usually, if you're just giving up a future pick for another pick, you go one round up, and that's
pretty
the
standard
price,
value. Plus, they think that pick is going to be worth a lot less next year.
Yeah,
because they're going to win more games.
This could be, the kicker from Arkansas.
That would not be
Sorry.
good.
Sorry,
That would not be good.
I'm just fine. Whoa!
Yes!
Whoa!
Yes!
Austin Booker's a bear.
Let's go.
All right, you good now?
I am
You
much
good?
better.
You good?
And I'm going to use your trick.
Switch him in the
We're
head.
just going to take the punter and shove him to like the 7th round. And they said Book has fallen too far and we're going to take him. This is a great pick.
It's a good pick.
This is a great pick. This is worth spending next year's draft capital on. Austin Booker, super athletic, slippery as a rusher, has great length, knows how to use it, is always taking about a half step less to get to the quarterback, which is a classic edge rusher trait. Still young and learning the position, super active, truly an edge, can play off the line. I really want him going forward, but he's not one of the guys that can only go forward, has the athleticism to drop into that short coverage. If you're bringing a fire blitz off the other side and the quarterback's only going to have a couple seconds, he can hold up there. Again, he's got great length. Pursuit is amazing. Lots of diving and taking the quarterback out by the shoelaces on his tape, like over and over again. Uses that length once he gets close enough to just dive and take the guy down. The Bears desperately needed edge help on the other side of Montez Sweat. They need to take that pressure off him. You saw the change in the Bears defense largely after Montez Sweat came over in the trade. Before that, they were completely toothless in the rush. After that, their defense steadily improved for the second half of the season. But you're not going to be able to hold up, and you're really susceptible to an injury. If Montez misses a couple weeks with an injury, your edge rotation is come on.
Yeah.
So you get a very talented young edge rusher that slid quite a bit farther. Pick 144. That's about twice as deep in the draft as I figured he was going to make it. I figured he would go in the 70s for sure, based on his tape, based on his athletic profile, his upside, all that. Long, loose, surprising power. They say Max Crosby light. That's
Okay.
rich for me because
that's a lot of dip on the chip there, folks.
that is because that is what people forget about Max Crosby is that before he got to the Raiders, he was an elite athlete. His RAS score was off the charts. And
Yeah.
Book is a tier below that. He is a good athlete, good enough at the position. But when you see these highlights, the thing that people are going to look at Book, he's not like super stoutly built. He plays the run very, very well. We were talking about this with linebackers, and that stack and shed is a somewhat lost art. That guy can absolutely lock it out, hold the edge, shed, and then again, dive with those long arms and pick up the running back, and he does it over and over again. But people look at his physical profile and go, oh, he can't play. Look, he's kind of tall. He kind of spindly, 6'4", 240. He's not that guy. Watch tape. He'll drop his ass, straighten his back out, lock with one arm, keep the other arm free. It's not something I expected to see in his athletic profile. Oh!
I'll get to Abrams in a second. Rob Daniel says, "Can he wear 86 so I can bring out my Marty Booker jersey?"
If you got a Marty Booker jersey, we're friends. We're friends. Love Marty Booker.
Chris Abrams drain.
Yes, we've been waiting for this all day.
I really want to know why he was still available at 145, because for me, he's a much better player than the 145th pick in the draft. He is light in the pants.
He doesn't play like it, though.
But that's why I had a late day 2 grade on him, is because he's light. But the ball production is real. We're talking about a forced incompletion rate of I want to say it was 28.8%, which is absolutely insane. Ball skills to get picks, too. He's not just breaking it up. Great feet, great hips, great instincts. There's a play he made against Memphis where it was a 3-deep drop 8, and they ran a clear out, and it was a clear out, and then they had a receiver lined up in the backfield that they got matched up like on a bigger linebacker, and they were running a wheel with this receiver, and like it was a complete speed mismatch. We're talking about like 4-4 against 4-6. They were going to get toasted. And so Abrams drain, he's zoning off into his deep third. He's kind of midpointing 2 routes that aren't even next to each other, right? So he's almost playing it as if he's got 2 verticals to his side. He's midpointing it where he's got his eyes on the receiver and on the quarterback, and he's just kind of hanging out because he's like, this doesn't smell right. They had a receiver in the backfield. I saw him. I saw him fast release to the flat. Like, this doesn't feel good. And so then he sees the quarterback look over, and he's like, oh, fuck, it's a wheel. And you see him, like, before the quarterback even lets it go. Again, the Memphis game. You guys can look this up.
Was it Blake?
Blake who?
Watson? The wheel?
I can't remember.
If it was.
It was speed. It was speed coming out of the backfield. And so he sees the quarterback look, and he's like, ah, shit. And so you see him wheel over, and he finds the receiver because he's like, I don't know where the ball is, but the receiver's going to take me to the ball. Finds the receiver, gets onto his trajectory, glances up, breaks up the pass. I'm like, oh, shit. Like, that's a pro corner. That is instinct. That is range. That is footwork. That is hips. I love Chris Abrams drain. Like, this is a starting corner. He's not big. That's why I had a late day 2 grade on him.
He's not small, though. Like, he's 5'11", so he's not one of those 5'8", 5'9" guys. You know, not 5'10". He's fully 5'11", 179. If he adds like 3 pounds, he's going to be 5'11", 183, and that's not a size profile that you're going to, like, blink at. But when you see 170s, you go, oh, and he looks skinny on film. But again, the higher rated of the 2 Missouri corners, 45 tackles, which was second in this class among top corners, 445 coverage snaps. Warrior, the number one number of coverage snaps of all corners in this draft. Of all those snaps, now think about that. 445 coverage snaps. He's only targeted 49 times.
Lockdown, man.
Absolutely. You're not throwing it at him. When you do, the reception percentage under 50, 49%. Yards per reception at 13.5. I understand that. NFL passer rating only 56 when you target this guy. So if you decide to lob it up, not so good. Ball production is tremendous. 4 interceptions and 10 PBUs, which was third behind only Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold. Were the top 2 corners off the board.
He's a really good player. A really good player.
Now, Chris Abrams' drain is tremendous. But to celebrate the Booker pick, I'm pouring good stuff.
What good stuff?
I don't know. I'm going to go pick.
You're going to go raid?
Yeah.
Go raid.
No, I'm going to go raid.
He's going to pull out his fucking Yamazaki 12.
No. I don't love the Yamazaki. I know it's tremendous whiskey. It's not my favorite.
Well, you're also not really a Scotch guy anyway.
No.
And Japanese whiskeys are typically made in the style of Scotch. Right.
So,
just not as smoky.
Getting a little draft analysis, getting a little whiskey analysis.
Michael for $5. Saints fan here. May Jesus bless y'all and keep y'all. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. If you were picking for the Saints in this round, who would you take? Then who do you take?
Oh, I'll text Odney and see what he says.
He's just going to be like, tackle, 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 another tackle. Unironically, though, I would take Garrett Greenfield if I was the Saints. An explosive tackle prospect. They already got one. I still think they might need another. Michael Pratt, Tulane kid. Chat just brought it up. I could see that too, to give them a potential future option, because I don't think Derek Carr is like the forever option there. Void years be damned. Actually, Michael Pratt would make sense now that I think about it. I don't hate the Michael Pratt fit at all. They already got a corner. I think they're all right at receiver. Maybe another receiver. Maybe one more. They're not desperate. Tight end. Are there any tight ends left? Oh, Jaheim Bell would be fun, just as a threat. Oh, Christian Mahogany, you're right. He's on the board still, for sure. Yeah, actually, there's still plenty of offensive linemen that I think they could look to. But I think Garrett Greenfield's at the top of the list for me, just for the importance of the tackle position. And I have zero confidence in Trevor Penning right now, so just even more competition would be good. Let's see. Oh, Christian Jones, you're right. He's still on the board as well. Trying to catch up here. So Broncos pick is in, and then it's the Raiders, and then it's the Bengals, and then it's the Saints. So we're 4 picks away from the Saints. We'll see what they do. I'd love Mo Camara for the Broncos. Well, I mean, he's very similar to a former Bronco and Shaq Barrett, so you would love him there. Saints met with Jones. I assume you mean Christian Jones. I mean, in the 5th round, that's fantastic value for Christian Jones. I'm actually a little bit curious why he's fallen. Again, I don't want to make any assumptions, but that does feel like that kind of precipitous fall does feel like there's some sort of reason behind it that we don't know about, which is usually a medical thing. Why is Mahogany falling, or did I miss him? If I recall correctly, there was a medical thing with him too. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I know there was something. Not like overly concerning, but I remember thinking that it might cause a little bit of a drop. But long term, I'm not really concerned for Mahogany. I think he's going to be a good player. But I do, if I recall correctly, I do think there was a medical issue. What pick are we on? Right now we're on pick 147 in the 5th round. Denver's on the clock. Oh, Audric Estime. Okay. Well, when the temperature drops and you just want a big body hammer in the backfield, they have 3 of them now.
Who picked him?
Denver. So they got Javonte Williams, Samaje Perine, and Audric Estime.
Wow.
They've got a type, and then there's Jaleel McLaughlin, who's like the other. He's this, the fun little spark plug. But they got 3 huge bouncers at running back, and Jaleel McLaughlin.
Their offense is getting a serious infusion of talent.
I think Bo Nix is set up to succeed pretty well here.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? Because you got Bo. He's throwing to Cortland, Josh Reynolds, Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin. Tim Patrick's coming back from injury again. Your offensive line, you got Garrett Bowles, Ben Powers, Luke Wattenberg, Quinn Miners, and Mike McGlinchey. Tight end, you got Adam Troutman and Greg Dulcich. That backfield we just talked about, like that's a really good offensive supporting cast. I think Bo Nix has a great shot to succeed in Denver. I really do. Like they're setting him up pretty well. Ooh, Tommy Eichenberg to Vegas. Love that pick. I mean, it's the 5th round, right?
Right. I don't hate it.
He's like this year's honorary Denzel Perryman Award winner, right? Where he's going to do one thing and one thing only, and that's get downhill and obliterate the run, but he's really, really, really good at it. Like, he is a one-dimensional linebacker, but he is very good at that dimension. Looking at their linebacking core right now, let me see where he fits in. So you got Divine Diablo, who's going to be your Will. You got Spillane. I'm sorry, Divine Diablo's at Mike, and then you got Spillane. And they don't have Sam, at least listed, right? So I think Eichenberg could very easily come in and be your Sam. Or if you want a little bit more coverage orientation, you could, when you're in looks that have 3 linebackers in the field, you could put Divine as Sam if you want to, and then Eichenberg at Mike. But Divine's going to be probably wearing the dot regardless. Either him or Spillane will wear the dot, I should say. But I like Eichenberg. He's going to stop the run. He's going to be really good at it. I missed the Titans pick. Oh, they took Jarvis Brownlee.
Ooh.
From Louisville.
He's a dog.
Talk to me about Jarvis Brownlee.
Jarvis Brownlee is a physical corner out of Louisville. Not the biggest guy, but plays really big. Plays super aggressively and physically. So I think aggressive and physical are two different things. You can be aggressive without being physical, and you can be aggressive with being physical, and he is both. Doesn't have the greatest size, but, I'm going to take a look at the rest of their picks because it sure feels like... All right. Did I have Brownlee on my list? I did. Right under Chris Abrams-Drain, as a matter of fact. 5'10", 194. So, again, smaller or shorter than Chris Abrams-Drain, but heavier and certainly plays to it or by it. Targeted 260 coverage snaps, targeted 31 times, allowed a similarly low 48.4% completion. Not a ton of ball production, 1 pick, 3 PBUs, but really his game is going forward and blowing people up. I like him a little bit better.
It feels like we say that about Louisville DBs every year.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, man, if you need a DB that's going to get TFLs, go to Louisville.
And I feel like he's going to be better keeping it in front of him and running downhill. And there's a lot of defensive backs like that. But he's going to bring it when he does. He's one of those guys that is a complete screen sniff-out artist. And when he smells it, he's going to go right through the wide receiver, not necessarily around. I mean, he's got the agility to go around, but he just plays so physically at that size, right? 5'10", 190, just built like a stump, and he's going to use it. He's going to bring it to bear on as many downs as he can.
Thoughts on the Ravens draft so far? All right, so took Nate Wiggins in the first round. Roger Rosengarten in the second round. Absolutely love that pick. Adisa Isaac in the third round. Love that pick. TJ Tampa in the fourth. Great pick for them as well. Tez Walker also in the fourth. Was kind of on that one. So there's 3 picks that I love. 1 pick that I'm like okay with, and that's Nate Wiggins. And then 1 pick that I'm kind of on. Overall, that's a good draft.
It's a good draft. I was just looking at Tennessee's now that they have Brownlee in their draft hall. J.C. Latham, we love that one. Devondre Sweat, we love that one. Cedric Gray, we love that one. Jarvis Brownlee, I'm like slightly higher than mid on it. There are some picks that are just pure meh. I like Brownlee a little bit better than that. So we have yeah. All right. Like Rand Carthen in his first full draft is all right. Let's do it.
Quick reminder, by the way, because we have 3,000 people still here midway through day 3.
Let's go!
If you guys love the NFL draft, if you love projecting what these rookies are going to do once they're in the NFL, you can absolutely do that on our season-long sponsor over on Underdog Fantasy. Rookie Best Ball is live. They got season-long pick'ems already live for some of these rookies. So like Caleb Williams at like 22.5 touchdowns.
I already did my day 1. Now I have to get on and do day 2 because after day 1 they had the day 1 prospects, guys that got picked in the first round. I went on and put together 3-piece pick'em. Marvin Harrison Jr., Rome Odunze, and Caleb Williams went higher on all of them. I'm
pretty sure they have a bunch more after all the day 2 picks.
Absolutely. I
A.D.
didn't check in this morning because, again, today is the shortest morning of the draft. We have to be at the earliest. But when we get done, there's always this weird lull right in the middle of the afternoon. And while I'm in California, yeah, I'm going to hop back on, see at least the day 2 guys. I don't know how quickly all the day 3 guys will get on there, but they will get on there. And there's some landing spots I'd like to take advantage of in day 2. Let's just put it that way.
Like EJ said, he's going to be doing it in California before he goes back to Washington. I just put the map on screen. If you happen to live in any of these states, Underdog is available for you. Shout out to everybody in Nevada, Louisiana, Washington, Montana, and Idaho. One day, my friends, you can join us.
We too will join.
One day. But, for everybody else, California, Texas, Florida, New York, Spencer Rattler. Okay. All right. I'll get to Rattler in just a second. But you can find that at the QR code I'm putting on the screen. We do have a deposit match up to $100. So thank you to Underdog. With that, let's get to Spencer Rattler. While you were pouring whatever the hell you were pouring, we did talk about the potential fit of Michael Pratt to New Orleans to give them a future option at quarterback. They decided to go with Spencer Rattler instead. Your reaction?
They are choosing more athleticism, certainly at the quarterback spot. I would say more just pure arm talent. Not as accurate, doesn't spin it as well, but we'll put it up there. We'll give him a chance. Reminds me that when you're talking about quarterback wide receiver balance, you're always like, which one's making the other one better? Which one's making the other one look good? In this case, it was purely for me, Xavier Legette, making Rattler look better. But Rattler, again, Legette's not going to have all that production without Rattler back there. And really has a crazy journey. One of the most sort of up and down roller coastery journeys of any quarterback in this class. And I think has taken it upon himself to realize that he has things to improve and has worked hard for the last 2 to 3 years to improve those things, and really changed from who he was as a young quarterback. Tons of fanfare, obviously, when he came into college football. He is a different quarterback. If you didn't watch Spencer Rattler once he got to South Carolina, you are talking about a different guy now, with more skills.
Different player and different person.
Yeah, both. Mm-hmm. And I think in terms of potential, I think Pratt is high-end backup, but I really don't see him as starting quarterback material in the NFL. Rattler is high-end backup with just that little tick of, I don't know, give him a chance. Give him a chance in a year or two. He's got the physical ability. He certainly has enough experience at this point. There are things he has to get better at. Accuracy down the field has to improve. He can't be leaving those balls short in the NFL. Those are going to be interceptions. Can't be whipping it over guys' heads. That's not going to happen either. But the short to medium stuff, the mobility stuff, the stuff you can do in the rollout package with Rattler, he can do all that stuff right now. So, high starting floor backup quarterback.
I'm rooting for him.
Yeah.
I really am. I did have him lower in my quarterback rankings than a lot of other people, specifically because when I watched him live, it's interesting how seeing the ball come off somebody's hand live can really influence.
Agreed.
And for better or worse. And maybe I'm going to get got by this. I wasn't super impressed when watching him throw the ball live. I actually liked him a lot better on tape than I did live. But I am really rooting for the kid. I think he's got a shot. I think he's in a good situation to kind of sit and develop behind DC. And then hopefully as they keep rebuilding that offensive line that was in shambles or still – it's better now. But as they keep rebuilding the offensive line, stocking the shelves, maybe by the time he gets his shot, there will be a better supporting cast around there. But I do think he has a chance to succeed, and I'm really rooting for the kid. We missed a Bengals pick as well.
Not surprising. They're going to start coming faster now.
Josh Newton.
Another guy that I have no idea.
We'll get to him in a second.
Yeah.
Josh Newton, corner, TCU, Bengals. Not super bursty, not super fast, really competitive. This is about where I thought he would go. He's one of these corners where you only really see him make plays on the ball when he gets his hands on receivers. I don't necessarily think he has makeup speed for when he gets beat. So that's, again, why he's a fifth-round corner. But if he's allowed, and even though he's not the biggest guy, if he's allowed to be on the line of scrimmage and kind of affecting things with physicality, he's got a shot to hold up. But I didn't necessarily see him have recovery ability when somebody beat him early in the route, which I think is kind of important to have for potential starting corner. He's probably going to be your corner 4 if I had to guess. But again, for a 5th rounder, that's fine. We're throwing darts.
Yeah, I don't have more expectation than that. And at this point of the draft, with players coming off that I haven't seen on tape or saw less of or thought less of, I'm going back to my lists and saying, who do I still have that's there that I think has more ability than that player? And again, team's choice, dealer's choice. But picking Josh Newton when a guy like DJ James is still on the board, unless he went.
No, DJ James did not go.
Okay, or Kalen Carson or Quantrell Stiggers.
Honestly, Carson
and Newton were very close for me.
I feel very similar about Carson that I do about Newton, where it's
agreed.
Can he recover when he's beat? I don't think Kalen Carson can recover when he's beat. It's very much when he's beating people up, he's going to make a play on the ball. But if you get by him early in the route, you're done. And so I feel very similar about Newton to I do about Carson, which means Carson's probably going to come off the board pretty similar range.
And again,
that's where these
very
kind of
close.
Guys go.
But the break for me was Carson above Newton. But yes, in the same neighborhood. Guys like DJ James were higher for me. Guys like Quantrell Stiggers, I like certain characteristics they have, overall athleticism and hands in the case of Stiggers, than really both of those guys. So starting to wonder where those guys are going to come off, and it could be very soon, right? This is going to be where teams' valuations and relationships with scouts and trust in those reports really come into play. That's why they say day 3 of the draft is really the scouts' day. This is where you get to pound the table for your guy. Teams are a little bit more willing to take a chance on guys with holes in their game, guys with injury, guys with maybe questionable off-the-field reports. This is where you're looking for talent and trying to find the edge over those other teams, and that comes from those personal relationships and really how you feel about those guys on tape. Like, again, to them, Newton might have that one skill set that they're like, dude, he's going to fit so well in our defense. And, we're making overall evaluations for the entire league. These guys are making evaluations for their team, their fit, their coaches, and all the knowledge, which is a lot that they've gained about all these prospects, way more than we have. I know that you all think, look, we spend a lot of time doing this. They spend thousands of hours and dollars more than we do. They know more about these guys than we do. So when we get down and we're like, oh, it was close, but I like this guy better, like, that is a less informed, typically, opinion than those of the teams.
They have Eagles, before day 3 every year, they have a passion meeting where they bring in all the scouts and everybody, and they pitch their guys.
It's like stamps, yeah.
Stand on the table, pitch your guys. Do it every year before day 3.
Yeah, they have the Bears have a bear head sticker that they put next to, or it's probably a digital sticker at this point, next to prospects who are just Bears to them in their mind. Like, it's not even fit. It's like everything. You got to be the right personality. You got to be the right size, tenacity. You got to have the right skills. Like, and they only give out a handful, and most teams only do, right? For those guys to get whatever mark that is, whether it's a star for the Cowboys or bear head for the Bears. Like, every team has a way to denote, like, if we get into a certain range, we got to go get this guy. He's a Bear, right? Or he's a Packer, or he's a Colt, or whatever it is. I think every team has some version of that. And this is the point at which the draft, you're looking at a sea of possible players, and you're like, look, we got 2 guys with our stickers here. They're still here. Let's go.
Philadelphia Eagles select Anaya Smith, wide receiver.
Oh, yeah!
I'm just going to pretend he went 32 for EJ.
I didn't think – I love the guy, but I'm realistic, too, that he's got holes in his game. But I love those high strengths. If you're talking about a player that you're taking in the later rounds, certainly on day 3, you're looking for something he does extremely well. Former running back, turned wide receiver, obviously runs like a running back after the ball's in his hands, has extremely good hands. DJ brought up in our episode with him, which is tremendous. If you haven't watched our episode with Daniel Jeremiah, go check it out. One of the best pieces of content we turned out this entire year. When he looked at Anaya Smith, he said, Didn't have great feel in zones, and look, that's where you're going to make your money as a slot receiver. You got to really have that feel for how to get open and where to stay to get those receptions. To me, you're betting on physical traits. The new kickoff rules, 100%.
No, that's what he's for.
Get the
That's
ball
what
in
he's
his
for.
hands. One cut guy, great speed. But he has way better hands than your typical converted running back going to wide receiver. Dropped almost nothing. Got some terrible targets from his quarterbacking over his entire tenure. I think he would have been drafted a little bit higher had he come out last year from Texas A&M. Just kind of his stock was a little bit on a surge. I had him on my list, and he decided to go back. I think he's one of those guys that maybe lost a little bit in doing that. Tremendous athlete. Love the hands. Love the versatility. Love the special teams ability. I think he's going to be Jalen Hurts' new best friend as a 4th or 5th wide receiver, if that's even possible.
So I think he had like 50 carries as a running back earlier in his Texas A&M career, and I went back and I watched those. It was like 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I came away from those 50 carries thinking, damn, that's a running back.
Yep.
And I didn't mean that as like he can't play receiver,
Nope.
but to me I was like, damn, that's a running back.
What does he do best?
And I kind of feel like he might moonlight, if not more than moonlight, as a running back in Philly that can also catch the ball, which is interesting because they also took Shipley. So, again, it's another year of the Eagles having 5 running backs get meaningful snaps for them, and don't draft any of them in fantasy because your heart's going to be broken. But when I watch him, I was like, I think that could be a really, really good like 3rd running back for a team.
Ooh.
DeAndre Prince, corner from Ole Miss, just went to Jags. And yes, we will get to the other picks. They're coming in fast and furious.
Yeah, they're going to speed up at this point, so we'll do our best to keep up. But
Jalen Carlisle, I didn't do the safety from Missouri that
Nope.
went to the Colts. Did you?
Nope.
Okay, so
He's the second guy that I haven't seen.
We'll have to watch him later and give actual informed opinions on it after the draft. But I did not get to him. DeAndre Prince, thoughts on him?
Great ball production. Gets his hand on the ball a lot. I think 11 or 12 PBUs off memory. Is effective in the passing game because he will disrupt. And people are looking for disruptors. We knew the Jags had a need at corner coming into this draft, and they're gonna take a couple. They're gonna hedge their bets, and it's not a bad bet to take. Again, played against high-level competition. You can't say that about this guy in terms of, he came from like Metro State and they didn't play anybody. No, he was at Ole Miss. He was playing against all these wide receivers that we've been talking about for the last couple of days that got drafted. He is like a lot of corners. He has a strong belief in himself. He will let you know if he makes the play for sure. I think most defensive backs coaches, if we're being honest, love that. They don't want quiet wilting flowers at DB. They want loud guys that are going to let you know when they made the play against you. Again, size-wise, really?
I didn't do Brennan Jackson.
Oh, okay. I got a lot of stuff to say about Brennan Jackson.
6'3", 265. He had 8.72 RAS, so solid athlete. 161.
Who picked him?
Rams.
Oh, God. That defensive line is so sick.
161, 10-yard split at 265.
Okay.
The Rams love good first steps.
Brennan Jackson, I watched him as an edge early in the process, and I went, just a guy.
Yeah.
And as I got back about a week and a half ago and started splitting guys, okay, who did I miss that should really be a DE? Who's an edge? Brennan Jackson ended up in my DE rankings. He's just barely big enough, but that's how he plays in terms of alignment. And that's how he plays physically. And as a DE, let me get this right, Brennan Jackson was just under Justin Aboigbe, who went to the Chargers.
Really?
Yes.
Damn.
Guy can influence the passer from that alignment. He's not the biggest. He's not a guy you want to drop into coverage. He's a little bit light for that typical role, which is why I kind of had him on the edge. In my edge rankings, he would have been low because he's not that dynamic. As a DE, literally, he was my 5th DE.
Damn.
And you add him to Kobe Turner and all the other guys that they have. Like, that Rams, I'm telling you right now, chat, like, that Rams defensive line, I know every year we do this, on paper, that those guys are going to be nasty.
Hunters.
Yeah.
Let's see what the Eagles pick.
So here we go. The Indianapolis Colts have traded the 155th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Howie.
With the 155th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jeremiah Trotter Jr., linebacker, Clemson. Let's go!
In the 5th round, this is okay.
Sure.
I was not a huge Jeremiah Trotter guy, but I think that's because a lot of people were seeing him as like a 3rd-round pick. I didn't see him as a 3rd-round pick. I saw him as kind of a 5th-round pick. Not a great athlete, but big, physical. He's the kind of guy where you line him up in the A-gaps and you say, just go mess up that center. And he's going to do it. Like, he had a lot of pressures because they mugged him so much. But that's kind of what he is. I don't see him as a sideline-to-sideline linebacker. I don't see him as somebody who's going to contribute a lot in coverage. But if you want to use him as just this strong, physical linebacker that you are sending into the abyss as many times as possible every single game, just get into the backfield.
Oh, my God.
Mug some people.
I love that description, by the way.
That's what he is. That's what he is. He is a go-forward type of guy.
Yeah, I think he's misunderstood. I think a lot of people thought, again, that he was an all-around linebacker. Uh-oh.
John Franklin Myers traded to the Broncos.
Okay.
For what?
Well, a pick would be my guess.
Are they out on him so soon? Like, they spent a 2nd-round pick on him last year. The fuck happened there? Well, okay.
Back to Trotter Jr.
One quick note.
Okay.
Luke Wattenberg, Sam Mustipher, John Franklin Myers. Sorry, I just had to bring up Sam Mustipher to EJ just to trigger him. I understand why the Broncos did it. How about that?
I understand why the Broncos did it. Back to Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I think he was misunderstood. I think a lot of people thought coming into the process that he was an all-everything linebacker, that he was an all-arounder. He's not. He plays decently. His eyes are really good. His size is not great. But he what he does bring is that ability to go forward. He had 28 total pressures, tops, in this inside linebacker class. 7 hits and 7 sacks out of that 28 pressures. He will bring that element of go get it. I really thought one of his best fits. I like the Eagles fit, but I really thought one of his best fits would have been like Minnesota, because again, you put him in Flores' defense and say go get, and he could have been in like an Ivan Pace Jr. backup. I thought that would have been a really good fit for him. I think this is appropriate value. I think way too many people, just name recognition, Clemson, the whole bit kind of stirred that together and went, oh, he's like a 2nd or 3rd rounder. And on tape, he wasn't. Against the pass, not very good. Run fits, basic run fits, fine. His ability to pressure the quarterback, one of the top, if not the top, linebacker in this class. I would say I'd put him right behind Peyton Wilson for that. That's a valuable skill set.
Oh.
You were thinking about John Michael Schmitz.
I had a completely different player in my head.
Yes, you did. You were conflating two players.
I had a completely different player in my head.
Yeah.
John Franklin Myers, not John Michael Schmitz.
Right. You were thinking JMS, and I was like, why is he talking about centers?
I have been on stream for far too long.
Yeah. When he said John Franklin Myers and he started talking about centers, I was like, well, those are the guys he's going to mess up.
All right.
You're better now.
I'm better now.
Nice.
I'm sure chat was sitting there like, is Brett having a stroke?
Well, chat wasn't the only one, but...
All right, 2 different Johns.
And which one's
in New
drinking?
Okay, still though, I happen to really like John Franklin Myers. 2026, 6th round pick.
Yeah. He's fallen off a little bit, and again, I I know we like him, and he is valuable. We know his role. But, like, where do you draft guys like that? In the 5th or 6th.
Yeah.
Like, that's their value. It's not that they're not valuable players. It's, where do you get the heavy-handed edge that has almost zero pass rush but never gets moved? 5th. Like, that's where you get those guys.
Ooh, Brown selection.
With the 156th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns selects Jamari Thrash.
Okay.
I knew they were going to pick a receiver at some point in this draft.
Adds to the
I was
fun
very
target list.
curious to see how long they were going to wait.
Weird comp. Most of these comps have been good. I don't see that one. They picked Romeo Dubs.
I thought Dubs was better down the field.
I thought Dubs was much more linear, too. Thrash has a lot of twitch to his game. I don't see him as Romeo Dubs, but I do like Thrash. We talked about him a little bit earlier. You asked me where I had him. This is the kind of stuff against Georgia Tech, this highlight they're showing right now. That, to me, is what I saw a lot more on his tape, which are these short completions where he just turns it on, turns it up, breaks a couple of tackles, not just one, not just the first guy, and then ends up getting 17, 18, or 40 yards worth of yak. That kind of was the signature move on his tape that you saw over and over again. Yeah, I don't think Dubs had really any of that. He's make the first guy miss and go and linear down the sideline, but not that.
Dubs' thing was like, if you're throwing up a contested ball, at least when he was coming out of Nevada,
right?
You're throwing up a contested ball deep down the field, he was going to come down with it. Thrash, I don't necessarily see the same contested catchability. Obviously has the deep speed.
I'm just wondering why they picked that comp, whether it's like height, weight, speed, or maybe it's not play style, because play style seems very different.
Yeah.
Usually when they pull up a comp, I'm like, oh, okay, they share some elements. That one, I'm like, they share very few elements.
But I do like the pick.
Oh, solid pick for them. Gives them that ability to create in the short passing game that really they've largely relied on Njoku to do.
Chat, by the way, if we missed any of your super chats, and just know, I'm
We're trying.
sorry if we did. We have a lot of picks to talk about, and obviously a lot of super chats too. And it's almost literally impossible to do both. But if we missed any super chats, please DM me on Twitter what your missed super chat was, and I will be happy to answer there if we happen to missed it. We try to read them while live if we can, but if not, DMs are open. I would love to answer any of your questions.
And thank you for supporting the channel.
And thank you for supporting. Yes.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for interacting. Thank you for being on these streams, watching our content when we put it up. All of that stuff helps. Okay, wait. That seems unfair. I want one.
Beer hole?
No, just a large stein of beer would be lovely right now.
We got some 9-month-old Coronas.
Pacificos.
Oh, Pacificos. Sorry.
Don't let the audio guy... Don't let the video guy touch the audio. Don't let the whiskey guy do the beer.
John Frankenmeyer's, Schmitz, Corona, Pacifico.
And trust me, I've had a few of those Pacificos, and I'll finish them off today. They're lovely. They're just fine.
Hey, lime can rescue old beer.
And California limes. Let's just talk about it. Shout out to California limes and avocados. Limes and avocados in California. Anytime you can get a gas station lime in California, and it's better than anything you can get at the supermarket in Washington.
Oh yeah, and they're gigantic too.
And
they're like 3 cents.
Yeah, they're like 3 for 10 cents, and you're like, okay.
But yes.
And he's got a pretzel. Come on.
Oh fuck, that's what I want.
Come on.
I want a pretzel.
A pretzel seems real reasonable right now.
Is he reading the pick off a pretzel?
I don't care if he's reading the pick off a pretzel.
That's amazing.
Got a pretzel, an electric guitar, and a beer hall. What are we doing here? We are short. We need all those things here.
Okay. Physicals all hell.
Good run for the Cougars here.
Good run for not super athletic corners that play like the rent is due tomorrow. Like
the rent is due every day.
All these 5th round corners, it's
not
great explosiveness, not great deep speed, but they will gnaw your leg off to keep you from catching the ball. So
I've heard Cougars will do that. Captain, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, I'd have to ask Zach Wilson.
Oh, fuck. I knew it was coming.
You knew it was coming. Can't talk about Cougars 3 times in a row. It's like Beetlejuice.
Oh, fuck.
Say his name 3 times in a row, and say Cougar 3 times in a row, you have to say Zach Wilson. It's a rule.
I got tackle on Carson Steele, 225
Dude,
running back.
he will stick his nose in the run fit anywhere. He is a fearless dude.
Oh, that was Chandler Zavala? I didn't even recognize him.
Which?
That made the pick.
Oh, we were busy
I didn't
talking
even
about
recognize
Cougars.
Chandler.
What have they done to our boy?
They sent him to Europe.
Oh. Again,
That's cool, though.
thanks for hanging with us on day 3. We know there are less options now, still more than when we started. Obviously, day 1 and day 2, you rode with us then as well. We have broken every record we've ever had for the live streams. Yeah, without question. We don't even really need to look it up. Day 3, this is pretty much the place to be.
Yeah. I do now kind of want one of those 9-month-old Pacificos, though.
And a pretzel.
And especially the pretzel.
And what was the chicken pesto?
Chicken pesto, mini
Empanada.
calzone,
Whatever.
pizza
Empanada
pockets.
pierogi, like baked thing around chicken pesto.
I mean, I do. Well, it's behind EJ's head. If you want to move your head to the left, I have a very large basil plant back there that is.
Oh, yes.
About ready to be harvested. So
I'm
we
a
can make
little
some pesto.
worried that thing's going to eat us.
Dude, I can't keep up. I harvest it like every 2 weeks at this point. I can't keep up.
You got to give it to your neighbors.
It
Be
grows
friendly.
like crazy.
Just, bag of zucchini.
Like I bought just this little tiny from Whole Foods, like the little tiny
Okay.
basil plant that
Stay
is
with me
now a
for
bush.
the deepest rabbit hole possibly we've ever gone on.
Okay.
I have our next video series.
What?
You harvest basil plant leaves and you put them in a bag and you present them to your neighbors in this building.
Dude, I've seen my neighbors in this building.
Right, that's why this is gold. They'd be like, "You brought me leaves?"
It's an eclectic bunch.
Yes.
Okay.
Go for the rich college students and see if they have any idea what they are or if they know what to do with them.
A lot of USC kids.
Right.
Also, well, I'm not going to point out the building, but
Right.
So Caleb lives around here. Bear Alexander's over there. A couple other USC players, I want to say, didn't. Well, again, I'm not going to point them out,
Ish.
but a lot of athletes around
Right.
here.
So take them a bag of basil leaves and have a video
You just
camera.
go to Caleb's building. Like, you want some basil?
You want some fresh basil leaves? He would love it. He would be. So the variance of reactions here, I'm telling you, gold.
Yeah, no, that's maybe on the Patreon.
Only fans
you
only.
show your feet, and
Yeah.
I'll go give basil to people. How about that? Zach Go for 20 pounds. Evening from the UK, lads. Thanks for all the content over the years. Seems like my Ravens have addressed the biggest positions of need, but given the actual players drafted, would you say those needs have been addressed? For the most part, yes. There was a couple players where I was like, well, not couple. It was like one player, the Tez Walker pick, where I was like, it's kind of early for me. Other than that, needs were addressed, and they got really good values. Again, I'll pull up.
Needs were addressed.
No, they literally were.
Mistakes were made. Needs were addressed.
Maybe one mistake.
Yeah.
But they needed corner. They got two of them, two different types of corners. TJ Tampa and Nate Wiggins. We thought they needed another edge going into it because a high pick that they did a couple of years ago, David Ojabo, has played like 100 snaps in 2 years.
Okay, we need to talk about guys that get injured like right before their first year. Now, David Ojabo, tragedy at his pro day. Blows up his knee.
Yeah.
And every scout in the building just walks around like it's normal. Like nobody even goes up to the guy and goes like, dude, did you just shred your knee? Which he did.
It ruined his career.
Oh, wait. Oh. Okay. No, we have 2 picks to talk about.
Okay, we'll get to them in just a second. I want to finish the Ravens real quick.
Go
Adisa
quick.
Isaac,
Go quick.
the other Penn State edge that we've always loved.
So good.
Great pick for the
So
Ravens.
good.
Roger Rosengarten was their best pick.
Lovely.
That's a phenomenal player. He's going to be with them for a long time. So, yes, the Ravens draft was great. They addressed needs, and for the most part, they took good players.
Okay, Kansas City, you missed. Took Hunter.
Which Hunter?
Norzad.
Oh.
Right. Backing up Creed. the Penn State center.
Okay.
We like him a lot.
Great run blocker.
Excellent spot for him. We're going to talk about Edufan Ulufosio, the pass coverage savant linebacker from UW, who we both had a much higher grade on. Going to the Bills to be in that linebacking core, I could not be more 100% about this. And Brandon Bean, when we do our recap video, like, Bills are shooing. They're crushing it.
They just took my LB3.
They're crushing it. Cole Bishop,
yes.
Edouard Ulufosio.
Yes.
Like, they're crushing it.
Ulufosio has, I mean, shit, they already had linebackers, but like Ulufosio as your third linebacker. A lot of teams, I think, will be very sad that they didn't pull the trigger on him earlier.
Like,
not only is he great in coverage, I mean, he made some plays in coverage that I was like, oh, God.
Literally the best pass coverage linebacker in zone coverage in the country last year.
Yes.
Like, bar none. The best.
But not only that, he's 236 and really throws his weight around in the run game. Like, he can actually stack and shed, which for a sub 240 linebacker, we're not used to seeing that. But he can actually do it. Like, I don't know why. Well, I do know why he went this late. It's because of injury type stuff. But I thought somebody would have taken that dart throw a little bit earlier.
One linebacker in this class had a better NFL passer rating against when he was thrown at. Any guesses?
Maybe. No, I don't actually.
Peyton Wilson.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Peyton Wilson, Ulufosio, number 2.
He's a really good player. He's my LB3. I think if there wasn't the injury stuff, he would have gone a lot earlier.
That's a great pick, and Buffalo's crushing it.
We missed Miami.
Well, we missed a bunch of picks. You can't talk about picks on day 3 and not miss picks.
We missed Miami.
Okay, fine.
Mo Camara.
Congrats, Mo. You're going to be a great Dolphin.
That's good value.
First off, head to the channel once you're done with the stream. Watch our sit down with Mo Camara.
He's so good.
He's great. My favorite Mo Camara moment from that entire interview was we were talking about him being short. We were talking about him having shorter arms. He is fully aware. You want to talk about self-aware players? He's like, I know. He looked right at us. He said, I know I'm not the tallest. I know I don't have the longest arms. And then he looked dead in the eyes and went, end of the day, they have to play me. And we were both like, ooh, shivers. Like, yup, this guy knows it. We talked to all his teammates at Shrine Bowl. Like, hey, is Mo that guy? Like, what's Mo like? We know he's a captain and blah, blah, blah. Every one of them was like, oh, no, Mo's like that. That's Mo. I don't care if you're playing video games, shopping at the grocery store, in class, in meeting rooms. Like, Mo is that guy 100% of the time. Intense, leader, captain. Like, great pick by the Dolphins.
Of course, the one time we go on a tangent about feet and Basil is when one of our guys gets picked. Classic day 3. No, I love Mo. Great technician, great bend, good first step. He's a pro's pro, man.
So good.
This is really, really a good pick.
One of the bendiest edges in this class.
Yes, 100%. You should text Travis.
I'm texting Travis.
Be like,
great minds think alike.
You got a really good pick.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
All right. Did I miss any others? I don't know if we missed any others. Your other Dom Hampton, Washington Commanders.
Okay, I'm sure you're doing this as well. I'm already shaping our post-draft, best classes. Brandon Bean's got to be up there. The Commanders,
they're crushing it.
They're absolutely ripping it off right now. Like, so good.
I was curious to see if he gets drafted as a safety or a linebacker. They listed him as a safety.
He's a safety.
Yeah.
He is a great safety. Dominique Hampton, Washington Husky, one of those guys. And look, if we're talking about DBU, I realize it's other schools, but let's review UW defensive backs from the last, let's just say, 5 years.
Even further back, you got Buddha.
Well, if we're going to include Buddha, it gets a little lopsided.
Technically Marcus Peters.
Technically Marcus Peters. Some guy in Kansas City you like.
Oh, McDuffie.
Some guy in Chicago you really dig. Kyler Gordon.
Oh, that's right. Kyler was UW.
He played with McDuffie.
Yeah, you're right.
Right?
Yeah.
You got Dom Hampton.
It's a little bit of a factory there, huh?
Buddha. You got, who's the one that plays for the Patriots that I always
The
reference?
nickel.
That I love.
Yeah.
Like-
Kevin King.
Okay, fine.
Okay, fine.
Packers pick extraordinaire.
Sidney pre-Achilles.
And
Molden, that's who it was. Elijah Molden.
Elijah Molden, who went to Tennessee. Well, you know, but that,
Byron Murphy, you're right.
Byron Murphy, right? Like, okay. Like, we're talking about a thing at this point. Dom Hampton is not going to necessarily hit the heights of some of those players. He's next. He's going to be in the lineup for sure. Like, he's just that guy.
Chap made a great point about Mo, by the way.
Okay. I love it when Chap makes great points.
They usually do.
Yeah.
They signed Shaq Barrett this offseason.
Yeah.
Now Mo gets to go learn from another
100%.
Colorado State, similarly built, similar skill set edge rusher that he's going to learn a lot of lessons from. He's got to be psyched for that. Plus, Miami's just a cool place to live. So, good for Mo. Good for Mo.
Oh, man.
Christian Jones finally off the board to Arizona.
Okay, I'm like
Monty's killing it.
I'm like Commanders, Arizona, and Buffalo so far are early leaders in the clubhouse for you're doing a hell of a job, man.
Steelers for me.
Steelers for sure. I mean, if you just like they rebuilt their entire offensive line in one draft,
Yeah.
like you're like, yes, they did.
I'm trying to think who else had a really good. Ravens are close.
Bears. I mean, you got to go Bears just on the strength of the top two.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Booker is just sauce at this point.
Can't remember. I think what was the other picks that I really liked? Let me look at the depth charts. This is where we kind of start putting together Packers. Fucking Packers. They've had a great draft.
Well, I mean, in general, fucking Packers, but
Lions.
Puck-
I think have done
Puck the
really well.
Packers? What?
Yeah. Minnesota's class is only 3 names, but I like them a lot.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Indy's. Oh man, Indy's doing really well. So this is
trade.
Indy's class.
Trade. Sorry, go ahead. Class.
Leatu Latu, Adonai Mitchell, Matt Gonzalez, Tanner Bortolini, Anthony Gold, and Jalen Carlisle for Indy.
Okay, I'm not as wild, but I'm not going to put that in my top classes.
No,
although
I'm
I
just
like some
listing
of those
off
players.
good classes.
No.
I like what the Chargers have done as well. Joe Alt, Jr. Colson, Lab McConkey, Cam Hart, Talker Still.
But they're like so down the line. Like if I'm picking like theme classes, like the Chargers have held their line more than probably any team in the NFL. Like, guess what we're doing? We told you what we're doing. We're doing what we're doing. We're still going to do what we're doing. Mm-hmm. Oh, guess what? We're going to do more of what we're doing. Like, they are so single-minded about this.
The Chargers' goal
to get bigger, tougher,
walk
nastier.
into a dark alley.
That's right.
Get into a fight.
Yep.
And win.
Yep. 100%. Don't disagree.
All right. Pick is in for the Packers.
Trade. Packers trade.
Trade it up.
Yeah.
Which means I'm probably going to hate it, which means it's a good pick.
By the way, exceptional stuff.
What'd you pour?
Red breast tawny pork.
Oh.
I've had it before, but
There you
it's
go.
so good. If I'm going to celebrate Booker in style, as a value, like 70 picks later.
Celebrating Mo going finally as well.
Sure. And going to a great
And
destination.
going to a great destination.
Yeah. What we want more than anything for all these guys is for them to hit the exact perfect spot of coaching, scheme, availability, the chance to play. Like, we want every one of these guys to be maximized. We realize that's not going to happen. We're realists. But, like, when people say, oh, you're too positive, you're not cutting these guys down. These guys are achieving their dream. They've been working for it for years. We want to see it work. We realize that a very small percentage of them are actually going to realize that. Doesn't keep us from rooting for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the side of history we want to be on. Ooh, fascinating.
Jacob Monk.
What? Like, all right, somebody knows him.
Didn't do him.
Oh, not only didn't do him, first player I haven't heard of. Like, first player that wasn't on any list that I looked at. Like, it's early for that.
I wonder if this is they were watching Barton and then we're like, who's that guy?
Well, speaking of our USC center who blew up his knee in the last game of his career.
Brett Nealon.
Rehabbed for an entire year and is going to get probably picked as a UDFA in Chicago. Shout out to Brett.
I like how you're just willing that.
Oh, I'm wish casting 100% at this point.
Oh, Danny Oy, $50. Thank you very much, Danny.
Late
for
on day
supporting us.
3? Thank you.
You just paid for EJ's whiskey. Thank you very much.
Which is Brett's whiskey, so, it all goes around.
He didn't attach a question to it, but if you do have one, again, of course, throw it in chat. We'd love to answer it. But thank you very much for the support.
Hell, we'll give you a random answer for $50. What's the favorite thing you've eaten since I've been here?
Ooh.
That's a good question. There's some strong candidates there. Might be tonight's dinner, as a matter of fact.
I was gonna say we're getting Indian tonight.
Yeah. Me, it's got to be that California chicken salad, pasta, and rice.
Oh yeah, you love that thing.
That thing was amazing.
Every time you come down here, you get it.
Yeah. No, it's amazing. Right around the corner. Fresh dark meat chicken. Mix it up with like ranch and spicy Thai sauce and like.
Speaking of,
it's the best thing ever.
what are you feeling for lunch?
I still have half my salad left. I'm all good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me text my wife about what she's feeling for lunch.
Well, that would be far more important.
Because I don't have leftover salad
No.
to eat.
No. I did house those potatoes last night at about 9:45 though. When I realized I hadn't eaten since like 2 or 1 or whenever we ate lunch. I was like, I'm not going to be able to sleep.
What is it? I'm in DTLA. California Chicken Cafe.
Yeah, whatever. It's right
Yeah.
on the corner from your house. Easy to get to.
Not technically around the corner. It's down there.
I mean, it's close-ish.
Yeah. Within the general vicinity.
Yeah, no, it's quick to get to. Let's call it quick to get to.
Miss Super Chat, happy day 3. Been a fan since the JT Barrett video. God, that was a while ago. Did y'all compile bootleg power scores pre-draft this year?
We did.
And how'd they impact your draft prep?
We did. Great memory, first of all. Bootleg power score, a stat that I came up with for last year's off-season preview series. We realized that, man, we really wish we had these before the draft because it could help us break ties. We did do it. I actually have them up on my laptop. If you have a question about how your team ranked in one of the 6 categories, now, again, just to refresh your memory, run offense rank, pass offense rank, run defense rank, pass defense rank, points scored or points allowed. And basically we put a score on those based on where they landed in the league. So it's not a percentage of the overall number. It is literally their rank within the NFL, where your team ranked for any of those 6 statistics. So if you have a question, I actually calculated these a couple of months ago. And yes, I did use them as I was setting up my board to say, hey, my needs board, not necessarily my draft board of players available, to say, what should this team really focus on? And there are a few, I should say, teams that you're looking through and you're like, oh, that.
It's sticking out like a sore thumb.
They need that. Like, they were 29th in that. Like, that's what they should prioritize.
We have a little under 100 picks still to go, even though we're late in round 5, still about 100 picks to go.
Interesting.
Jalen Simpson to the Colts.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, 7.4 RAS. Color me shocked, EJ.
I would expect it to be higher, quite frankly, especially
It's
it feels
size.
Like,
It's because he's 5'11", 180.
no, but it feels like later in the draft the Colts go higher in RAS, not lower.
But he's 4'4", 39.5-inch vert, 156, 10-yard split, 11-1 in the broad. So, like, all the explosiveness and speed numbers are there, obviously. He's just not big.
No,
But,
to me, like, first off, shout out to Auburn defensive backs. You get 3 guys in this class going as drafted players: DJ, Nehemiah, Jalen Simpson. Didn't jump off the screen as I was watching his tape, but end of round 5, like,
Yeah.
sure, experienced SEC safety, has some explosion, definitely has faced tons of good both running attacks and passing attacks. Like, I'm not sad about it.
Least physical of the Auburn DBs.
Yeah.
I will let you fill in the blanks on that one. Free safety. Not box safety.
No.
Free safety. Free safety.
No,
Free
I'm going to
safety.
look it up just for fun because I have a second.
Not on special teams.
Yeah, no, I'm going to switch this to safety. I'm going to grab alignment data for good old Jalen Simpson.
Louis Greenstein for $10. Are my eyes deceiving me, or are the Patriots actually supporting their rookie quarterback throughout the draft? For perspective, Bill took kicker Chad Ryland over Puka Nacua last
Hey, we're
year.
not going to talk about specialists high up in the draft. We're not going to do that. That's not cool, man. Not cool.
No, the Patriots are actually supporting Drake May. It's a sight to behold. Obviously, they took him in the first round. They also took Jalen Polk and Javon Baker to round out the receiving core, which we love both those picks. They took Caden Wallace as a potential tackle for them. They took Layden Robinson, who I didn't get to look at, to be right guard for them. So it's like literally 5 picks, all offense. All offense. So they have a goal, an organizational goal, and that's to not score 13 points a game.
Oh, my goodness.
So we are on pick 166 now. Rasheen Ali, running back from Marshall,
Yeah.
just went to the Ravens. I did not get to him either.
I did. This is a Senior Bowl guy. He's in my unranked. I thought, based on pedigree and some early kind of highlights, I was like, I'm going to love Rasheen Ali. He was one of those guys that when I went in, I was like, I like Rasheen Ali. I think he's a good player. And then I kept watching running backs. And I was like,
And he just
this
slowly
guy's a
slid
little
down.
better.
Yeah,
This guy's a little better. And I just kept slotting guys in. And all of a sudden I was like, oh, Rasheen Ali is now an unranked running back for me. And I rank like 20 every year because I love running backs. He's a guy, runs the football. I realize that sounds like a backhanded compliment. It's not.
This one's not hitting like the Keaton Mitchell pick last year.
No. Again, Keaton Mitchell had big weaknesses, but massive strengths. Like his breakaway percentage, his explosive play percentage was just like staggering, eye-opening. Like, look, you're only going to get this out of him, but you're going to get this out of him. Rasheen Ali doesn't have any of those super high highs for me. He doesn't have super low lows either. Like, this is a guy that when you give him extended opportunity, if that happens in the league, it's going to be one of those guys you're going to be like, oh, wow.
Oh, that's right. Keaton Mitchell was UDFA. Who am I thinking of that they picked a running back?
Who?
Ravens. It was a recent Ravens running back.
Oh, no. Yeah, Mitchell was a UDFA because of that, because it was boom or bust, and nobody was willing to bet on the boom until after the draft picks were done.
Am I thinking of Justice Hill? Maybe that's what I was thinking of.
Oh, Justice Hill, Oklahoma State?
Well, I was a big Justice Hill guy when
I
he was
like
coming out
Justice
because he was
Hill.
explosive as shit, and then just
Yeah.
ended up not really.
He was explosive as shit until you stand him up next to Keaton Mitchell in practice, and then you're like, Wow.
It's like the look back
Justice,
meme.
Justice Hill is well rounded.
Yeah. Tyler Beatty. That's what it was.
Well, Tyler Beatty, outside zone specialist from Missouri. We were having this conversation about Corey Schrader,
Yeah.
the running back this year.
I liked Beatty when he was coming out, man.
Right, but Beatty and Schrader are the same guy. It's
Yeah.
just the next one. Missouri picks the same guy every year. It's kind of like
We will run outside zone. That is what we do here.
when you were looking at Garendo and you were like, he's going to end up in San Francisco. It's kind of like looking at Tyler Beatty and Schrader and going, he's just the next one.
Yeah. That's great.
Yeah.
Steven, for $30. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate you. Joe Douglas has traded every pick so far, either up or down, except for 134, and still got Braylon Allen and Malachi Corley and Olu Fashanu so far. Where does that offense rank in terms of tough to tackle? Well, give Olu the ball a couple times, and we'll see.
Oh, no.
Speaking of tough to tackle,
Oh, my
I'll get to Tyrone Tracy in just a second.
goodness.
Where does the Jets' offense rank in terms of tough to tackle? Mike Williams, well, he's not. You're not giving the ball after the catch to Mike Williams anyway. Garrett Wilson, extremely tough to tackle. Malachi Corley, extremely tough to tackle. Xavier Gibson, if you can catch him, you can tackle him, but good luck. Alan Lazard, he's a sentient glacier, so I won't count him. And then at running back, Breece Hall, unbelievably tough to tackle. Braylon Allen, people bounce off of him. Tyler Conklin, super tough. Jeremy Rucker, at least when he was coming out, I liked him as a yak threat when he was coming out of Ohio State. Kenny Yeboah, of course, EJ's favorite human being on planet Earth. Aaron Rodgers, 40-year-old man, probably not super tough to tackle, but, back in his prime when he was still spry.
He can threaten you.
Get out of it. Like, this is actually a really, really fun Jets offense, assuming everybody stays healthy, which, considering some of the names I listed off, we'll see. But I genuinely I like that Jets offense.
Oh, my God. All right, we got to talk about Tyrone Tracy. But before we do that, Jalen Simpson, Auburn safety, finally found his alignment data. Box, 150 snaps. Free safety, 299 snaps. Slot, 195, which is actually higher than I thought. Still leans towards free safety. I'm surprised, actually, that they put him in the snap or put him in the slot that often. That seems high to me, given his physical characteristics. But
yeah,
let's talk about Tyrone Tracy because, holy cow, one of my favorite running backs in this draft.
0.42, I believe, was the number for missed tackles forced per attempt, which was the highest in this class and one of the highest in the last 5 years in terms of missed tackles forced per attempt. It was either 0.42, might have been 0.41. That is an unbelievable number, especially for somebody who is a recent reconvert to running back. He played running back in high school, and then he played receiver for 4 years, and then he moved, might have been 5 years, and then moved back to running back again for his last year at Purdue. He is, I don't know if I've ever used these words before, a raw running back. Like, you don't normally see a raw running back that just runs almost completely out of control, and you can tell he's kind of more operating off pure instinct than like reading things. And I would say efficiency of movement is not entirely there yet, but he's so physically gifted that he still breaks tackles like crazy, has great speed. He reminds me of like a young Cordero Patterson when they were first converting him, right?
So a bit more of a stand-up running back, Tyrone Tracy, 5'11", 209. Number that stands out and broadly so. Like, this was one of the more shocking numbers in the entire draft prep for me. Yards after contact per attempt.
Yeah.
Highest in this draft, Tyrone Tracy, 4.44. Half a first down after contact on average. With all the backs in this draft, you could have knocked me over the feather if you told me Tyrone Tracy was the highest yards on average after contact per attempt.
You know what this pick might really be for? Because they do have Devin Singletary in the backfield. beyond just being.
Is this where I get off my Singletary joke? Devin
go.
Singletary is not keeping me from drafting Tyrone Tracy.
But Tyrone as a running back, I'm not
Oh,
sure
look
if
at
he's.
Gus.
If I'm not sure if Tyrone's going to be a starting running back as a rookie because again, he needs development. I would say he's not an efficient mover, but he's an explosive mover. I
Yep.
think he needs to learn running back footwork,
Yep.
just running back fundamentals. He's kind of a raw running back. Devin Singletary is like a master of like efficiency and movement, right? So he still needs time to learn that, which is why I think he's going to be an RB2 for them as a rookie. But the reason why they took him, how many guys in this class do you think are better suited for the new kickoff rule as a returner than Tyrone Tracy?
Very
Maybe
few.
like 3?
Yeah, like 3 to 5. Like
Maybe?
it's not even. He's in the top group. He was elite. Like that word gets overused, but in terms of elite threats for the new kickoff rules, like Tyrone Tracy is right up there. Plus, he's also a really good running back. The crazy thing is, converted wide receiver, he didn't have that many receptions. They didn't even use him that way.
The next time Jalen Simpson makes a tackle will be the first, coming from an Auburn fan.
Oh, man. The two things I love about the draft more than anything else, and I was sharing this with Brett this morning, are team beat writers with their candid assessments of draft picks that don't get shared in press conferences or really anywhere else. When you get those, pure gold. And then college fans slagging their stars who have been picked in the NFL that they hated for one transgression or another in the college football season. Those two things are just pure mana.
Who was it that Texas fans hate? I think it was Whittington.
But yeah, UT guys.
I don't even know why, but Texas fans don't like Whittington.
UT guys are not about Jordan Whittington. And maybe it's because they were worthy guys or, they were 80 Mitchell guys. Oh, there you go. Your dude.
I feel like Leo.
Yeah.
Javon Solomon
You don't have a beer, though.
is a Buffalo Bill.
Javon Solomon is a Buffalo Bill, and Brandon Beane is pretty much cementing his spot in the top 3.
I really love Javon Solomon. This is about where I thought he would go because of his size profile. I'll pull it up right now because he's not a super big guy. I think he topped out at 6 feet. Yeah, he's 6'007", 246. Not super big, but nearly 34-inch arms. So he's a shorter guy with a natural leverage advantage, plus having borderline offensive tackle length. Brilliant first step with a 37-inch vert, 165, 10-yard split, and he is bendy. This is one of the ones where I think the 3-cone doesn't really tell the full story. There are some where you can look at the 3-cone and be like, yeah, that checks out. They're not very bendy. They're super stiff. Javon Solomon has bend. He just happened to also have a really bad 3-cone at 7.27. He's one of the guys that I think kind of might beat that stereotype of or not stereotype, what's the word? Threshold. Shorter guy, long arms, great first step, bendy, pure speed off the edge. He's a different kind of guy than the Bills typically go for.
I would agree.
As an edge rusher. But I love that switch up. I love that addition of an extra flavor for them because he's very different than what they normally have.
This feels like Eric Washington is gone. He's the DC of the Bears now. Hey, Eric never liked these guys. We're going to bring a few of these in and see what they give us. But I'm just going to go top to bottom in their draft because it's disgusting. Keon Coleman, Cole Bishop, Cedric Van Pram, Dwayne Carter, Ray Davis, Javon Solomon, Edwan Fulcio.
That's a top 3 draft in this league so far.
Brandon Beane is waiting on the podium to be knocked off, and I'm not sure anybody's going to do it at this point because we're already late in the 5th round.
Yeah, he's crushed it. I think Bills fans had some reservations early on.
Sure.
Trading with KC, giving them Xavier
Cole
Worthy.
Bishop, Cole Bishop set the path for this. I was like, you're dialed.
Yeah. No, I really love what Buffalo's done. And it's so interesting how narratives about a team can change in one weekend, but we just had Mina on, and we were talking about how the Bills were kind of in a reload, not a rebuild, but a reload, because a lot of veteran talent had to get ushered out the door, primarily because of financial stuff. Like, hey man, when that quarterback cap hits, it really hits, right? So they had some older players. 5 out of their 8 team captains no longer on the roster. They had some older, expensive players that they had to move on from, and I wouldn't say that the roster was entirely depleted, but it took a lot of hits over the last few months. And I felt like they were in a little bit of a reload situation where it's okay. We're not destitute. We're still probably going to be playoff contenders, but we gotta regroup here. We got to infuse the roster with some young, cheap talent because we have an expensive quarterback. They've done that. Reload successful. They've gotten some really good players, especially at some positions of need. They've gotten some excellent depth. They're all cheap because they're going to be on rookie deals. This was the exact kind of draft the Bills needed to get back into a championship window. I'm not saying they're in a championship window again because they lost a lot of guys. Again, 5 out of their 8 team captains. But they're going to be in the mix. At minimum, to be there in January. I think reload successful. 2024, I think, is going to be a good season for them. But 2025, built off the back of this draft class, is where I think they get back up into that upper echelon of they can win it all. Which, for a team to be in the prime of that window 2 seasons ago, where it's like, they are the best roster in the league. They have an elite quarterback. They can do it. And then, of course, they fell short. For them to get back into that upper echelon within 4 years, completely remaking the roster off the back of what I think this draft class is going to be, that's a really impressive job by Brandon Beane.
Tremendous. And he's just book it right now, Buffalo fans. He's going to be mentioned in our best drafts episode. Bub Means from Pittsburgh, goes to New Orleans, gets to play with Derek Carr and Spencer Rattler down there. One of the more explosive wide receivers in this class that was underrated, wasn't talked about a lot. I think we talk about a lot of players in this draft that are at their ceiling or whatever else. Feels like Bub Means has some ceiling to get to. And look, in round 5, this is a great pick, in my opinion. Played against great corners, showed explosive ability, has physical ability to fill in some slots. They have good receivers in New Orleans, but again, you're going to give me a Bub Means in the 5th as a possible, future option. Go for it. I love that pick.
Packers took a player that I didn't get to. Maybe you did because he's up in your neck of the woods. Oladapo, the safety out of Oregon State.
Oh, my God. I fucking hate you, Green Bay.
I didn't get to him, so
no,
I'll
it's
let
always
you vent.
safeties, right? It's always safeties. It wasn't Jaden Hicks. We survived Jaden Hicks. They get literally the next guy on my list. If it wasn't Dom Hampton, it was going to be Keaton Oladapo because Evan Williams was already off the board. Strangely enough, I sat next to Keaton Oladapo's mom at the pro day.
Oh, really?
Yup. Looking.
So you saw Fuaga's dad and Oladapo's mom.
I walked with Fuaga's mom or Fuaga's dad from place to place, and when I was sitting in the bleachers, Keaton's mom was there. Obviously, you can tell when somebody's kid is performing on the field. They're taking all the videos. They're cheering him on. Keaton was a guy that I got to late in the process. Well, not super late in the process. Right before the pro day, I watched him before I headed in. I watched tape that night in between the Oregon pro day and the OSU pro day. They were one day apart for those of you keeping track at home. Better size, good size, and effective as a two-way safety. A lot of guys with size, you think, oh, they're effective as a box safety or they're effective against the pass, but not both. Highly underrated player in this draft. And again, the kind of players that Green Bay typically pips that I'm like, he was on my, he was high up on my safety ratings. Of course, he's going to get picked and go to Green Bay.
Whoa!
There you go.
Jordan Travis.
Let's go. Love Jordan Travis. They need somebody. I would have been.
They desperately need somebody for the future. Right now, they have Aaron, and
Sure.
then their backup is Tyrod Taylor.
Right.
So it's like they need somebody who's
Yeah,
young.
Tyrod Taylor, he seems to be the guy every year that goes to the place they need an effective backup, and that's not going to last forever. He's been in the league how many years?
Yeah.
Like, he's got a couple more years of clipboard holding left, and then you need a guy. And come on, you're at 171. I had Travis rated in the 130s. I don't really think the foot injury kept him down. This is a guy that led an explosive offense. He makes good decisions. Short to mid-range. Really liked his arm ability, anticipation. Deep down the field, I wasn't as wild about it. But I think he's smart. I think he makes good decisions about when to throw and when to leave the pocket. Not the most physically imposing guy, but has plenty of athletic ability. He's not an athletically limited guy. I really like Jordan Travis. I liked him better than Spencer Rattler, who went a few picks earlier to New Orleans. This is a great pick.
Love his feet. Love his pocket presence in particular. That dude will hang around in a muddy pocket.
100%.
And he thrives there. He loves it there. He's somebody who
he lives in that darkness.
He does.
Yeah.
He was molded by it, right? This is a guy who, he'll take 3-step drops from the gun most of the time, but he'll kind of hang at 7 yards and just let the tackles fold around him. A lot of young quarterbacks get nervous when tackles and the edge rushers they're blocking kind of get out of their peripheral vision and they get a little antsy. Jordan will just hang in there. So I love that pick for the Jets. Get a young developmental quarterback with a lot of upside. He's coming off injury. He's just good to have in the room, too. He's a good kid.
He's so solid.
Yeah.
Says the right thing. If you want a guy heading your organization, and I realize he does not have to do that for the Jets right away, but if you want that guy to move in, he's ready right now to go do the press conference, to go do the interview, to go do the charity opening, all the things that quarterbacks have to do. Like, Jordan is going to represent your franchise really well. He's going to talk up his teammates the way he should. He is, and I don't mean it in a sort of sicky sweet packaged sort of corporate sort of way. He is just like down the line, doing the right things, understands leadership. But that wasn't the thing that drew me to his game. Again, I start with film, and the film was good. I thought, this is an athletic quarterback, played in a competitive conference, almost went to the national championship. If he hadn't have been hurt, there's a solid argument that he would have been in that mix. To get that guy in the 170s?
So we missed another pick.
We missed a lot of picks.
You might have.
But that's the way it goes.
No, actually, we've only missed one.
Really?
I swear.
Could have missed the Keaton pick. That would have been fine.
Let you find that one out tomorrow morning. Just
yeah, wait! When did that happen?
Keelan Robinson, the other Texas running back from the last couple of years.
Yeah.
He just went a few picks ago to the Jacksonville Jaguars, all 5'8", 190, one of them. He's a pure change of pace back, but he is fast.
I'm a little surprised by that, actually. It's early for me. Like, I knew he was in this draft.
I don't have him in my top 20 running backs.
No.
But he is fast.
I do not either. He brings the speed element for sure. With the sum total of his tape, I would have waited, and I think they would have been okay.
They probably could have got him later, in my opinion.
Yes, I think that's what I'm saying. Don't dislike the player.
But he is fast.
Say it again. Say it again for the people at home. He is fast. No, like speed kills.
It's so Trent Baalke, too, of like running back 4.4? Okay.
Sweet.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of second running backs in this class. Georgia has 2.
Yeah.
Michigan has 2. Texas has 2. Like, there's a bunch of second running backs in this class. They're not as impactful as I think as the second running backs in the previous class. Guys like Roshan. But they're there. Again, round 5. Again, end of round 5. Like, still a little early for me. Would have waited a little bit, but you never know.
Make sure we're all caught up. Trevor Keegan, the guard from Michigan. The
Yep.
other Michigan offensive lineman. They might have 6.
Yeah,
go.
for sure.
He out of all the Michigan linemen.
Okay,
he was my 6th.
what's going on with Malik?
There had to have been a medical thing, right?
Do we hate Malik Neighbors as a person? Like, this is so wrong. We're at 173. He should have been off the board at 120. Like, just on tape alone, he should have been off the board at 120. What are we doing at 173?
I'm going to check in on Malik.
Yeah, what are we doing at 173 with Malik Washington on the board? Like, not to mention Taj Washington. He hasn't gone yet either, but, like, Taj I had rated lower. Malik, come on. Like, at this point, come on.
There has to be something we didn't know about.
And
I'm talking more medical than...
I would fully agree.
Because it's definitely not character. Because Malik Washington, like, I would...
Squeaky clean, as far as I know.
Yeah, he's great.
So, and don't tell me it's 5'9", chat. Do not chime in and say it's because he's 5'9".
Washington, not Neighbors.
What?
I think you said Neighbors.
Oh, did I say Neighbors?
Maybe said Neighbors.
Might have. No. The 2 Washingtons, Taj and Malik.
Yes. There's Washington I think that's the plural of Washington, right? Washington?
Washingtons. The Washingtons. Yeah. No.
I'll try to.
What are we doing at 173? Like, that's 50 picks too late.
Also, Jaheim Bell still hasn't gone.
Now, see, I knew he wouldn't go because he is an acquired taste. I love the taste.
He's my taste.
I love the taste, but it's right around here. I had him in the 174s, 175, so we're like literally a pick away. But Malik, like, just fits in so many more openings.
How many running backs do the Jets need?
Well, they're going to keep taking them. All right, Mace is celebrating.
R.I.P. my Israel Abanikanda takes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, those are done.
Well for me.
Those are done. No, Isaiah Davis, the running back from South Dakota State. This is the running back that ran behind Mason McCormick, Garrett Greenfield, and Zach Hines.
The Yankee twins.
Their center. They had a great rushing attack. They all credited Isaiah with being a tremendously good back with vision who would, quote-unquote, make them right more often than not, even though they're all tremendously skilled offensive linemen. Isaiah Davis is a particular flavor, and he is, I would say, the South Dakota State particular flavor.
Yep.
He reminds me of Pierre Strong. He is not as explosive, but in terms of running style, it is go, 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 found the alley, that's mine.
He had more missed tackles force than any other running back at the FBS or FCS level this year.
Yeah.
More.
No, he's a great runner. He is of a particular style, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is
this
beat
is
the
it.
hell
If
out
you don't
of
like it,
yeah,
that's the one.
It's like, if you don't get off my legs, I will turn this car around. Like, that's his running style. I don't know if he has kids, but he runs like he's a dad. Like, he
runs with dad's strength.
He runs with dad's strength, and he turns everybody into his son.
Oh, that's classic. Love it.
All right, we're showing Tyler Guyton highlights, I think, right? Yep. Making sure that wasn't the other Oklahoma tackle they're showing on screen. EJ made a mistake after being live for 4 hours. Get him. NFL analysts on teams drafting high upside athletic dudes. Ballard. Oh, you're so sweet. Bulky. Hello, human resources. Oh, that's good. Christian Dove, $2. So, chat, if you could give me a clarification on pronunciation. What I think it is Jave Gadlin. Is that correct? Is it Jave Gadlin? I could be completely wrong on that, but I was wondering. I saw that name and Yeah, I might need help with that one. Are you guys catching up on Super Chats? We're going to try to. We definitely won't be able to get to all of them because we can't scroll back that far, but we'll try to get to as many as we can. Aaron, $5. Did Christian Mahogany kill a man? No. To my understanding, Christian Mahogany is a fine human being. Great human being. From what I understand, I think there was a medical thing. I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty sure there. From what I had heard, there was a medical thing. But no, as a character, great dude. Love Christian Mahogany. Mr. TBH for $2. Well, what is with you guys on loving feet this year? Depends on the position group. Army Strong for $9.99. Thank you, Army. Bandwagon fans may hate Jordan Whittington. I hate Quinn for not killing Jordan's production because it felt like he refused to look his way on third down. Well, if I'm Quinn Ewers and I got A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, and J.T. Sanders to throw to, or Jonathan Brooks to throw to, by default, Jordan Whittington's my fifth option. Yeah. So, production-wise, I understand why maybe he wasn't super productive for Texas because they had a bunch of other dudes that were really, 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 really good. Also, I don't know if Whittington had any more eligibility left, but perhaps staying for another year, if he could have, would have been prudent.
I think he was fifth year.
Was he a fifth year?
I think so.
And he didn't have a 6?
Or 7.
Or 7? I don't know. There's a guy at Florida State who's got like 9. Like literally 9 years.
Trying to break Bo Nix's record.
Van Wilder if he played football.
Deep cut.
Oh, it's Xavier for Gadlin. Xavier Gadlin. That's what I was wondering. Thank you, chat.
You got me.
Malik Washington at 177 in Minnesota is going to feel so nice. Not for EJ.
No, I'll be upset.
The NFL Draft Tracker has DJ James listed at 5'12". Pretty sure that's just 6 feet, guys.
I love it.
Whittington looks like end career Larry Fitzgerald. Oh, Jesus.
He's not wrong.
Oh, that's funny. So, still waiting for the Cowboys pick to come in on the tracker. Who are the Cowboys taking so far? Let me look. Can't remember their draft at all. I remember there's offensive linemen. So you had Tyler Guyton at left tackle, Cooper Beebe. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I like that. Oh, Marshawn Nealon. That's right. And then Linebacker, linebacker. Damn. Just the top 3 picks alone. That's a pretty good haul for Dallas. Looks like Kalen Carson is a Dallas Cowboy. Again, not a super physically gifted corner, to be diplomatic about it. Not fast, not explosive, but physical as all hell. Very competitive at the catch point. He kind of has to be because I wouldn't consider him other than when he's in press coverage. If he's playing anything other than press, I think he struggles to stick to receivers. But he's good at the catch point because he kind of has to be. Not a whole lot of recovery speed, but again, for a late 5th round corner, what you're looking for is competitiveness, toughness, willingness to play the ball. Like he's definitely not a toolsy high upside guy, but he is somebody who you can put on the field and know that he's going to compete his ass off. Probably play special teams too. So again, it's late 5th round corner. What are we hoping for here? Luke for $2. ESPN also has Drake Stoops listed at 12.6. 12'6", 190. The skinniest human you've ever seen in your life.
Shout out to the data guys.
12'6", 190 is like if they turn to the side, they become invisible. It's like if Wemby played receiver.
Oh, that's good.
I'm going to take a sip of water because I have not been drinking enough water this whole day. Ooh. Is that Jalen Ford pick real, chat? Or are you just manifesting Jalen Ford to the Saints?
Oh, man. If that's true, I love it.
That would be 2 linebackers for them, I think, right?
No.
Yeah, no, it would be. Pour that. EJ's taking his quick lunch break right now, but he's coming back with a beer.
He's absolutely.
Housing the half salad he had left from yesterday.
We had a super chat come in that I think is all about you.
Oh, well, thank you. I mean, I think.
Where was it? What do you think about Keegan with Stoutland?
Oh, Jeff Stoutland? I love it.
Yeah.
He's like, he wouldn't have gotten picked if Stoutland didn't love him.
Yeah.
Like, Stoutland has enough cachet at this point that he can write his own tickets.
I mean, he's the one who insisted on Jason Kelsey, so.
No, but if he doesn't like you, you're not getting picked.
Yeah.
There are some offensive line coaches where their input is not that highly valued yet. Stoutland, you need his stamp of approval. Like, the Eagles are not picking any offensive lineman that Stoutland doesn't sign off. That's just facts. So again, it's almost like the pre-admission, right? You need to be this tall to ride this ride. Like, if you're in the Eagles draft class, Stoutland likes you.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
NFC North about to be competitive. Best draft 1, 2, 3, 4. So
Ooh.
My top 2.
Tough.
I'm choosing between Green Bay and Detroit.
Foolishness.
So Detroit's got Rakestraw, Terrion Arnold, Sione Baki, and then Manu. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe Chicago and Green Bay as well.
Yeah, that's where you should be going.
But I do genuinely like Detroit's draft. It's just
I'm
I thought
not
they
saying
had
you
a
don't-
higher volume of picks.
Yeah, it's not that you don't like their draft. It's that in terms of turning the fortunes of one team more soundly, like, you can't say that Chicago hasn't.
I just thought there was a couple. I didn't realize they only had 4 picks. I thought they had like 6. So I'll go in order: Green Bay, then Chicago, then Detroit, then Minnesota. But I like all of them. So it's not even like any of them are having a bad day. How you feeling? Fed?
Better.
Refueled?
I don't know about that, but not completely empty because I had like egg bites at like 6 a.m. And I was like, it's not 6 a.m. anymore. Strangely.
Bo Nix is like a freaky little goblin man who casts spells to win games. So as a Broncos fan, I'm happy.
I'm not sure what I feel about that comment. Don't know that
get
it's
it.
true, but it's funny.
I get it.
Jalen Ford from Texas going to New Orleans. One of the linebackers I was most interested in today. I think one of the best all-around linebackers who was left and has a knack for showing up in the right spot through his ability, through his anticipation and everything else, to get weird tips and, picks for interceptions. It's
He's got some of the best. So, how do I best explain this?
it's hard.
Spot drop zone
Right.
is not just spot drop zone.
No, never is.
At least it shouldn't just be
No.
spot drop zone, right? The reason why I wasn't super big on Trevin Wallace is when he would drop to a spot, he would be like, this is my 5-yard patch of grass. You're not coming into my 5-yard patch. Like, zero awareness of the routes that were around him.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to really get into throwing lanes or, influence quarterbacks or even just help out his receivers by reading concepts and getting into the right spot to make plays on the ball. It's like, this is my spot. It's like, no, dude, you play a zone. You don't play a spot,
Yeah.
right? Whereas Jalen Ford will play a zone. He will, he's not just going to drop into grass and guard grass. He's going to guard space. So he's very good at, reading formations, reading route combinations, understanding that when somebody's breaking out, that means somebody else is breaking in. They're not just going to run to the same area. He has an understanding that, the middle of the field is the most important area to protect, and so he's not just going to sit there in the hook. He's actually going to float and get into throwing lanes and understand the timing of routes that might attack that area of the field, so he knows exactly how to get into those throwing lanes. He had a couple really, really nice interceptions doing exactly that. Just when we talk about spot drop zone coverage, he actually gets how to do it. Some linebackers don't.
And one of the linebackers that, again, is good going forwards or going backwards. We talked about Cedric Gray when he got picked and how much we liked him and that sort of wide range of ability. Jalen Ford, really good size, 6'2", 240. Has the second most coverage snaps behind Cedric Gray, 359. Has the second most interceptions in this class, 2 behind Peyton Wilson's 3. Also has the second most quarterback hits in this class in terms of pressures from a linebacker. So, again, has impact going forward, has impact going backward, has good enough size to fit the run. Really think Jalen Ford was underrated in this draft, and it's a great value grab by the Saints late in the 5th.
Swallowed water wrong.
Oh, don't breathe it. Don't breathe it.
Yeah, I like Jalen Ford a lot.
No, I was waiting. He was one of the guys I kind of had a star on today. I was like, where is he going to go? Goes, I would say, a round earlier than I thought, but great grab by New Orleans.
I think we're all caught up. Jets pick is in, and that'll wrap up the 5th round.
Have not won a playoff game since 2010. All the hate.
They always gotta.
They gotta.
They just have the most soul-crushing graphics.
Negative waves. Like, this is why you hate being a fan. We'll remind you.
So this will be pick 1.
Bottom 3 in receptions, reception yards, and receiving TDs by wide receivers in 2023. Just in case you forgot, Jets fans. Like, let's make you relive the tragedy. Oh, boy.
So there's, in total, 257 in terms of total number of picks.
Correct.
In this class. We're through 176, which means we got, 70 more picks?
Mm-hmm.
So 35 picks per round in the 6th and 7th. Okay. That seems less than normal.
Well, ballpark, because there's compensatory as well.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, there is
Yeah.
257 total.
Yep.
I feel like in previous years' drafts, we've had some that the 260s, right? And what was Brock Purdy?
No, it's typically around 256. I mean, compensatory picks change the number, but.
So Brock was 262. Okay, I thought it felt a little light this year.
Yep.
All right.
Boy, any quarterback evaluation starts off with winner. I'm jaded. Like, take that off of there. Like, Jordan Travis.
They're not wrong though. He did win a hell of. Oh, Quantez Stiggers.
Oh, the Jets. They do it.
That's a great pick.
Yeah.
So he's one of the best stories in the draft. Didn't play college football because he had a death in the family, so he ended up not going to play college ball, even though he was a successful high school player. Stayed around family, worked to help support them. And then, a couple years later, his mom signed him up for the Fan Control Football League.
Yeah. Saw that there was a tryout. Mom came home and said, "You're not done playing football. I signed you up for a tryout." He said, "For what?" Turned out to be fan-controlled football. Went, played extremely well, caught some attention, caught an invite to the CFL Combine, went to the CFL Combine, showed out because he's a tremendous athlete, good size, great burst, tremendous leaping ability, good hands. They're showing his highlights now. Ended up getting drafted by a CFL team.
Look at that move.
Yeah. Ended up getting drafted by a CFL team. Playing corner in the CFL is Emory Hunt basically equated it to being dropped in the middle of the ocean without a boat because there's so much space. Forget two-way goes. It's just forever and forever on either side. So if you can play corner effectively in the middle of the field in that system, when you have a boundary, forget it. Didn't start. Guy in front of him went down a few games into the season. Ended up being CFL Defensive Rookie of the Year on a shortened season. Tremendous hands. He showed that in fan-controlled football as well. Able to pick the ball off, which a lot of defensive backs are not, even very successful ones that have been picked in this draft. Love Stiggers. Love the attitude. Love the athleticism. Love the hands.
He got 4 picks in his first CFL practice.
Yeah, and they were like, who the hell is this guy? Oh, Vikings take
Walter Rouse,
the last sort of like high-end developmental tackle, which is like...
This is kind of it. Well, no, Garrett Greenfield still. But Garrett's the last one.
I think Garrett is a better player at tackle than Rouse, though.
Garrett is a better tackle.
Right,
Garrett
Rouse has
100%
more
a better
gifts. So this is about potential versus playing ability right now.
I don't know. Garrett's got a 38-inch vert. He's got a pretty high fucking potential.
I know, but Rouse is Oklahoma. Come on.
I'm actually... I got to check in on why Garrett hasn't gone yet, because physically I think Garrett's...
This is about the round for him. 6th is where I'm thinking that he was going to go.
Shit, I could have seen him going 2 rounds ago. Truly. Like, I had a big grade on Garrett Greenfield.
I understand, but you love your guys. You always do. You have a couple.
I got a couple that I love.
Garrett was this year's.
I just see that first step, and I'm like, oh, that'll play.
Speaking of the Vikings, who did I relate Garrett to?
Brian O'Neill.
A young Brian O'Neill.
Yeah. Well, he did play 6 years, so a middle-aged Brian O'Neill.
No, in terms of where he's at as a football player, I see him as a young Brian O'Neill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that Garrett is young necessarily, but
right.
That's where he is in his development.
Pick is in for the Steelers. Let's see what offensive lineman they take this time. It's Logan Lee from Iowa.
All right. Very Steelers pick.
This is about where I thought he would go.
Yeah, very Steelers pick for me.
He's your classic run-stopping Iowa defensive tackle.
I mean, to me, that it just lined up. It almost seemed like a trope, so I wanted to double-check it like multiple times because I don't like doing that, being like, oh, well, this is the kind of guy that this school always turns out. But having watched all his tape, having seen him at an all-star game, having watched his combine, I was like, no, it actually is the guy that this school always turns out.
He is a 5 technique. I don't think he's a defensive end. I don't think he's a pure defensive tackle. He is a 5 technique that will play 3 technique in nickel, but only passing down nickels, not early down nickels.
Yeah, I put him as a defensive end in my rankings. Strangely enough, his report starts off with classic Iowa power end, who is a lock to set edges and get cleanup sacks through effort. Like, ding.
Well, I guess, so you and I define defensive end. When I say not a defensive end, I mean not a, 4 down coming off the edge. I mean,
nope.
He is a 5 technique.
Yep.
That is what he is.
And 5 technique in my evaluation system is right in the middle of D end.
And, again, if we're talking about 3 technique on 3rd and 9, yes. 3 technique on 1st and 10, no. On 1st and 10, buddy, you're over the tackle. So it's a narrow role, very narrow role, but he's good at that.
Yep. So not a lot of explosive plays, but, again, is going to fill his gap, fill his role, be assignment sound, all the things that you would expect. Solid but not spectacular. Physical player. Good tackler, more down eater than starter, I said.
Yeah, that's
Which is what you're getting in the 6th round.
That's Totally
you go.
fair.
There you are. Logan Lee, everybody.
His testing profile is fascinating to me because, like, he was a 9.2 RAS, 7.16 3-cone, 4.37 shuttle, 31.5-inch vert, 1.76 10-yard split. I didn't see that on tape.
No, better tester than player. I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah. That was actually one of the RASs where I was like, really?
Yeah.
But
You're like, I expected 7 or less.
yeah, he's a fine player.
And I would say, again, solid, dependable, fine. These are all adjectives for Logan Lee. If you are those things in the NFL, you are still a really freaking good football player. This is not slagging on Logan Lee. This is, you need those guys in the NFL, and where you get them is the 5th and 6th round.
So we got top of the 6. Ooh, I'm in the wrong round. Hold on. Round 6. Okay, we got two more picks. Seattle Seahawks. I didn't get to him. Maybe you did. Utah guard Sataoa Lamea.
Yep.
Did you get to him?
Yeah. I know it sounds like helmet scouting, but if I told you, like, super powerful Utah guard, who would you picture? And, like, 5 guys come to mind?
Specifically, powerful Polynesian Utah guard. They got one every year.
So, you didn't watch his tape, but you kind of watched his tape. Yeah. It's kind of like Utah edges, right?
Yeah.
Jonah Ellis. What if I told you that, like, you'd be like, I've seen that guy before.
Yeah.
You've seen that guy before. You may not have seen that guy. You've seen that guy.
And then we got Marcellus Dial, the corner from South Carolina.
Oh,
going
Dial.
to
Dial.
Oh, I thought it was Dial.
No, it's Dial.
Dial.
Yep.
Going to the New England Patriots.
Interesting. Taller, linear, tough. Liked him down the boundary. Didn't necessarily like him on inside breaking stuff as much. I did more if his eyes were to the quarterback. Let's be, like, 100% clear.
I thought he was a safety. They put him as a corner.
Well, strangely enough, tall South Carolina corners can end up as safeties in the NFL.
I kind of felt to protect himself from his own stiffness. Sorry.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because he is rigid.
Honestly, I like the first one better.
I kind of thought free safety for him to just let him be more of a straight line mover.
It's funny because we talk about NFL teams having types, and now in the last, like, 3 picks, we've gotten into college teams having types. And South Carolina, you remember Mukuamu?
Yep.
Like,
100%. Same guy.
South Carolina has a type. And I thought he was somewhat more versatile, flexible than Mukuamu, but not enough.
Who took Kamani Vidal?
Tennessee? Or is it pick before? Let's find out.
Let me go to the track. Oh, shit. It's the Chargers.
Oh, look at you.
Oh, baby.
Oh, he
baby.
fits with what they're building.
Okay. Perfect.
Hats
10 out
off,
of 10,
Chargers. I know 100%. You're just right over there in the building, but
oh my
hats
God.
off, Chargers.
We have Blake Corum at home. Like, that's what this pick is for me. Oh, yeah.
Oh. Okay, keep going. Keep going.
Okay. My comp for him, which I swear to God, you want to see it. Fire hydrant that wished it was a real boy. He is built like that. He is short. He is squatty. You don't want to run into him. Bad things will happen if you run into him. Really explosive in short areas. Productive as all hell. Tough. Great vision. Gets downhill. Like, this is the exact kind of back that they want. And, he's going to be their RB3 for this year because they got the Gus Bus. Really, they got, like, the whole Ravens backfield. Kamani Vidal is what this system wants. Shorter, stronger, laterally agile, tough running backs. Not going to give you a whole lot in the receiving game. but it's not like they're going to throw a lot anyway. So who
No,
gives a
I was
shit?
going to say they're not going to ask their running backs to catch it a lot. Kamani Vidal, I had him right in the rankings, just top of my third tier of running backs, right after Ray Davis, ahead of guys like Garendo and Braylon Allen. Like, I love him as a pure runner. He is, in terms of tenor, in terms of approach, in terms of what the Chargers are building, like, this is a very good guy to have on the roster. He is going to be productive in that system. Greg Roman is going to love this guy, probably does love this guy, which is why they chose to spend a pick on him. Vidal, you might not know the name, played at a smaller school, definitely didn't have a super high profile. Get to know him. When he gets touches, he is going to be productive in the NFL. I have very little doubt of that.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Oh, interesting.
A lot of linebackers off the board.
Yep.
Trying to think if I have any that stick out like a sore thumb that are not taken yet. Because McGee got taken, Ford got taken, Lufosio got taken. Did Barrett, the other Michigan linebacker, go yet? I don't think he did.
No.
Trotter got taken.
Yeah. So we're already past Hopper and Knight. Leofau already got taken. Bertrand already got taken. Curtis Jacobs. Easton Gibbs is hanging out around there. Musau is kind of in the same range for me. Somebody asked me this morning how I felt about the Murphys and Musau, UCLA kids. Meh is kind of all of them. I didn't.
Hey, man, with the Murphy brothers, if you want somebody to throw a cross chop, they got you.
Agreed.
I don't know if they're going to do anything else, but
yeah,
they can throw a cross chop.
One move edges in the NFL I'm not so wild about. Again, solid football players, but none of them really move the needle for me.
Yeah.
And again, if you're taking the ones you like, the ones that you had a good interview with, the ones that you knew the coach of that said, no, I'm vouching for this guy, he's going to get it done. Those are the guys that are going in mid-6th round to 7th round. Like, that's just how that stuff happens.
Y estoy en el Civitas Metropolitano, donde estamos disputando nuestro partido. Estoy con los Miami Dolphins. With the 184th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Malik Washington.
Oh, get out of here!
What a season this guy had in Virginia.
Oh, my goodness. One of our favorite players in the entire draft. Malik, if you or any of your family get back to this stream, love your game. You are going to a tremendous destination. Like,
I love this.
I feel like we need to celebrate this pick, like, specifically.
Oh my God.
Did you see how excited McDaniel was about this?
He should be.
Yeah, but did you see a second ago they showed him even before it was his pick, and they'd obviously already called Malik, and they were like, "Mrr." I'm like, 100%. This is an extremely tough player, 5'9", like 200 plus pounds. Wins at all levels of the field. He is definitely a slot receiver, but he is not a slot that's limited to short to medium.
He's at 190, but he looks like he's 210.
Dude,
like
he looks like he's 205.
Stacked. He is stacked.
He is completely ripped. Technician, super strong hands, wins at all three levels, wins off release, wins at the break, wins at the catch point. And that's rare that you have wide receivers that win at all three places you can win at.
I'm going to grab my food while you
all right,
wax poetic about Malik.
I am thrilled. What I am more thrilled about is that Coach McDaniel is that thrilled about him. Yeah. Like, he understands what he's getting in the building. He knows what's coming to his team. You saw him just sort of fist pumping in the chair, like, we got him, and rounds out this wide receiver core, I would say, very, very well. This gives them some toughness that they don't necessarily have. Tyreek, extremely tough player. I'm not questioning NFL player toughness. This is a gritty, physical receiver that is going to win in certainly the short to mid areas, but strangely enough, had a tremendous contested catch rate down the field as well. I'll pull it up while I'm sitting here. 62% contested catch rate. Again, for a guy that doesn't top 5'10", that shows you how strong his hands are, how good his ball tracking is. And again, when you're talking about where he fits in with the current wide receiver core in Miami, he gives them grit. He gives them ability. He gives them, short yardage tap pass stuff that Mike McDaniel's going to love. Like, that stuff can go to Malik. The cool thing about Malik is he was the leading receiver in the ACC. And when he got to Virginia, he was a transfer, started out at Northwestern. When he got to Virginia, the coaches sat him down and said, buddy, we're going to run our entire offense around you. Like, literally, we are going to focus our offense around you. Every week, it's going to be you as the first option and then other things. And he was like, great. He was ready for it mentally, physically, from a production standpoint. If you can't tell, love this pick, love the player, love the fit, love the fact they're excited about it. Miami, you got a good one. This is tremendous value. Again, lasted a good 55 picks more than I thought he would.
I don't know why.
I don't know why either, but Miami just stole one. Like, there's nothing else to say about that.
Got my chicken and rice chat.
Chicken and rice.
We're
chat.
fueled up.
Gotta have some protein in the middle of the day. Love that pick. Tremendous work by Miami and their scouting staff to say, hey, if people are going to let him go by, we don't care that he's 5'9". This is a great football player. Honestly, I thought he would have gone earlier. I don't have to text Travis on this one. He texted me.
Eagles just took Johnny Wilson.
Ooh, fascinating.
List him as a wide receiver. Not
Yeah, I think they would. Johnny Wilson, the other Florida State wide receiver, extremely tall. I had said in our pre-combine episode that Johnny Wilson's gauntlet drill was one of my most anticipated drills in Indy. He crushed it. Like, I fully expected that to be kind of a shit show. It was completely the opposite. He was dialed, ran straight down the line, looked like he caught everything cleanly. His testing numbers, everybody was kind of pushing him just because of his size into the move tight end, category. Honestly, he tested like a wide receiver in terms of his vertical jump, in terms of acceleration, his 40. I think he's earned the right, just like those sort of guard tackle hybrids, to, hey, you get your first shot at tackle. If not, you kick into guard. You get your first shot at cornerback. If not, you kick into safety. You get your first shot at wide receiver, Johnny Wilson. You've earned it. It's not a role they've had. It's a role they've seen, interestingly enough, when they've played the 49ers. Like, this is the Juwan Jennings role, right?
Oh, yeah.
Third down,
Yeah.
tower in the middle, throw it up to him, physical mismatch. Especially you roll out like a 5'8", 5'9" nickel corner, and you run Johnny Wilson as your power slot. Like, good luck. You're not going to win.
Casey Washington, wide receivers are rolling right now. Casey
Yeah.
Washington, wide receiver from Illinois.
Illinois, which is fascinating to me.
Good.
The wrong Washington.
Well,
We just had a
there's
Washington.
a lot of Washingtons.
A lot of Washingtons all of a sudden.
There's also 2 Illinois receivers in this class. That's not the one that I thought would go first.
No, not based on production. And the tight end actually went first. We had a joke at the Shrine Bowl that it was the Illinois Russian dolls. Tip Ryman was the big one. Washington was the middle one. And Isaiah was the little one. Mm-hmm. Isaiah was the most productive of the 3, had the highest profile going into the All-Star game, and is the last one to get picked, strangely enough, largely because of physical profile, I'm sure. But your Texans are on the clock, and the pick is in. 6th round, 188 down the board.
Could we see... Ooh, all right. So they took a tackle, a tight end. Free safety, corner.
There's no way the Bills are not in my top 3. Like,
What do you think about Taj Washington here? I can see it.
you kind of already got him in Tank Dell. Like, Tank Dell's a supercharged version of Taj Washington.
But what if we have 2 of them?
It's just more, right? God, so far, like, I know we said it was going to drop off, like, in the middle of the 5th, but still a lot of players here.
There's still a lot of good players.
Still a lot of players here. Like, a lot of players we're excited about. This is just me flashing back to the fact that I thought the Bears traded back into day 3 and got Austin Booker.
I think that did happen.
That seems weird.
And it only cost them a 4th next year.
It just seems weird.
Missed the Tennessee and Giants
we have
pick.
back-to-back Texans picks here.
Before we get to the Texans.
Sure.
Jaquan Jackson. Missed that one. Wide receiver.
Tulane, yeah, I saw it, but we didn't
Twitchy,
get
explosive,
speed.
really, really fast.
Slot speed guy. He is like Darnell Mooney light and from the same school.
Quite literally light.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at a receiving core for them, Calvin's the 1. D-Hop is now the grizzled veteran 2. Treylon ideally is going to blossom into the number 3. You got Nick Westbrook-Akine.
Is that what he's going to do?
Hopefully. Nick Westbrook-Akine, Kyle Phillips, and now Jaquan Jackson to, I'm assuming, compete with Kyle for that last roster
but
spot.
Kyle is like, again, if you're talking about pass rushers and you have the short one and the deep one, like Kyle is the short one and Jaquan Jackson is the deep one.
Do you think he'll push Westbrook-Akine for the roster spot?
I don't know because Nick is a really good wide receiver. I think he's one of the he reminds me of the classic Seattle wide receiver 2. The guy that always gets less press but is, I don't know, pretty good. Now, he's not as good as any of those guys, but he is better than his public perception around the league. Like, I think if you put up a list of, like, most replaceable wide receivers, a lot of people would put Nick Westbrook-Akine on that list because they just – it's back to the I was unfamiliar with your game, the Shaq meme, right? Like, when you go and watch him, he is an effective wide receiver. Now, he doesn't scare a ton of people. I get that. But in terms of being a complete guy that is going to be assignment sound and make shit work, for lack of a better term, like Nick Westbrook-Akine will do that.
Yeah. I like the Jaquan Jackson pick. All right, Texans. Where's my remote?
Hello, I'm Edgar, Navy veteran from Houston, Texas, and we are here in the Estadio Universitario, aka El Volcán, the most passionate stadium in all of Mexico, and I'm here to announce that with the 188th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jamal Hill, linebacker.
Oh, there you go. There's your guy, former safety.
This is going to be a special teams.
Talented linebacker.
Safety.
Are they listing him as a safety?
No, they're listing him as a linebacker, but come on, he's 6'0", 216, and he
215's linebacker.
runs like a deer.
But he is really bursty.
Yep.
Really bursty. He was in my second to last tier of linebackers, so this is about the range that I thought he would go, 6th, 7th round. DJ mentioned that he's going to be a demon on special teams. He absolutely will. I mean, he's built for it. He's 6'2", 215. I like this a lot. Rangy linebacker. If you're looking at the linebacking core right now, they're kind of built out of guys like this, right? So you got Henry To'oTo'o, Azeez Al-Shaair, Christian Harris is your top 3. Not in that order, obviously, but you got Jacob Phillips and then Jake Hansen and Neville Hewitt as your backups. I would say that Jamal Hill is going to usurp one of them, probably is going to be Christian Harris's backup and also a pretty key contributor on special teams. I like that pick a lot. Like, you're clearly picking him for special teams, but it's valuable.
Yeah, for sure. I was just looking up Jaquan Jackson's stats. Low catch rate, 41 targets, 24 of them for receptions, 421 yards, but the average per catch is the one that sticks out, 17.5. Mm-hmm. That's up with the top receivers in this class, with Rome, with Marvin Harrison. Even Malik Neighbors was only about a yard more than that. Only 4 touchdowns. His grade was pretty good. Again, he was catching passes from Michael Pratt, so a guy that could spin it. Not certainly a low-level quarterback, but honestly, just about any quarterback he goes to in the NFL will have a little bit more arm and can take advantage of some of those, like, hey, I'm wide open mailbox shots that he has against certain safeties. And look, if he's wide receiver 4, which is probably where he's going to end up, you're talking about playing him against the not great coverage safety, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about playing him against the guy that's rotated down on a like late rotation, 2 safety look. Like, that guy's not going to be able to stay with Jaquan Jackson. And he only needs like 2 a game. This is not a guy that needs 8 catches a game to influence the game. Like, he could get 2 catches, one of 30 and one of 50, and be like, yeah, that moved our offense all day.
Lions traded up.
They're busy.
Oh, man. I was wondering when it was going to happen.
And now's the time.
Mekhi Wingo is a Detroit Lion.
Bugger.
I really like that. I really, really like that.
Well,
penetrating.
I love it and I hate it.
You love penetrating?
Do I pull the Chris Sims here? And be like, well, I like both. No, I do not like the idea of having to face Mekhi Wingo. Now, look, we could also make the joke about defensive line picks in Detroit. They have picked a lot of guys, even in the past 2-3 years, that we've been like, oh my God, that defensive line is going to be so good.
It's kind of an annual tradition at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
And so maybe he doesn't work out, but if he does, he brings an element to their defensive line that's going to be tough to handle.
Mm-hmm.
He is literally the guy that's going to slice through the middle and screw up your interior protection. That's it. That's his whole job.
Mm-hmm.
And he's real good at it. He's not going to be good for much else, but on third down, like, ouch.
Twitchy, fluid, has a really natural feel for connecting his feet to his hips.
Super low center of gravity.
Very low center of gravity.
Nice way to say short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But physics facts.
Yeah, physics
Low
facts.
center of gravity.
Yeah.
Great hands. Again, he does one thing.
Oh, I
and
missed
that's
that.
rush the passer. But he's good at it. He's very good at it.
I missed the Falcons taking Jace McClellan, the running back.
Oh, I didn't see that either.
Yeah, it was right above the Casey Washington pick.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they had back-to-backs.
Yeah, so they picked 2 nondescript offensive players from this draft because I felt the same way about Jace McClellan as I did about Casey. I was kind of like, yeah, he's a guy. He's a running back. All right.
Yeah. So Christian Boyd's not off the board. He's kind of the last big-name DT, well, quote-unquote big-name DT. Oh, Juwan Briggs, too. So
Yeah,
Boyd
Briggs
and
is there, but
are
I
still on the
would
board.
put Boyd above Briggs.
I would, too.
Yep.
But I wonder what's going on with Christian Boyd.
I don't. The league opinion of him right after the Shrine Bowl, when we started talking about him, was, I think, at an all-time high. And then again, like some other players that I've highlighted earlier, it wasn't so much that he fell as that people got to other defensive tackles, and if they are going to rise, somebody has to slide down. Guys like Mason, guys like Jordan Jefferson, guys like, people just got to him and went, oh, well, hey, they played in the, SEC. He played at Northern Iowa. Yeah, I know he blew a bunch of guys up at the Shrine Bowl. I know he's super physical. I know he put up, 43 reps at his
Something
pro
like that.
day at
Yeah.
Northern Iowa. Like, I know all that's true, but LSU, and
Yeah.
he just kind of slowly slid down the board. Again, not doing anything, not losing anything. This is not a negative. This is more of a, we're starting to like other guys a little bit more. It really felt like he took a pretty precipitous drop.
Which is a mistake to me.
Fully a mistake. I believe he will show on the field because the NFL is a meritocracy. It's about how you perform. And when that guy gets on the field, he's going to fuck some shit up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's a beast. He has a plan. He is not some just mindless bull in a china shop. Literally sat down before he got to Shrine Bowl with his agent. looked at every offensive lineman that was coming, put a rush plan together for every one of them before he got there, and then executed on day one of practice. Like, this is a dangerous defensive lineman, both physically because he's an absolute stump and mentally. Like, love Christian. And honestly, if Poles wanted to mortgage another late round pick,
I'd be good with it.
I'd be thrilled with it because he would fill a role that the Bears could use and have been looking for. He's maybe the guy that they didn't know they were looking for, that they were actually looking for. He's that kind of player. So, fascinating dude. Oh, they're showing Tyrone Tracy highlights. All about it.
Bo Limmer's available.
Still.
Matt Lee's available. Leonard Taylor's available.
Leonard Taylor's the one that I think is most interesting at this point in the 6th round. He was a guy certainly on preseason All-America list. Now, Miami did him no favors. They played him out of position. They had a DT go down right before the season, about a couple of weeks. And they said, hey, could you add like 20 pounds and we're just going to play you at nose, which is...
Well, because their nose transferred. So they're like, oh, shit, we don't have anybody else.
Completely out of position for him. He said, yeah, being a good team guy definitely hurt his draft stock, definitely sort of muddied or watered down his tape. He really needs to be down that 25 pounds, again, as a penetrating 3-tech. He is... a little narrow, plays with a narrow base. What I mean by that is he can get knocked off his stride from either side, needs to widen out a little bit. But when he makes that move and it lines up, again, from his second to last year tape at Miami, he's one of the more dangerous penetrating 3-techs in this class, and people have kind of, I think, forgotten about it or just have questions about it. Like, was that real? What happened? It wasn't an injury thing necessarily. We talked to him at Shrine Bowl. We interviewed him. Seems like he's got his head very squarely on his shoulders about all of that. He is going to slim down. Teams were talking to him. They prefer him at 3-tech. They told him so. Still being available feels like at this point it's just kind of an overlook, right? They're just kind of going, oh, we've forgotten about that. It was a while ago. What have you done for me lately?
I can see the Seahawks double dipping.
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. John and Mike McDonald having put together a pretty good draft.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know that they're going to make it 3 straight for our top 3 best drafts because a lot of competition.
But they're doing really well.
But they are not doing poorly.
Palmer. Tejuan.
Oh,
speaking of Seattle.
Theft.
Had to have been medical that knocked DJ James this far down. I had a really good grade on DJ James. I thought he could have gone in the 4th round, maybe even the late 3rd.
Dude, their secondary is illegal.
This was not a need pick. This was a fun pick.
This was a we got it pick.
He's a really good corner. Feet, hips, eyes. He's one of these corners that actually gets his eyes around when the ball's in the air. You know, you saw him matching up against, some really good corners or really good receivers in the SEC. He's got PBUs against Ladd McConkey, Jermaine Burton, if I recall correctly. Like, he went up against some really good players, and he held up. Like, I just love that when the ball's in the air, he actually looks for it. There's so many corners that don't actually look for the ball. He's one of the ones that does. I like him a lot.
Super athletic. Their secondary is now Michael Jackson, who is, again, a little bit he's on that all underrated team, plays better than his name recognition or value. They added Rayshon Jenkins. They already had Julian Love at safety. You got Reek Woolen. You got Witherspoon. You got DJ James. Oh, man.
Did you do Tejuan Palmer, the UAB kid?
I did.
I did 1.5 games.
Yeah, I did about the same,
and
actually.
then I ran out of time.
Yeah.
So I didn't get really full thoughts on him.
No, I don't think I have full thoughts on him either.
I don't feel comfortable giving thoughts because I only did a game and a half. Who took Joe Milton? Patriots took Joe Milton.
Patriots took Joe Milton.
What, just so him and Drake can have a throw-off after practice?
Traits, baby. We're going all traits, full vibes.
Well, they want to play, catch with each other from either side of the county line.
They wanted two of the best running quarterbacks in this draft, and they couldn't have Jaden, so they were like, we'll take the next best two.
I do legitimately want to see a throw-off between Milton and May, though, because these are two of the craziest arms in the draft.
Yeah, Milton wins, but May would be close.
Well,
No,
Milton for distance.
Milton wins.
May for...
Oh, yeah. No,
May for
I didn't think you were
placement.
talking about accuracy. I thought it was about, like, distance and power. Milton has the craziest arm in this draft, and that's coming from a guy whose team just drafted Caleb Williams, who has a complete video game arm, but, like, that guy lets the ball go, and I swear to God, it whistles.
Yeah, so I gotta repost the video that I took from behind, like right behind him. I set my camera up at the combine when Joe launched that 73 air yard ball at the end
You know what
of the
my
throwing
favorite
session.
part of that video is?
What?
The audio.
Oh yeah.
Where you're like, oh Jesus.
I think my exact quote was, Jesus.
Yeah. Visceral reaction. You're like, oh my God.
The ball hadn't even crested yet.
No.
It was like, what is this?
When we say the ball jumps off a guy's hand, I know that's like scouting parlance, and people kind of go, what does that mean? When you're there and you see it, you know, like, if a guy has zip, if a guy has velocity, if a guy has power, like, and some guys, they let it go, and it is pure snap. Like, you're just like, damn, that looks different. Like, Milton is at the top of that category. He's up there with, like, Josh Allen. I mean, you name it.
Some of the best arms I've ever seen.
Just when he lets that thing go, it's like gone. You're just like, I didn't really realize it was possible to accelerate a football quite like that. Like, good on you, Joe. Strangely enough, there's a D3 kid in this draft that's got a pretty zippy arm. His film reminded me, you remember when Ewer's film from like Elite 18 stuff?
Oh, yeah, back when everybody thought Ewers was going to be like a number one
You
overall.
remember seeing that film, though, and going,
Yeah.
this is a high school kid?
Yeah.
It looks like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit.
Uh-huh. I was like, okay, give me a camp arm. Like, I'll put him in as a camp arm right now just based on that. I have no idea if he has, because it was all like workout film. It was no game film. It was just like, I don't care if he has anticipation or timing or makes good decisions.
Oh, yeah, all the quarterback stuff. I don't give a fuck.
Look at the gun on that kid.
Ball go far, EJ.
Ball go far fast. Yeah, all about it. And don't forget Nehemiah Pritchett, also to the Seahawks.
They got a type.
Well, they got both.
Well, DJ James is a better corner.
But they literally took both.
Yeah.
From the same school and added them to Reek and Spoon. And you're just like, damn.
It's going to be a good team.
Yeah,
It's going to be a really good team. Alex Tracy. May versus Milton versus Brissett versus Zappy.
That's just rude.
These two things are not like the other two things.
Bailey is
Or
like,
rather, these three things are not like the other thing.
Bailey throwing after Milton
Oh, God.
would be like
On a windy day.
Grayson throwing after Herbert at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, Anthony Grayson. Poor Anthony Grayson.
Poor Anthony Grayson. It was just bad timing.
Yeah.
You can't, I mean, you're not going to get away from that, I guess, but like Herbert threw on a very cold, windy day in Mobile. Anthony Grayson stepped up, and everybody was like, oh, I'm sorry.
More like, oh, and then the wind caught it. And you
Yeah.
go down.
So you get Milton throwing, and all the Patriots vets are standing around going, damn, I've seen some guys throw in this league, and I've never seen that. And then Zappy steps up, and he's like, hey, guys, I'm your veteran teammate. And they're like, yeah, thanks.
Ball boy.
Thanks, Bailey.
Ball boy.
Appreciate that. No shot.
Let's go shag some punts, Bailey. How about we do that?
DJ gets his wish and doesn't get peed on. Inside joke, for those of you that watched our DJ interview, he said he had one goal for the Combine this year. It was not to get peed on by a puppy, because they did this last year, trying to get some dogs adopted, and the dog peed on his shirt in the 6th round, which is now, and he had to sit there for the entire 6th and 7th round and smell like puppy pee.
Classic.
Yep.
It's so good. Echo Warrior for $20. Thank you, Echo, once again. Question: in these later rounds, would you be looking to take a linebacker who maybe doesn't have as much athleticism but was a multi-year starter, such as Max Tooley from BYU? If they can tackle really well, they're going to get drafted because the new kickoffs demand people that can tackle.
Tyler Matakevich would like to wave and say hi. Like, that's when guys like this get
same, right?
Guys like that get picked now.
So you're correct. Like that type of player.
If you love
now.
one, if there's one that's smart, has good eyes, vision, is in the right place, but yeah, he ran a 4.89.
That's
like,
the thing.
Now.
If you're on kickoff, it doesn't matter if you ran a 4.89. We got 10 yards.
Oh, here
of
it
space
is. That's the
between-
one.
Oh, that was the one.
That's literally the one. Jeez. Oh my goodness.
But, hey, we got 10 yards of space between the blockers and the tacklers on the new kickoff rule. I don't need you to be fast.
Yeah.
I need you to tackle.
Okay. The Rams, all your defensive linemen are belong to us. Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, Brendan Jackson. Yes, they got Blake Corum. Yes, they got Cameron Kinchins, who is a good safety from the U. But, geez, that defensive line is going to be sassy. Like,
just don't get in a 3rd and 9.
No. And they're going to have them in waves. Yeah.
From Neo for $5. What do you think of Dylan McMahon? Went to the Eagles earlier.
Oh, I missed that he went to the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
North Carolina State Center. We got to see him at Shrine Bowl. A little bit undersized, but
he's plucky. That's how I describe him. He's plucky.
He's the guy that you keep going, who the hell is that dude? He's tiny, but nobody's winning.
He's like, well, this is interesting because the guy I'm comparing him to is going to go after him. But I was going to say before the draft, discount Matt Lee, but Matt Lee is still on the board. So maybe Lee is discount McMahon. I don't know. But
yeah, they're in this similar
as far
tier,
as
but
just like, I am here. You cannot get past me. I'm a tree stump.
Technically proficient.
Yeah.
Like, Dylan McMahon is, again, you look at his size and you go, since when are they making, like, rush linebackers play center? And then you're like, oh, wait, no, that's actually a center. And, by the way, he's freaking good. He's not big, but size is not a skill. Like, everything else, love Dylan McMahon. Good football player.
What
They're showing Bailey Zappi highlights.
Oh. Why is
They're not trying to shame him. They're actually saying something about the receiving core, I think.
But yes, I would have had Matt Lee well over McMahon, but I'm also not going to question the Eagles on offensive line picks. So, the fuck do I know?
Well, there's always a couple of guys that you're like,
Is
back me
Matt
up on
Lee
this.
my Stone Forsythe this
That's
year?
right. Multiple round grades off on, and Matt Lee's one of them.
Stone Forsythe, Corey Trice, Bo Melton, Matt Lee. Add him to the wall, everybody.
Hey, no, he's going on the wall.
Add him to the wall.
Make a magnet.
Joshua Margulies for $20. Thank you, Joshua. Appreciate your support. I wasn't able to watch the stream the last couple days. Any chance y'all could go over every Jets pick? Curious how you see this roster moving forward. Top 10 roster in the league, ? Do you see this team as a legit Super Bowl contender?
Okay, so Jets picks. Olu Fashanu. Great tackle. Way to go. Malachi Corley, best yak threat in this draft. Braylon Allen, absolute bowling ball. He's kind of a, copy and paste for Breece Hall. Isaiah Davis, ditto. Same thing.
They just drafted two of the same running back, yeah.
They kind of stuttered with those two picks. Jordan Travis, excellent pick. Later than we thought he'd go. He went at 190. Really good backup option and possible starter option as Aaron matriculates to whatever it is he's going to do next. And then Quantez Stiggers, one of the best stories in this draft period, but also the more athletic cornerbacks and some of the best hands of the cornerbacks in this entire draft.
In terms of corners with ball skills, it's a very short list in front of him in this class.
Yep.
Honestly, out of all these day 3 picks, I think that might be my favorite for them.
Okay, they just love this video of Cade Stover
It's
massaging
like the seventh
a cow.
time we've seen cow massages on TV today.
They just love this.
Now, considering Sauce, DJ Reed, and Michael Carter,
Oh, I told you! All the defensive linemen belong to us!
it was like the fourth defensive lineman the Rams have taken.
This is not even a shotgun approach at this point. This is like complete monopoly. This is like, we will take them all. Yes, all.
We want to be 3 deep. We're going to activate 18 defensive linemen every single Sunday.
Now, I must say that Tyler Davis, picked appropriately in terms of round-wise, is my least favorite of the Rams' defensive line picks, but that's a wide berth at this point.
I want to throw something, to go back to the question about the Jets, I want to throw something at you.
Yes.
Sauce Gardner, DJ Reed, Michael Carter, your top 3. That
Okay.
corner, right?
Sure.
Can I interest you
Usually.
in, next to Chuck Clark, free safety Quantez Stiggers?
He would be fine with it. We talked to him about this. We talked to him about positional versatility and whether he cared. His answer was very much, I don't give 2 shits. Like, I will play wherever you play me. I am lucky to be playing. You put me back there, I'm reading a quarterback's eyes. I get to pick it off and mess with wide receivers. I don't care what you call me. Call me a nickel, call me a star, call me a free safety. I don't care. Like, it doesn't mean anything to me.
I really, really like that fit. I think he's my favorite Jets Day 3 pick. And I love the Jordan Travis pick too, but just in terms of what utility he can bring. As for Jets being a contending roster, they are.
As long as Aaron stays healthy.
As long as they stay healthy, they are.
And they picked a left tackle to make sure that happens.
I will say this, though. If the worst happens and Aaron goes down again, they're in a much better spot
100%.
with their backup this year than they were last year.
Correct.
So
I believe
I'm good with
that strongly.
Yeah, this is the first time where I feel like there's been some semblance of stability with the Jets at all. Zion Logue just went.
Oh, did he?
Atlanta. Another
right,
defensive. I think the Rams and the Falcons are just in a race to draft the most defensive linemen.
They're like, you can't have more. I can get more.
So total defensive line investment in Atlanta: Rook Orororo, Braylon Trice, J.D. Bertrand's a linebacker,
Brandon Dorless.
and Brandon Dorless, and then now, of course,
And
Zion Logue.
Logue.
So 4 defensive linemen, a linebacker, of course, Michael Penix, Casey Washington at receiver, and then Jace McClellan. A lot of picks.
Interestingly enough, with Atlanta, the last 2 picks, both Casey and Zion, low UDFA grades on both of them.
I could have. It's one of those, you can talk me into it starting here, but like if I get him as a priority UDFA, great.
I didn't even have him priority UDFAs. Either
Just
one.
UDFA.
I just had him as UDFA grades.
He can stop the run.
But tell me that's not the kind of guy you get as a UDFA, not a I'm throwing the biggest signing bonus at you UDFA.
If I want to make sure I get it,
right? But
I've already picked 8 guys or whatever it is.
No, I can appreciate that. Here's the other one: is like Evan Anderson's still on the board.
Medical.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Boo.
Yeah. I remember hearing about that like a couple months ago.
Dude, kick down, homie.
I thought you got it too.
No. Be sure of that next time. That's twice. The pick is in.
It was from your guy.
Probably. Yeah, doesn't mean I got it. All right, Saints. Let's go back to New Orleans draft picks here. New Orleans, Talisi Fuaga, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Spencer Rattler, Jalen Ford, and Bub Means. You know, again, not crazy. What is this Cade Stover with farm animal stuff? Come on. I'm getting a little worried.
Stoversonly.com.
Ohio Beef Council. Oh, my God. There are so many jokes here.
Oh, man.
No.
Great.
Honestly, that is a sort of under the radar, not necessarily huge name recognition draft, especially down the board, but solid. Like New Orleans, good job.
Oh, Christian Boyd.
Oh, let's go.
Love it. Absolutely love it. This might be my favorite Saints pick so far.
I'm going to go with Kool-Aid as my favorite Saints pick, but this is number 2.
Or I guess Fuaga would be my favorite. But, I mean, shortly after.
Wait a minute. Which one? Why are they showing Tanner highlights? Where'd Tanner go?
Did Tanner go?
I
just think
he did. Bengals.
Okay, these picks are coming in real fucking fast. All
Well,
right,
we
let
know
me recap the last 5. So you got Joe Milton.
Yep.
Tanner McLachlan to the Bengals.
Oh, I missed that one.
Ryan Watts to the Steelers. Then Tyler Davis to the Rams.
Yep.
Then Zion Logue to the Falcons. Then I don't know who to the Dolphins. And then Christian Boyd to the Saints.
Yeah, the Dolphins pick wasn't
So the
somebody I
tracker
watched.
is not super updated.
That's okay. Tanner McLachlan and Christian Boyd are the 2 I want to talk about, so pick your flavor.
Let's go with Christian Boyd first.
Okay.
And I want to put this in the context of the whole Saints draft, right? So you're going into the draft. Everybody and their mother knows that you got to pick a tackle at 14. They get the tackle at 14 with Talise Fuaga, who, by the way, they're listing at left tackle. Interestingly enough. You think they still need one more receiver to round out the receiving core. They get that in the 5th round above means. You need a backup quarterback that isn't Jake Haener because we're not like super enthusiastic about Jake Haener. I know he's plucky. I know people like them, but like
injuries too.
You still need another one, right? So they get Spencer Rattler in the 5th round also. We like that. Jalen Ford to be hopefully the actual successor or heir apparent to Demario Davis to play next to Pete Werner eventually because Demario's not going to play forever. And then you get Kool-Aid to add to an already very talented secondary. We're not really sure what Marshawn Lattimore's future is with the Saints long term, but with Kool-Aid, I'm not super worried about it. In the context of this whole Saints draft, if you then also add in Christian Boyd to play next to Colin Saunders, to play next to Chase Young, obviously still got Cam Jordan there. I love what they've done. I really do. Like hitting a bunch of different position groups that needed a little bit of help.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think having a really solid draft to infuse this talent or infuse this roster with some young, cheap talent that all potentially could get significant snaps, even in rotational roles. I like what they've done.
And the balance is really good too. Fuaga, Rattler, Bub Means on offense. McKinstry, Jalen Ford, Christian Boyd on defense. Like this is 3 for the offense, 3 for the defense. Solid picks all the way down. Value in each round. Yeah, do not hate it. I think a lot of fans, especially outside New Orleans or maybe even inside New Orleans, who aren't fans of the draft, will look at this and go, "What the hell is a Bub Means?" You know, what is a Christian Boyd? Like these are not players I know. They're gonna know them very shortly. Boyd especially, like. Stare straight at the camera, tell you right now, Christian Boyd's going to make fucking noise in New Orleans. Like, period.
I love it. It's a great pick. Tanner McLachlan.
Tanner McLachlan I compared to a late 60s, early 70s muscle car. Fast in a straight line, big, tall, muscular. Not necessarily the best on turns. I had him sort of floating down towards the middle to bottom third of my tight end rankings because I don't know. I guess I value agility a little bit more. I went back to his tape, and one of the things, and this is something DJ said, is really love his feel for the position. And DJ is big on feel this year, maybe every year, in terms of like, what do you do that is particular to your position that makes you better at it that's not necessarily in the physical? Like, how is your approach different? How is your feel's the best way to say it. Like, you know where to be in the right spot to make it easy for your quarterback as a tight end. Tanner McLachlan has a lot of that on his tape. He is athletically talented in certain areas. Again, I think that's a more narrow cone. If you're looking at like the mock draftable stars, he's going to have some heavy spikes and some very short ones. But I like him. Catches the ball well. He's athletic. He is fast in a straight line. And he does have that knack for throw it now. I'm right between the two guys. I'm going to reach up and get it right here. We're going to get a 15 to 18 yard chunk. I might not get a ton of yak. I do as a surprising amount of yak for the fact that, again, I didn't call him super agile, but he finds a way, whether it's through broken tackles or other, to pick up a surprisingly good amount of yak as a tight end. So moved him back up a couple of spots, kind of reset his position really in the last week to 10 days before the draft. I like him. At this point, it feels like a steal.
Jalen Crumedy went to the Carolina Panthers.
Okay, just add to that like bastion wall you're building.
I'm kind of on it. I think he's pretty stiff personally, but
He's stiff, but he's stout. Like,
yeah,
he's that guy in the middle that you're going to say, great, stand there.
I don't think I would take him in front of Jawan Briggs, but hey, man.
Well, two different types of players to me.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
But
One is a rampart, like literally.
I wanted to check to see if his 3-cone matched the tape. He didn't even run a 3-cone, which I think he knew what was going to happen.
Sometimes that's a smart call.
But I remember watching
Like,
at the
this
combine.
can only hurt me.
It can only hurt me. I remember watching at the combine, and when they were doing the bag drills where like you throw like 4 moves in a row and you dip around the end. And I remember watching him do that, and I was like,
no.
oh boy.
Yeah, like, not hopeless, but this is not your
I was
game.
like, hey man, you go in a straight line, and you're good at going in a straight line. I will give him that. He is good at going in a straight line.
Oh, that's the one.
Huh?
McLaughlin, as a blocker, as a pass blocker specifically, which tight ends don't typically have a high number of pass blocking snaps. He had 85 pass blocking snaps this last season. Much higher than normal. Drop percentage.
0.
0.
So he and JT Sanders share that quality. 0 drops on the year.
They tied along with Cade Stover,
Yep.
Ryman, and Culp.
Yep.
There are 5 guys in this tight end class that didn't drop a ball this year, which is bonkers.
You know, if
Missed
you're going to make your
tackles.
living as a tight end in the NFL, you better not drop balls.
Yeah, missed tackles. He was 4th with 11, trailing obviously Brock Bowers, Dallin Hoker, who's still on the board, Jaheim Bell, who is really a different type of athlete. Did he survive?
Are they replaying it?
Oh, they're replaying it. He got peed on last year. Oh, they're like, club soda. Give me the club soda. Anyways, McLaughlin was 4th behind Bowers, Holker, Bell.
We got backup dog shirt for DJ.
Nice.
that's
Hung
so
on
good.
a ladder. I love it. It's
That's
so good. Hey, dude, we're going to have you hold a puppy, but we have contingencies.
Here it comes. Oh, that's great.
Look at DJ. He's afeared. DJ is afeared of the puppy at this point. Hey, in deference to our sponsor, primary sponsor, do not fear the puppy.
If anything, Underdog should be sponsoring this segment.
I think that is an alignment we need to make happen.
This is great.
100%. Look at CD. He's all about it. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Come here, Bubba. Is he wearing Tennessee tie? He is. He's wearing
course,
Tennessee.
it's Charles.
Yeah, but that's gorgeous. Aw, look at that guy.
That little pitty is gorgeous.
Look at that guy. CD. Total pro.
It's adorable.
He's about to. He's going to pee on CD's papers.
Less Scary Terry for $5. Decent middle class of drafts so far, other than the Falcons. Who is falling short to you, other than the Falcons? Also,
classes that don't measure up.
Yeah, classes that we're kind of on.
Okay.
Also, thoughts on Brandon Coleman as the Tommy's starting left tackle?
Scouting report for the dog. Shy at first. Oh, he's a cutie. Rich is getting that puppy adopted right now.
I want him so bad.
They've got 100 calls right now. They're like, switchboard can't handle it. Oatmeal.
Oatmeal.
Ready to play day one. Yes. Eye-paw coordination. Classic. And he's got that dog in him.
Shut up. GS fetch score.
Fetch scores. Very nice. Star Crunch. Not the one you want running the multiple move drill.
This is what happens on day 3.
You know, I'm all for it. This is positive puppy content.
So we got Micah Abraham, corner out of Marshall, to the Colts. I have not watched him. I assume he's a freak athlete. Travis Glover, OT out of Georgia State, to the Green Bay Packers.
God damn it. I
can always count on them to
but
fuck up
literally
AJ's
way
day.
down the board, if you're betting on a developmental OT, that's the dude.
Yeah.
And again, what have we said about Packers offensive line picks in general, not just tackle? They always get these guys versatile, and they just coach them up. They play forever. They're damn hard to get around. Travis Glover's going to join the list, and I am pissed about it. Pissed.
We also got first kicker off the board.
Oh, no. No, punters are kickers too.
Hey, man, this is 203rd pick. It's a little bit better than 122.
That's not helping.
It's not supposed to help.
I'm not supposed to be helping.
Will Reichard from Alabama is the first kicker. I really thought the Arkansas kid would be the first one, but I mean, he is like 170 pounds soaking wet, but boy, that kid can kick. He hits like 65-yarders, man. He's got a leg. But I don't know much about Will Reichard, but he is a kicker, and he went to the Vikings.
What pick?
203.
It's 203 minus 122.
You're going to make me do math after being on stream for 5 hours?
I am.
What kind of sadist are you? I have no idea. What is it?
A lot. 80 freaking picks. Like, what are we doing here? The Booker
For
pick.
what it's worth, Dane had a 4th-round grade on Torrey Taylor.
I don't care. I don't care.
I
The
just like pissing
only
him off.
saving grace is that they traded back up and got Booker. Like, they did that just to placate me, I think, and I'm fine with it. It worked.
I will say this. Again, Torrey Taylor's a good player. I will say this. The reason why Torrey might end up being a good pick is if we assume that Caleb and Keenan and DJ and Rome are a good enough offense to not just go 3 and out, they're going to get to maybe their own 40-yard line a significant amount of time, right? Even if they stall out, if they're stalling out around midfield, that's great. If you have a punter that whenever you do happen to stall out, can reliably put the ball inside the 5, it will make the defense's
Inside
job.
the 5 now. We started at 20, and I said 10. You said 5.
They spent 122 on me. Better get inside the fucking 5.
Again, the reason you don't pick a punter at 122 is because the expectations are automatically unrealistic.
If he can just put the ball at the 1 yard line every time,
I
it
know.
works, EJ.
If he could just reverse spin it, like, no. It's foolishness from a process standpoint. Taylor's a great punter. I get it. Reverse the 2 picks. I still, like, what did Booker get picked at? Like 170? 150?
Yeah, I don't know. It was 150 something.
150 something? So, like, 50 picks earlier than the next specialist?
Watch him be an all-pro, and then people are going to clip this and come back in 5 years.
I don't care if he's an all-pro.
I mean, I kind of do.
All-pro
I kind of
punters?
hope he's an all-pro.
All-pro punters?
They matter.
They're not moving the needle, buddy.
Well, an all-pro punter moves the needle. It does. It matters. But they better be an all-pro.
I'm not adding punting to our power score. End of story.
Just saying. Special teams,
So am I.
special players.
Oh, we could talk about special a lot.
Anyway, how's chat feeling? Punting is winning, EJ.
Punting is winning. No, the opposite, actually. But not punting is winning. Hey, perfect time. Thanks for being with us. We really appreciate you. This deep in day 3, holding a very large audience.
2,300.
Unreal. Thank you so much. Love your support. Check out our sponsors, Underdog, Homage, and while we have a break, check in the chat. Where are you watching from? One of my absolute favorite segments we do every year. Yesterday we did that. The thing turned into like the massive grocery receipt scroll at Costco that I couldn't keep up with. And we got answers from all over the globe, and it's honestly one of the coolest things that we do every year.
Croatia, I'm jealous.
Yeah,
Croatia's
exactly.
Beautiful.
All right, I'm hopping on YouTube right now just to watch this.
Croatia, Kazakhstan, Mexico, Alaska, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, also an exotic location.
Harrisburg, very close to where I was born.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You were born in what do they call it? That Pennsylvania, New York vortex.
You're talking about the Southern Tier, but
Yeah.
no, I was actually born in Sayre. So.
Oh, okay. Well, it's around there then.
Yep.
Jersey. I just love a Jersey.
Indonesia, let's go. New Mexico, Wales, Chicago, Panama City, Florida, Tampa, Alberta, Vancouver, let's go.
Mexicoman's here. That's great.
EJ's starting to sound like a drunk, disgruntled Bears fan. What do you mean starting to?
Is there any other kind of Bears
I was
fan?
going to say, what do you mean starting to? This is, yeah. No, he is a drunk, disgruntled draft fan at this point. Really doesn't have anything to do with Chicago. It's like, wait, every year there's a team that, like, spins a pick on a kicker in, like, the third or the fourth round. And everybody's like, what are we doing here? That's me this year.
I saw somebody said they were watching in Kuwait last year. Now they're home. Welcome home.
Indeed.
Glad you're back.
Ontario, South Korea, Belgium, 3 in a row. Boom, boom,
Let's
boom.
go.
Love it. Love it.
A lot of Winnipeg in the chat.
For sure. Atlanta. Did I see another Dayton, Ohio?
There are dozens of us. Dozens.
EJ Ray Guy got picked in the first round. So, funny story while we're waiting for another pick. Ooh.
Jawar Jordan.
We're going to talk about this pick because you are not a huge Jawar Jordan guy. I love him.
In the 6th round.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm okay with it.
Like, inhibitions come down in the 6th round. I understand. Love this player. Fit with the Texans. I'm giddy about this.
Schematically speaking, perfect fit.
Love it.
Slashing running back that's really good in outside zone. Again, I liked Garendo better, which is why Garendo went earlier, because he's bigger and has a crazy athletic profile and everything like that. But Jawar Jordan was very good in that system too, that same system. They called the same concepts with these guys.
Yeah.
Outside zone, outside zone, outside zone. And what do the Texans do? They do a lot of that. Like Jawar Jordan, great fit, great vision. Again, he's light. He's not big, but for the 6th round, if you're getting a guy who's got really good vision, really good footwork, and it's just kind of that classic slashing zone back, I'm good with that.
So much fun. One of the more underrated backs. Again, small size profile. Tremendously exciting runner. Really enjoyed his tape. Did it before Garendo's tape and thought, holy crap, no wonder Garendo wasn't getting carries. Like, this guy's freaking good. Like, I'm not sure it's going to translate to the pros because of the size profile, but, like, I understand now. I went in going, why in the world were you not running Garendo? And then I was like, oh, because Jawar Jordan's real good. Super fun. All right, Hawks pick is in. We're into the 200s now.
I saw somebody said Zurich, Switzerland. I got caught in a lightning storm with my wife in Zurich, and I remember we told that story to a local, and they're like, just walk home. And I was like, you guys walk around in lightning storm? Like, completely unfazed. Like, they get it every day there. They don't give a shit about lightning.
Okay, fully Seahawks pick. Findlay. Played at Findlay. I'm
But
sure
yeah.
you watched him.
Of course.
Yeah.
But no, long story short, the Swiss are not scared of lightning like Americans.
Dude.
It's every day for them.
GMAC Offensive Lineman of the Year. Over 300 pounds, ran 4.94.
You're just taking athletes at this point.
Well, sure, height,
Yeah.
weight, speed, but like, whoa. That's impressive. That is a big lot of guy moving at a high speed.
Beck says hi from home.
Hi from home. Hi home. I'll be home soon.
It's the last day. EJ just has one more round to do, and then we got a podcast, and then stopping by Pizza Fest for a couple hours.
Pizza Fest for a couple hours, then hit the plane.
Because everybody knows when somebody can't eat tomatoes, the best place to take them is Pizza Fest.
We'll be going for the white sauce and the pesto.
Everything other than
Yeah,
pizza.
exactly. Which, we had a really nice white pie with no red sauce on it the other night.
That
was
ricotta was
delicious, and the crust was fantastic.
Yep.
So
if anybody lives in downtown LA or near downtown LA, Brazo Pizza, way the hell over there. Great place.
yeah, love the crust and delicious pie. Leftovers are great. Not that leftover pizza is not one of the best foods in the world, no matter what, but solid.
Casey Yang for $5. Thanks to you two, I know all the players the Eagles have drafted so far. Anaya Smith should have been a first rounder. Thoughts on the Eagles draft? I mean, Howie not having to trade up, but still getting his new top 2 corners was a masterstroke. I still don't know how he did it.
Yeah, this one is one that at the top was blindingly bright, so good. You're talking about Quinion and Cooper, and you're like, oh my God, if they keep going, I'm not sure I can handle it. 97, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., I get it. Johnny Wilson, again, adds something to a room in the wide receiver room they don't have. Will Shipley, I'm all right with. Anaya Smith, I'm like, hey, better version of Will Shipley, so great, no problem. Jalix Hunt, pure traits, put him in your defensive line coach, see what happens. You have a tremendous history of developing those players. Trevor Keegan, again, Stoutland, stamp that pick. He's going to be fine. And then Dylan McMahon, same thing. I am sure that Stoutland looked at him and said, I like the fight in this one. Give me that. I'm going to play with it.
It's a good draft. Very good draft.
It's solid. It started off so hot it was kind of impossible to keep up that pace. But has been solid since. If that's
I don't think we ever
answer.
answered if there were any classes that we were kind of.
I haven't gotten through all the classes yet, so I don't feel great about saying, hey, they're just not doing it. It's hard enough to keep up with the classes we think are good. That's what we end up doing tonight, so that when we do our recap pod, we can have a better feel for, again, what were the best classes in total once all the picks are in. Typically, we're not adding UDFA classes into that because we do it really quickly. We do it usually tomorrow morning. So all those classes aren't solidified or signed yet. But you got a pretty good idea off of full 7 rounds of the draft who really helped their team out and who maybe didn't as much.
So after Will Reichert,
Kicker.
Tylen Grable, the tackle out of UCF, went to Buffalo. Nathaniel Watson, the linebacker from Mississippi State, went to the Browns. Michael Jarrell, again from Findlay, went to the Seahawks. Joshua Carty, kicker from Stanford. So I got 2 kickers.
Kicker.
Within 5 picks.
This is where you take
run, EJ.
This is where you take kickers. In 6th. This is where you take kickers.
But you take punters in the 4th.
No, you don't. It's not true.
Just,
it's a lie.
Dylan Labe to the Raiders.
Woo, fun pick.
Great receiving back out of New Hampshire. Once put up, if memory serves, 292 yards receiving in one game as a running back.
Correct.
I don't know if I've ever seen any other running back ever do that, ever. But even if he's just there to catch passes out of the backfield, I mean, he can carry it too. But just the receiving utility alone, I'm a fan of that pick.
Yeah, and the production, like the efficiency. You look at all the targets. It's not just that he got 1,000 targets and that he ended up with a bunch of yards because of it. You know, there are comparisons in the pros. Some New England running backs come to mind. And if he can live up to that standard.
I've heard a lot of like Danny Woodhead.
Yep, Danny Woodhead
out,
is the one
you know.
Traditionally that comes up. It's not a bad comp. Raiders are going to have fun with him. Attitude seems very like Antonio Pierce, 100% seems to be picking players that fit the new school of being a Raider.
Less Scary Terry says, when you think about it, I've seen a 3-year-old kick. I haven't seen a 3-year-old punt. Just keep driving the knife in, chat.
100%. Oh, there you go.
Lions got Christian Mahogany.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that grinds my gears. That's a great pick. That is a great pick for the Lions. So, Christian Mahogany, fell because of some medical stuff. He's a great player. In terms of ass-kicking, pulling guards, like specifically guards pulling.
I love that we have that as a category.
Ass-kicking pullers.
Ass-kicking pulling guards.
He might be one of the 3 best pulling guards in this class. Like Christian Haynes can obviously pull really well. And then if you're counting like Graham Martin, but if we're talking pure guards, he's one of the 3 best pure pulling guards in this class. Also physical in terms of moving people out of the way for a pull to come behind him. Like he's really well suited for a power / counter heavy run game. Not so much the zone run game. Like he can do it. Like he's got a lot of knockback, but I really, really love when he's used to pull either out into space or to pull up and through on power runs. He has a really, honestly, what I think sets him apart is his vision as a puller. Like the way he can kind of adjust his track mid-pull based on how the block's developing front side, where he can kind of expand it, or he can tighten it up and kind of like really tighten his wrap to kind of take an angle that's a little bit, what's the word? Tighter. But the way he can adjust his pulls mid-play based on what he's seeing and how the blocks are developing, he almost kind of reads it as if he's a fullback. He just happens to be a pulling guard. I think that vision and I think the balance and the footwork and obviously the violence when he arrives is just really, really special. And I would draft him for a power and counter heavy run game just for that alone. And he's a good pass protector too. So again, this is a player you don't normally get this late in the draft. Again, to my knowledge, it was something medical. I don't know what the exact medical thing was. I don't know if it was minor or whatever, but if it was major, he probably wouldn't get drafted at all. So it's probably a minor medical thing that caused him to slip a little bit, but he's a really good player and a good dude.
Really good player, was on a ton of preseason All-America lists, struggled with injury, came back, played well after it. We interviewed him at Shrine. Actually got to talk to him throughout the week as well after that interview and kind of go back and ask about some of the finer points, ask about some of the non-finer points. He was very open with us. Really appreciate that. If you're watching this, good luck. I think you're in a good spot. You're in a team that loves you and is going to use you well. Not the type of player you're typically getting in the 6th. He had like late second, third round buzz preseason, given his pedigree and physical profile. Obviously got held up a little bit based on that, but we've seen guys like this when Trey Smith went to Kansas City, right? It was medical stuff, right? It was like, dude, the guy's profile's way better than 5th or 6th round. Like Mahogany is a similar guy and could have a very similar result in Detroit.
Kamal Haddon, corner out of Tennessee. I didn't get to him. I did Miles Harden. I didn't do Kamal Haddon. How'd you see him?
He's an absolute like axe handle hitting like DB.
You think he's more safety than corner?
I could see it based on play style.
He just went to KC.
Spags is going to love him.
Do you have a prediction of where Spags would play him?
Probably safety.
Okay.
Like he is coming for you. Remember like Alontae Taylor?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like Alontae Taylor.
How could I forget?
Dude, he's just gonna beat the hell out of you.
Yeah.
Like it's not that he's super technically proficient or anything, but he's just tough as hell and like takes it personally when you come near him. Like Haddon has a little bit of that in him.
The kicker run continues. 212, third kicker in the last 10 picks. Cam Little, my guy from Arkansas. Again, he is not a big dude. To be generous, not a big dude. But that kid has a leg.
Yep.
All right. I was seeing him hit from 65.
Yep.
When he was watching a kick live. Now, I will say, interesting note. I was talking to, say, one of his contemporaries. And I was asking him his honest opinion as somebody who's in the business. And he knows a lot about kicking because that's what he does. And he said, got a cannon, very accurate technician. But because of his size, and again, I don't know how to describe this as well as he did, but because of his size, he has a certain kicking technique that apparently leads to durability issues and potentially a shorter career than a typical kicker might have. Again, I can't speak to that as well as somebody who actually is a kicker, but that's just what I was told. All I know is ball go far fast, EJ.
You know what you do if injury shortens his career?
You draft another one.
No, you invite 3 UDFAs to camp and let them fight it out.
No, you draft another one, this time in the 5th round. Oh, dude. And then when they tire out, then you get another one in the 4th round.
You know, there's a weird fact you might not be aware of.
What?
Kickers score points. Punters do not.
It's a field position game, EJ.
Is it?
It's a field position game.
Is it?
Who holds the ball when the kicker scores those points? The punter.
Backup wide receiver with good hands.
When Dare Ogunbowale has to kick a field goal, you better make sure your holder has their shit down.
I'm looking for the best hands on the team. Better be a wide receiver. It's in the job description. Receive the snap, put it down.
EJ is now a hater.
Full of haterade. This is haterade in a can. Oh my goodness.
Officially a kicker run.
Yeah. And, you know, this is where kicker runs should occur, mid-6th.
I love how you said you weren't going to let the rest of the Bears draft bother you, and it's only bothered you.
No, it's made it much better. Again, they did it in the right order. If they'd gone kicker right after Booker, I would have been upset. Oh my god. When you get those texts from your kid that, you know, they were headed off to the track meet and you said, go kill it, kid. And then like 3 hours later you get a text that says, I did.
That's great.
Love it.
EJ will be on the next Chappelle Show player hater skit.
Punter hater. We're doing punter hater now.
I just want you to know every time, and I really don't have any skin in the game, but every time Tory Taylor has a great punt.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting it all.
From me, too.
Oh, 100%. I'm fully expecting this.
Hey, EJ. That one's at
That's right.
2. Coffin corner, EJ.
I wish the Texans would do more bad things anymore because they won't. They seem to have erased.
We got that safety because of Tory Taylor, EJ.
That's right. If they get safeties, then I'm counting that as points that punter scored.
It's punter points.
So
leads the league in safeties generated.
That's okay. I can live with that, but it's probably not going to happen all that often. I do love the Caleb tweet. Like, hey, man, cool to have you on the team. Hope you do nothing.
Oh, man. Yeah. Did you guys have a good grade on Brendan Rice? I had a grade that would put him like around here.
Yeah, I had a draftable grade on Brendan Rice, and I know that doesn't seem like a great grade in this wide receiver class. Like in a lot of wide receiver classes, I think Rice would have gone low 4, top 5. In this receiver class,
no chance.
It's 2 rounds later
because
there's just a ton of good wide receivers in this class. I had a better grade on Taj by far, and he hasn't gone off the board yet.
My chat has an excellent idea for. I'm going to save that one. I'm going to save that one for.
You're going to cash it
for mid next season for a gift I'm going to get you later.
Oh God,
it's going to be great.
Tory Taylor jersey.
I'm not saying anything.
That's brutal. I won't be one of the fans that burns it.
Every time Torrey Taylor lands a punt inside the 5, EJ takes a shot of Malort, maybe, when we're doing a TNF stream next year.
So bad. It's right there. It's on the shelf, folks. Like, it's in range. If I was truly upset about this, I would have been into that bottle just to erase memories of it.
Kids are going to go to Beck. Why is Daddy blasted tonight? Well, Torrey Taylor had
Torrey Taylor
5 really good punts, kids.
had a freaking night. Oh, my God.
Torrey Taylor won MVP of Thursday Night Football, and so my husband got destroyed.
He's not going to work tomorrow. Oh, wait. That's talking about football. It's counterproductive. No. Again, this is nothing against Taylor, the player. I think he is a good player. I'm just, like, wildly surprised they used a 4th on him.
He's the Caleb Williams of punters. That's what I've been told.
Is it what you've been told?
The prevailing opinion was that he was a generational punter prospect.
And did you believe them when they told you this?
Well,
nonsense?
I had Rakow as my number 1 punter, so.
So you didn't even believe him again.
I'm absolved of all sins. But I also did like Torrey Taylor. A lot. He's a very good punter. I just think Rakow's, like, ridiculous. Punter discourse, baby. That's what you come here for day 3.
So Rakow was your Stone Forsythe of punters?
Yeah, apparently. Rakow's my
Okay,
my
that
special
is a
teams
deep
Bo
cut
Melton.
chat. That is a joke for the hardcores because you need to have been here for multiple years worth of streams to understand it.
I'm not mad. Please don't put it in the newspaper that I got mad. Oh, God. Oh, man. I've never been so invested in the success of a Bears punter. The Bears scored 6 points and EJ's blacked out. Oh, dude, I cannot wait for this season. It's going to be so good.
Well, you know, what I'm waiting for is, like, Caleb to break the single-season passing record and single-season touchdown record, and for Rome to have, like, I don't know, 300-400 yards would be great because that means Keenan stayed healthy and the Bears are destroying people. I'd be all over that. That'd be great. All right, Bengals pick is in. We probably lost a lot of picks here.
Probably, maybe. Jordan Whittington went. Arch enemy of Texas fans everywhere.
To whom?
The Rams.
His type, like.
No, he's going to actually get used with the Rams.
I mean, if someone was going to pick him, Rams are probably on the top of the list because
it'll work.
They made use of Skoranek, so
it'll work. It'll work.
Jordan Whittington is like Skoranek 2.0 or 3.0, depending how many of them they had.
Is Skoranek still with the Rams? He probably is, right? Oh, maybe.
No, we can find out really easily.
Oh, Cedric Johnson just went to the Bengals.
Oh, love that. Love it. That's really good,
At pick
actually.
214 is a lot later than I expected him to go.
He was one of those guys, and we talked about this at the Combine specifically, because I saw him run at the Combine, and I was like, okay, I'm missing something. Like, he moves way better than somebody that I think is in the range I think he's in. For, again, an edge that played in the SEC, moves like him, like, okay, I'm missing something here. So there was something with him all the way along, whether it was, again, folks talking to his coaches or medical or something off the field, because, again, guys that physically talented, played in the SEC, play a high-priority position, and nobody talks about them, like, ever. You're like...
Stocky.
Yeah.
Great first step. When I say stocky, I mean, like...
Yes, Skoranek is still on the roster.
He's square. He's a square edge rusher, as odd as that is, but he's a square edge rusher.
Yeah.
Strong, great first step. Not like hyper productive, but productive enough, right? But I really love his build. Like, I'm a sucker for guys that are like 6'3". The 6'5", 6'6" edges are great, but I'm a sucker for guys that are like 6'2", 6'3", that have natural leverage advantages, that have good first step, that have pop in their hands. Like, he's just a really solid player. I'm genuinely surprised that he went this late. He's not the most fluid guy around the corner, but I wouldn't even say fluid guy around the corner. But I liked his profile. I thought it would have gone higher. It's interesting. Well, Bengals got a good pick. in my opinion.
Know who he reminds me of?
Who?
Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, I mean, Trey had better hips, but in terms of like play style,
In terms of like how they win.
yeah.
And now he gets to go sit behind.
Trey, well, we'll see how long Trey's there.
Yeah. For sure.
He pulled the threatening retirement card,
Yes.
which
I want more money from the Bengals.
Which I'm like, you're
guaranteed.
You're gonna retire, Trey.
Yeah.
You're gonna walk away from $15 million or whatever it is, Trey. Okay.
Yeah, when you want 18 or whatever it is.
Yeah. Let's see you retire. Tom's sewing for $20. Thank you, Tom.
Uh-oh, there it is.
Okay, you do Bo Limmer first, then we'll do the super chat because it's for you.
Let's do the super chat first. We'll get to Bo.
So EJ, this is from Tom. What do you want for Chicago in UDFA?
Ooh, that's an excellent question. I would love Juwan Briggs if he goes undrafted.
Mm-hmm.
That would be fantastic as a 3-tech. I would like a center or guard. If it's Matt Lee, I will be over the moon as a backup.
I'd be stunned if Matt Lee somehow is a UDFA.
I understand that, but Juwan Briggs and Matt Lee would clean up 2 of those. They've already gotten their edge. If somehow Jaheim Bell goes undrafted, I want him for Shane Waldron.
Jaheim Bell's available.
I expected him to be in this range, but honestly, I did. From like mid-5th to mid-6th was kind of my range for him, and we're really not fully into the mid-6th, so we're still there. I could still see him going in the next few picks, but if for some reason Jaheim Bell slips, give him to Shane Waldron, sit him behind Gerald Everett, let's go. Juwan Briggs, Matt Lee, Jaheim Bell would be fantastic. There's a bunch of wide receivers. Josh Cephas, if he doesn't get drafted because of his off-field issues, snap that up. One of only about 6 wide receivers in this entire draft class that topped 1,000 yards. Yes, I know there are off-field issues, but guy's got an incredibly low drop rate. He's 6'2", 6'3", over 1,000 yards. Really good first move after the catch. Tons of yak. That I would be thrilled. If I kept digging safety, who would I want in the safety ranks? Because I really do think...
While you look, I want to put on Stump the Truck here. It's one of my favorite segments of Day 3.
All right, do it.
Hey, listen. They're not to be stumped. This was born out of, actually just like my run that we're going to see at the top of the hour, sheer boredom. During the production of this draft, this happened in Radio City Music Hall.
Remember how terminable those were? Because the weekend?
Yeah.
It was 2 days on the weekend.
That's right.
And it was interminable.
It was.
It was interminable.
And that's probably why the league comes to a place like this. Yeah. There's nobody falling asleep in the top row of the balcony at Radio City Music Hall behind us, right?
Can't do it.
So at any rate, so we just kind of just got a little bored saying, do you think this guy actually has tape in our truck? And then we started throwing names out. And then we, a couple of years later, decided to include Twitter. And now it's like, what's Twitter? And we're like, you should get on it. And then he cursed it.
I remember that.
But years later, he got on Twitter.
So, let's play Stump the Truck. Daniel Jeremiah. Let's go.
Let's jump into the deep end here. Let's start things off. Hale Matuapuaka. Matuapuaka, defensive tackle from Utah State. Come on.
I gotta have video of Utah State. That's an easy one to start.
Matuapuaka. How we doing?
Oh.
That is a deep ball.
Oh,
yeah.
We got spot shadows.
Yeah, defensive tackle getting after it. It's a good program up in Logan, as you guys know.
Hold on a second.
Whoa!
Oh, look at this.
We're going to get this kid drafted with this.
This is sick.
Quarterback like this. Is that 15 yards?
You know what he looked like?
No.
The mascot was San Diego State. Yeah. Right? San Diego State, Hawaii.
They're just showing off with that sort of.
I was going to say, the truck just flexed on us. That was incredible.
It was a truck flex. Hashtag it. All right. Yes, Joe.
I'm going to go to my Empire State, home of the
Division III national champions this past year.
Okay.
SUNY Cortland State Dragons, Cole Burgess, wide receiver. Division III, do we have this?
Oh, yeah. SUNY?
Oh, they've got to.
SUNY Cortland.
SUNY Cortland.
The State University of New York system.
Of course, yeah.
They got it.
Of course they do. Yeah. Child's play.
Amazing.
Child's play.
This kid can roll.
It's the best segment every year.
I mean, you watch him flash and go. The numbers he put
Yeah,
up.
D3 wide receivers.
Watch him go here. Strictly on a go route. Tracks it. Look at his catch.
He caught a ton of bubbles. You know, that's State University of New York football in a nutshell right there.
And by the way, winners of the Cornerback Jug against Ithaca, so they're very proud people. That's a major rivalry.
This one's close to my heart. We had Tommy DeVito. I'm going to give you a better name here, Truck. Kicker at Tulane.
Oh.
Valentino Ambrosio.
Well done.
You have
Ambrosio.
I thought that's who you were wearing tonight.
Out of the truck. Oh, yeah! Val Ambrosio, as it's known. And a spot shotter in case you think
That's so great.
might be about a holder or a long snapper.
So they think a student fuck Cortland.
Big contributor to the Wave.
Bravo!
Wave won the Cotton Bowl years ago. What, back-to-back AAC champs? You had a roll.
He wants to stump the truck. It's 3-0. It's
The real game is Stump Charles.
Now, I got a good one. This comes courtesy of my good friend Tom Pelissero, who's probably 3 old fashions deep right now. Colorado School of the Mines quarterback,
Yes.
John Matoka from the Ore Diggers, which I think is the real mascot.
It is. It is. That is the mascot.
Okay, fun fact. Stump the couch. My old boss is a Colorado School of Mines graduate.
Get a win here.
I want to say Ian.
Oh, got him. Tom got him.
He also, when that year, this is when he got kicked out, he said a player that was not draft eligible.
That was not my fault.
Oh, cheating. Cheating.
Oh, no, he's draft eligible. He just got the truck. Can we go up? He's part of the world, by the way. Can we go to social? Can we go to Twitter? What do we got? Pop one on the screen. Okay, Christian Cole.
Mookie.
Mookie Collier.
NC Central, come
Out
on.
of NC Central.
Good ball player.
All right, Mookie.
Good
Of
ball
course,
player.
Charles knows him.
Charles like, yeah, good ball player.
No.
Oh, come on. This is
Losing streak. It's getting close.
Can we go off the books again?
Sure.
I gotta do it. Saw this kid. He won the Connerly Award in the state of Mississippi this year, which is for the best college football player of all the schools playing in Mississippi. The Delta State quarterback, Patrick Shegog, S-A-G-G-O-G.
Shegog.
Patrick Shegog. He won the award over the Mississippi State.
Charles,
Wilderness,
man.
Mississippi Valley. He was the guy.
Oh, we might have a tie here.
no.
Got him. Got him.
Mississippi Valley.
Is this the first ever Stump the Truck tie?
Wow. This is like Game 7.
It's like Game 7.
Guys only got so
This is riveting television. Who's getting picked, by the way?
Let's go to West Florida. West Florida. John Giles.
Yeah,
What's the G with the J-I-L? John Giles, West Florida wide receiver.
I'm nervous.
West Florida. Have you seen their field?
No. Got him.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. Their field is awesome.
This was shot like 5K. This is great.
Wow, that is very nicely shot.
I think this is up cam. This is like a movie.
That was like
Peter,
shot like a Friday Night Lights.
one more, Peter?
Peter, social.
Okay, social.
I think I just
By the way, just in case you think that we're
Storm Duck. Oh, come on.
Oh, it's got to be Storm Duck.
They got to get Storm Duck.
after quarterback for Louisville, the number 2 name.
Great name.
we gotta have a corner out of Louisville.
We got that.
Yeah, Storm Duck for sure.
He was at App State, wasn't he? He was at App State.
Storm Duck.
Duck, Tron.
Can't stop the duck, can't stop the truck. It walks like a duck, runs like a duck, quacks like a duck.
Hits like a duck.
Covers like a duck.
Physical dude.
Wrong duck. Celebrate, everybody.
Congratulations, truck.
Duck the truck.
Duck the truck.
Best segment every year.
It's a tremendous segment. They came close this year. Normally they get blown out.
Well,
But I mean, West Florida, like, okay.
deep pulls.
Yeah.
Deep pulls.
They didn't go to Minot State.
That's true. Honestly, Emory would stump the truck.
Emory could have stumped the truck like 4 for 4 or 5 for 5. He just would have. He would have been undefeated. Great Leatherman jacket, by the way. That is very nice.
Evan Rudkin for $10. Ryan Flournoy to the Cowboys. Southeast Missouri State represents.
Indeed.
A lot of people were real big on him.
Yeah.
Late in the process.
Trait guy. Well,
100% a trait guy.
I mean, he had Senior Bowl cred. I believe we know his agent.
Is she?
I believe.
Really?
I believe she had Flournoy this year.
Okay.
So I had him bookmarked after the All-Star circuit, after the Combine. Went and watched and was, you know me. I love the down the board guys. Love the underdogs. Love the UDFAs. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna love this. Didn't love it. Like it's height, weight, speed. In terms of traits for a wide receiver, there's again very deep wide receiver class. A lot of competition. Here's your deep cut. I'd rather have a Cortland State guy
or Jalen Coker or
the Stony Brook kid.
David White even.
David White for sure, who is a UDFA that I would like the Bears to get. If they don't get Cephas, go get David White.
Mm-hmm.
I was at Western Carolina.
Yep, Western Carolina.
Yep.
I think he was 6'4".
That boy can go get it.
2-something, runs crazy fast, jumps crazy high.
Yeah.
Like he's an alien physically.
Yeah, the Cortland State wide receiver I think is more skilled. David White is if you're going on traits. Cephas is above both of them, but it's more off the field stuff. Had a ton of production against really good competition, including Texas. So, anyways, bunch of guys.
Want to recap some picks?
Yes.
Jarrett Kingston, the guard from USC, who is a physical freak.
Marvel, yep.
He went to the 49ers, which checks out because they're looking at physically freaky, I'm like crazy physically gifted interior defensive linemen with like piston quick feet. And they're like, yeah, we can turn this into something.
Yep.
I will say, you're wondering, okay, if USC had a physically freaky guard, why was their offensive line so bad? There's a lot going on there.
There's some stuff.
I'm not going to get into it, but Jarrett Kingston he's
got the traits.
He's got traits. And then we got Bo Limmer to the Rams.
Yep.
Let's talk about
Bo Limmer, Arkansas center. Followed another center who currently plays in our nation's capital that we liked a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Talented SEC center, good movement skills. Doesn't necessarily anchor as much as I'd like. That became famous at the Senior Bowl. Like, look, it's Devondre Sweat. He was 3 and when he really gets motivated, he's going to fold people in half. Unfortunately, it was Bo Limmer. To his credit, he lost somewhat slowly on that rep.
He still died, but he died slow.
He still died, but he died slow. Limmer, I think, is a talented guy. That one clip got pushed really kind of way too far up. If you look at the sum total of Limmer's tape, he's a talented guy. He has good movement skills. I think he's good in the run blocking game. Rams steal one, in my opinion. Like, this is late. You're getting quality football players that have, like, eventual starting potential. I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about down the road. Those are good pulls, especially in this draft, mid-6th.
The pick after that was Devin Leary, one of our favorite day 3 quarterbacks. He went to the Ravens, which I think he's actually a pretty good fit for Todd Monken. Really smart kid. It's a little bit different verbiage for Todd Monken than what Devin's used to. Devin's used to the Sean McVay,
Liam
Cohen verbiage, which is why I thought he might have been in play for somebody from that ecosystem because Devin already understands the offense. But he's going to Baltimore. I would say similar concepts, but they might just call it something different. So it's not like a complete tear down and rebuild.
That's right.
Either way, he's played in a similar style system to what half the NFL uses. Good arm talent, can really spin it. He's mature. He's experienced. I think there's a lot to like. Like, obviously, some of the tape when he was surrounded by lesser talent wasn't great. I think he kind of caught the hero ball bug a little bit too much compared to earlier in his career at NC State. But I like him for a day 3 quarterback. Oh, we got the Union Jack there?
Yeah, International Pathway Program.
Let's go.
Bills just picked up a guard.
He's a guard? Looks like a receiver.
6'7", 301.
Oh, that's why. I was like, he's svelte.
35-inch arms.
That is so cool.
It's cool that he's at the draft, too. That's amazing.
Yeah, all the international tie-ins, all the international fans of the year, the remotes, and by the way, having done like video and event production before, that many remotes from around the globe is mind-boggling. Like, it just makes me like shake thinking of all the things that could go wrong. Like,
Man,
oh, we're
look at
gonna
him. That's God.
we're gonna broadcast from like 25 different remote stadiums in like 5 different countries. What could go wrong? I'm like,
Oh, look at the feet.
Yeah, Pistons.
Look
Pistons.
at the feet.
Yep.
Are we sure he's a guard?
That's where they got to
That
play.
might be a tackle, folks. Look at that.
Yeah.
My God.
Uh-huh. That's where you take him, round 7, developmental. Like, look at the
Yeah.
traits. Like, let's go. Let's give it a shot. What are we losing here, people?
That ain't a guard.
Not moving skills of the guard.
That's a tackle. He ran a 4.81.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, that's 6'7".
Jesus Christ.
Long levers.
That's insane. That is
Yeah, these guys are
insane.
not running that time.
No.
Oh, give it to 18. All right,
Boy.
let's go.
What an athlete. I'm excited for that. See what happens there.
Sure.
All right, after Devin Leary, Daquan Hardy, somebody you were pretty fond of earlier in the process as a nickel.
Yep.
He went to Buffalo.
Yeah, I think this is the replacement for one of our favorite players that left Buffalo this offseason. In fact, the first player we ever interviewed together.
Dane Jackson.
Dane Jackson. So
Yeah.
this is the Dane Jackson. We hope you can play as well as Dane. Dane played very well for us. Came from Pittsburgh. You come from Penn State. Maybe we'll get lucky in the same way. Daquan Hardy, I did talk up a lot early in the process and got real quiet later in the process because I started watching a whole lot of other players and thought, ooh, I said he was going to be one of the top, 5 nickels in this class.
That's what happens when you're given takes early in the
Or up.
process before you get to the 200th player, and you're like, oh, man,
Yeah,
I haven't
lesson
sacked all these
learned.
guys yet.
Lesson learned, don't rack them in numbers. Just say, hey, he's going to be a talented nickel in this class. Say something like that because Daquan Hardy didn't get any worse, right? It's that I watched other guys like Mike Sandersterl and Tyke Smith and went, oh, geez, he's like 9th or 10th in this class. He's not 5th.
Yeah.
There's just talented guys above him that I hadn't gotten to yet. So, good player. Again, Dane was a late pull for the Bills, and everybody went, oh, I don't know. And we were like, no, Dane's a good player. I could say the same thing. I had a better grade on Dane than I do on Daquan, but it doesn't mean he's not going to work out.
What happened to the other PSU corners, King and Dixon? They we weren't big King.
Kalen King had a lot of preseason
Yeah.
hype, and he fell victim to it.
Yeah, he's had a real rough. He had a rough season.
Yeah.
And a really rough pre-draft process.
Unfortunately, it's a double-edged sword. If you get preseason attention, hype, you're on preseason All-America list, whatever, you get attention. You get the spotlight. But just like all these players that later in the draft cycle get the spotlight and then get torn down, if that happens to you in August and then you struggle through September and October, it can be just as devastating as it is helpful.
Yeah. And he had a target on his head, and
he got shot a lot.
He got shot a lot. All right. After that, we had Travis Clayton. Okay. The draft tracker lists him at OT. That makes more sense.
You feel better.
I feel better about that. I was like, that ain't a guard. That's a tackle. Commanders pick is in.
Again.
Still no Taj Washington.
Still
no Jawan Briggs.
Okay, Taj played, I just said this earlier about players. Taj played in shoulder harness the whole time, and he's a little guy. And I was like, that's odd. And I'm wondering if there's not some damage there that they were just like, well, he's little and he has a little bit of damage to a joint we don't like in receivers being damaged, and. So somebody asked earlier about Bears UDFAs. If Taj doesn't get drafted, he's number freaking 1.
If Taj does not get drafted, he is a Chicago Bear.
100%.
Oh, Elijah Klein got taken. Was that in the 6th round? Hold on.
Oh, damn. Washington's just crushing it.
Okay. Before we do Washington.
No, keep going.
Elijah Klein went to Tampa, another guard for them.
Mm-hmm.
Just stacking as many as they possibly
They're going to find their best 5.
And letting them all fight it out.
And have backups.
I really like that for them, though. Elijah Klein's talented.
Sure.
He's really talented. He's out of UTEP. I feel like UTEP puts at least one guy in the league every year at this point.
This is 2.
This is 2. I like the Elijah Klein pick. I'm really curious to see if he's even got a shot to play there. Hold on.
Sure.
Because they took Barton, obviously, who's going to start at left guard for them. They list him at center. So Klein's going to compete with Bredesen for left guard. Okay. So what happens to Hainsey? Nothing?
That was our initial thought on the first night.
So
it was like
on the projection now is Tristan Wirfs at left tackle, Ben Bredesen, I guess, competing with Elijah Klein for left guard, Graham Barton at center, Malk at right guard, Gadecki at right tackle. I like that. Like, I just as a concept, that offensive line.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. Yeah, I like Elijah Klein. He's a good.
Oh, Rich ran at the Rose Bowl, huh?
Oh, did he?
Apparently. I mean, it is close to his home.
All right, let me see what Washington took. Oh, I didn't do John Baptiste.
Oh, my goodness.
The edge out of Notre Dame. I didn't do him.
Yeah, Ohio State transfer, ended up at Notre Dame. Really good physical skills. I had him rated above. I had him rated above several folks. I will get back to my rating to get it correct. Yeah, I had him above Solomon Byrd, above Sonny Anderson.
Whoa, that was fighting words if you had anybody in this range above Solomon Byrd. I love Solomon Byrd.
Below Braden McGregor, just a touch. Javonte Jean-Baptiste from Notre Dame, really good size, moves very well, doesn't finish. He's kind of like Braylon Trice. He doesn't finish a ton.
Yeah.
He has more finishing ability, I think, than Trice does. And I realized somebody saying, yeah, but Trice had 1 billion pressures. System had something to do with that for Javonte. I really like him. It's very rare that you can get a down-the-board edge with pedigree and physical traits, and he's one of them. Again, if you're taking a late-round bet, absolutely one I would take.
I'll take your word for it. Again, I didn't watch him.
Washington's crushing it.
But you did bring up an interesting point that Solomon Byrd is still available,
yes.
Which I take issue with. That I take not with you, but just
but Taj too.
With the world that Solomon Byrd is available.
Yeah, Taj too. Like Taj shouldn't be available at this point. 7th round, he should be off the board.
Neither of them should be.
Correct.
All right, Raiders. Who the Raiders take?
Holy crap! There's like 150 people. Oh, he's getting his cleats. He's getting the special cleats.
Oh, is this the Run Rich Run?
This is Run Rich Run.
Oh, okay.
At the Rose Bowl.
Don't they do it at Combine?
They typically have. He's typically running Indy, but here you go. He's got Big Witt.
Got Gurley, Witt, and Harbaugh. That's cool.
Yeah. Everybody came out to support. Good for them.
Yeah.
So this podcast supported St. Jude through Tom Grassi's 30 and 30 stadium tour last year. Brett randomly met up with him in Pittsburgh because he was there for something else. At the same time, Tom came through. I met up with him in Seattle when he came through there. We gave a donation to his cause. He raised over $500,000 for St. Jude. That was his cause for 30 and 30. Tom Grassi, tremendous human being. Also, pretty good at this YouTube thing.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's all right at this YouTube thing. And, if we're saying that about a Packers fan, he's good. So,
if you guys didn't see, he announced his second year of doing stadium tours this summer. He's going international.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's doing all the English stadiums, Germany, Mexico City,
he's
and
going
Brazil.
big.
And Spain, too, because they're doing a Madrid game in a couple of years, so he's going to Madrid as well on the way to Mexico and Brazil.
He's doing that in 30 days?
10 days.
Get out.
Yeah, I think he's doing it's like 2 or 3 English stadiums, Germany, Madrid, Mexico City, Brazil in 10 days.
His head's going to hurt so bad.
I was talking to him at the Combine, and he's like, if you want to come along, let me know. And I was like, Tom, your stamina is so much better than mine.
Yeah.
I wish you well. I will buy you a beer when you're back in the States.
Yeah. Unreal.
But, he is – I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it.
Seattle was about 7 days from the end of the tour, 7 or 8, right? Because he was coming down the coast and he finished here in L.A. Was on Rich's show. Speaking of Run, Rich, Run, he was so clapped out. I got to hang out with him and Johnny in his hotel room for about an hour before the Seattle gathering. They've been going. Traveling
for 23 days at that point.
Traveling that hard is really, really difficult. When he got in front of people, you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
For 4 straight hours, everybody got their picture taken. Everybody got their question answered. Everybody got a signature if they wanted it. Everybody in the crowd, 125, 130 people, easy, if not more. It was supposed to be at a restaurant across the street. Restaurant lost power. Tom single-handedly was like, nope, we're going to do it here on the sidewalk. The stadium folks came out and they're like, what's this? Tom took a break, said, hey, we're just trying to raise some money for St. Jude. It's all right. If you need us to move, it's cool. Completely gracious, grateful, even keel. He just came on. It's like those people that limp onto stage and then suddenly stand up straight.
Dude, he's Mick Jagger.
100%.
Yeah.
Respect for Tom Grassi. Absolutely through the roof. Great human being. Check out 30 and 30 or whatever he's calling it this year. Cause is great. Person is great. Unbelievable.
He has the best work ethic I have ever seen.
Yeah, I am up early and go to bed late for this entire season. Work my ass off 6 days a week, 7 days a week, certainly for the last 2.5 months. Grassi puts me to shame.
It's not even close.
Nope.
I have never seen somebody work as hard as Tom Grassi. And so, and he also has crazy stamina. So, Tom, I wish you well in your international tour. You are a physical freak to me. And we'll meet up back in the States when you get home. Connor Easterday for $5. How would you guys grade the Commanders draft? Speaking of the Commanders.
They're crushing it.
Also, when do season previews start this year? I can't wait. Y'all are the best. Season previews start mid-June?
Early June, probably. We'll see about production. We're still working on it. We do have a plan. It's a little bit different than last year. We're trying to dovetail it with a few other events that we've been invited to. And so that depends on when Brett comes my way, when I'm down here, so that we can make all those things work. We still don't have final dates, so about 5 days from now, I'll be making some calls and saying, all right, we need to know, are we coming? If not, when are the dates? So we can line that up, and then we can do all the logistics for where we'll be. It'll be similar to last year, but a little bit different. We'll have some new flavors. So we're hoping to start it a little bit earlier because we're also hoping to be at the Hall of Fame game, and that thing is August 4th.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out exactly timing of Hall of Fame game because I have a wedding the week before or days before. So we would like to be at the Hall of Fame game.
Yes.
we're going to try to make that happen. But, again, EJ's coming down for 2 weeks to record half in L.A., and then I'm going up to Seattle to record half the off-season series up in Seattle because I'll take any excuse I can get to go to the Pacific Northwest in the summer.
You bet.
And those should be coming out in, I don't know, probably 6 weeks or so.
Yeah, Washington's draft, Jaden Daniels, Johnny Newton, Mike Sanderstill, Ben Sinnott, Brandon Coleman, Luke McCaffrey, Dom Hampton, safety out of Washington, who I really like, Jordan McGee, my 4th-rated linebacker out of Temple, and then Jean-Baptiste, the edge from Notre Dame, who I really like. They're just flat crushing it. New GM, just crushing it.
Trey Taylor.
Ooh, beast.
Air Force went to the Raiders. His nephew of Ed Reed or cousin of Ed
Reed?
Cousin of Ed Reed.
Absolute force against the run and way better against the pass when I went back to his tape. Oh, it's not Cornelius Johnson.
Interesting. So Brendan Rice finally comes off the board. I'll admit this is later than I thought he would.
Agreed.
Even for me, who I wasn't like a huge Brendan Rice guy, this is still later than I thought he would go. Big, physical receiver out of USC.
Bodies, guys.
I really, it's interesting. You would think a receiver that's built like him with Caleb as the quarterback, you'd think he'd be more productive. And there were some reasons for that. I thought he had some stiffness to him. So when he wasn't able to just kind of physically overwhelm corners, I didn't really think he had separation ability to get away from them. It was either you win or you don't off the rip. I thought as far as receiving skills go, we're talking about route running, we're talking about post-snap reads, how you adjust routes down the field based on coverages you're seeing, because that's a big part of that USC offense with Caleb. We're talking about, just straight up contested catchability, wiggle in space after the catch, all the receiver stuff. Taj was better, but as far as physical profiles go, you could argue Brendan Rice is better.
And he almost, to me, seemed like he wanted to go out of his way to get physical contact. He wanted to run into guys.
That was how he would win, right? It's just the overwhelming physicality component to his game.
And some receivers, you can see it, and are leaning into the defensive back and let's go, initiating that. And that was Brendan's calling card on tape is, I am going to use this whether you want me to or not, or whether it's really necessary. That was the weird thing on some reps is you actually have some separation. You could win this in space. And he was like, no, I'm going to lean into the guy and win it. Made it a little bit harder on himself than he needed to. That's coachable. That's adjustable to say, hey, you don't always have to be the bully downfield. You can win some in space and be that way. Again, about where I thought he'd go off, a touch lower, but not much.
Lucas Grant for $20. Frustrated Hawks fan here. Thoughts on our draft? I like the names on paper, but where we took them and who we left on the board, given our biggest needs and free agency acquisitions, is tough to swallow. Passing on Fa'atanu, also not great. I was genuinely surprised they passed on Fa'atanu. Not going to lie. Let me pull up their class.
Yeah, first half, again, this is one of those classes that when you look at the first two, you're like, yeah. When you look at the next two, you're like, okay, I get it. I understand. You look at the last four, role players, hardcore role players, so it's easier to get lost in the weeds on those, but there aren't the picks down the board that really get you charged up, for me, outside of Tyrese Knight.
DJ James.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at them on their rank, not when they were picked.
So Byron Murphy in the first round, they needed a pass rushing 3 technique. Great, right? They didn't have a second-round pick. They came back with Christian Haynes, which I thought was one of the better picks of the whole draft to be their right guard. Then you got Tyrese Knight. Then you got Nehemiah Pritchett, which I thought the other corner they took out of Auburn a round later. DJ James was better, so whatever, I'll flip those in my head. That's fine. A.J. Barner in the 4th. You got a really sturdy blocking tight end to replace what they had in Disley. You got Michael Jarrell in the 6th, and then Luamea, who I didn't watch, also in the 6th. So they got some depth offensive linemen, but they got a starting offensive lineman, Christian Haynes. They got a great interior pass rusher. They got an off-ball linebacker / maybe can moonlight with some snaps at edge. And then you got 2 corners, one of which I really like and one of which I was okay with. But like DJ James, if he's healthy, is great. I don't know. I like this class.
It's a good class.
It's solid. It's not like the Seattle draft of last year or the year before that, but how can you expect that every year, right?
You can't. They were one of our top 3 classes.
I like the class. I think it's good.
I'll send a quick message. To everybody who's sending DMs, sending texts, in chat, here with us, sending super chats, sending support, sending me, I love you guys, I love the work, keep it up, strong work, been with you all day, been with you for 5 years. We're hearing you. We can't answer everybody. We're extremely pleased that you've chosen to do this with us because these are some of our favorite days per year.
Dason Allen for $10. Love this channel. You guys always do an amazing job every year. Thank you very much. Speaking of nice comments.
There you go.
Would love a grade on the overall 49ers draft. Thanks again for another amazing 3 days of content. So 49ers, I thought, had a very, very strong draft. I'll run through it one by one, because especially first few picks. So Ricky Pearsall in the first round. EJ loved that one a little bit more than me, but I'm okay with it. But I really love the second round pick of Renardo Green. I think he's going to be a starting corner for them. Dominic Pooney, who they're slating at guard to be potentially their starting right guard, and push out Burford, but I think could potentially give McKivitz a run for his money at right tackle if they feel so inclined. Jacob Cowing, kind of an undersized speedster that they got to fill out that receiving core. Another slot guy, which I guess they took 2 slot receivers. Fine, whatever. Malik Mustafa, one of the best, if not the best, tackling safety in this entire class. Could also play nickel for them if they really want to. Isaac Arendo, classic early day 3 Shanahan running back who runs 4-3 and is great in outside zone. Absolutely love that pick too. And then Jarrett Kingston, a physical marvel of a guard prospect that they just took in the 6th round, who he's their annual dart throw at that position to try to turn into something, maybe in a year or 2. But
aw, damn it.
What? What? Michael Juergens?
No.
That's Brendan Rice. That's not
Still
Taj.
Brendan, not Taj.
Yeah, no, that's Brendan.
All right.
Yeah. Which, again, I think Brendan Rice is a fine player. He went a little bit later than I expected, but I do think that Taj is just a better pure receiver.
It's funny because, again, we were talking about this, I think it was last night or early this morning, can't remember which. And we were talking about the 2 passing attacks, Caleb's passing attack, and the Michigan passing attack this year, 2 very high-profile passing attacks in college football, and the perception that the more high-profile receivers on both of those offenses drove them, that Roman Wilson drove Michigan, and that Brendan Rice drove USC, and it was actually Taj Washington and Cornelius Johnson that really were the receivers that those 2 offenses leaned on when they needed bigger plays, and those 2 guys are going to get drafted later than their counterparts who are already off the board.
Miles Harden, the South Dakota corner.
That was the one I saw that I was like, ooh.
Cleveland Browns.
Yeah. He's added to a very talented secondary.
Very good fit there, too.
Yeah, physical player in terms of great physical specimen at corner.
He's one of these corners where an 8-yard cushion is necessary, not because I don't think he's got bad speed, but I do think there's some hip tightness there. And so he might need that extra yard just to get around all the way when he's kind of, doing his speed turns to stay in phase.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily want him. So I either want him 8 yards off or I want him in press. Yeah. I don't want him playing catch technique where he's kind of like, in no man's land a little bit. I don't think he has the hips for that. Interestingly enough, I do think he's got a good T-step, as in he can stop and drive instantly. Thought he might have gone off a little bit earlier than this, but again, everybody has different grades, starting in the 5th all the way to the 7th. So either way, a developmental corner for the Browns. They have very good. I just realized the Browns DB coach was at Shrine coaching him. That makes sense now. That's why that pick happened. Brown's already coached him. What? Fuck.
I was waiting for that. Damn it.
Jaheim Bell is a New England Patriot.
Of course he is. There are about 3 or 4 teams that could have picked him that I would have gone, damn it. And this is one of them. So Jaheim Bell, the H-back / tight end from Florida State, incredibly versatile player, useful weapon, athletic specimen. I honestly think he's got a chance to return kicks under the new rules. Like he could just use him.
Absolutely could return kicks.
You could just use him all over the place. Was really hoping he was going to drop into the UDFA ranks and go, hey, Shane Waldron likes using 3 tight ends. I'll go there. Doesn't get that chance. He will be playing in New England. So Taylor Kyles, you're welcome. Jaheim Bell, one of the more fun players in this draft to study because people got really upset about his designation or his size or whatever else and just kind of lost track of the production, the athletic ability, and just the pure fun factor.
We're talking about a tight end that in terms of average yards after the catch per reception was at 8.1. That's barely under Malachi Corley. And he's a tight end.
Yeah, yards per catch was 12.9. Drop percentage under 10. Missed tackle force, 12. He was 3rd in this class behind Bowers and Hoker, respectively. Run blocking grade was better than I thought. It was in the 60s, low 60s. And a lot of people said, oh, he can't block. He's not big enough. He's a move guy. He's kind of a dog in blocking. Like, he's not, like, absolute knockdown killer.
The effort is there, though.
Yeah. No, this is a really useful player. 6'2", 241, ended up with 503 yards, only 2 touchdowns. But, again, he's competing in an offense with Keon Coleman, Johnny Wilson, Trey Benson. Like, he was option 4 or 5 in that offense for FSU. Really useful player. Gonna love following his career, even though it's with the Patriots, because dude's just fun to watch.
Guys, we're halfway through round 7, and we got 1,750 people in here.
Let's go!
First of all, thank you. Second of all, what the hell is wrong with all of you? It's a Saturday in the spring.
We know what's wrong with us. What's wrong with you? We love it, whatever it is, by the way.
We're degenerates. What's your excuse?
That's right. And they're like, we're degenerates too. Oh, that's awesome. We appreciate it. Nathan Thomas, the tackle from Louisiana, ends up going to the Cowboys. Developmental lineman. A lot of people talked about him throughout the process. Again, certain teams and certain positions, you're like, okay, if you like him, you've had pretty good success turning out tackles. Like, I'll give you a shot.
J.R. Crone for $5. What the hell is the Cowboys' plan at running back? Are they really just letting it ride or re-signing Zeke? Why, Jerry? Why? Well, I think the plan was Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah, the plan
and then
was
that
one
plan
thing.
kind of fell apart. I'm trying to think of who's still available.
Well, there's still a lot. That's the thing in this class. I'm going to scroll up to running back, but there are a lot of running backs in this class that had very, I'll just call them specialized grades, where it was a thinner bit. Dylan Johnson's still there. I could see him being great. Jaden Sheridan's not a running back 1.
What about the other Tennessee running back?
Frank Gore Jr. Mayan Williams, if they just want to hammer. Fenwick would be super fun as a big runner.
Speaking of hammers.
Yep. Carson Steele, who we talked about.
Yep.
You're talking about Jabari Small, the second Tennessee running back. There are still players here with talent, had a bunch of production. Not to mention, if you really dip into some of the smaller school guys, like there's like 8 guys available. They only need 1 or 2. They can get them in UDFA. If you literally say, hey, you have a chance to compete for starting reps with the Dallas Cowboys, running backs will sign with you. I'm sorry. Like 100%.
We had another Cowboys super chat. Haven't been able to watch. Who has Dallas drafted so far on day 3? That's from Storm for $10. Thank you, Storm. So on day 3, We've gotten Kalen Carson, who's like not a super twitchy or explosive corner, but is really physical, plays well at the catch point. We've gotten Nathan Thomas in the 7th round. We've gotten Ryan Flournoy. What school is Ryan Flournoy again?
Southeast Missouri State.
Yeah, I was like,
SEMO.
I know it's a small school.
I love
couldn't remember which one.
SEMO.
So actually, haven't had a whole lot of Cowboys picks. We didn't get a 4th rounder for them.
So Kalen Carson was 113, and then it dropped all the way to 174, 231, and 241. So again, looks like a lot of picks on paper, but when 2 of your picks are back to back at 231 and 241, and there's only 250 whatever it is, 7 picks in the draft.
Yeah.
You're about bouncing. But again, grabbing talent with all of them. Top of the draft, definitely more highlights.
I love this from Andrew Knoll about Flournoy. For $5, enjoyed hanging out for the draft. Flournoy had 100 yards against K-State. His team lost 45-0. Most of it came on the 2nd possession. Hype.
You see guys that have big games against quality competition, and quite frankly, yes, it attracts the eye. Small school, played against quality competition, put up 174 yards, and you open it up, and the first one is a cornerback breaking his leg, and he runs 72 yards, and you're like, oh, well, 72 yards came in one play.
That happened with Brian Thomas Jr. against Florida State, where it's but look at the stat line against Florida State, and it's most of it when they were down 20 points in the 4th quarter, and he caught one.
If you're looking at that cut up, it very quickly goes to the 3rd and 4th quarter, and you're like, oh, well, here it all is. It's
55 minutes of misery,
look at
and
the
then
scoreboard.
One huge play when they're down by 3 possessions.
It was not lovely. What
we got?
Well, we got a Broncos pick is in at 235, so we're 20 picks from the end here, basically. We're starting to get into solid pick after pick that I did not get a chance to watch. But then again, there's a bunch of guys on the board that I did watch and nobody's picking. And I really like those guys. Pick those guys. They're good. Oh, Devon Vele from Utah, wide receiver. 6'4", 447.
Did Jalen Coker die?
Height, weight, speed guy. Here's one. This is, okay, for you, Troy Franklin, you're like, I had him way down low, and he got picked down low. And I'm like, dude, I had a better grade on him. I'm not sure why he didn't get picked. Jalen Coker. I looked at him, I was like, I don't see it. You were like, no, he's really good. I was like, I don't know that.
Wow. EJ, Holy Cross hater.
I'm like, don't know that it's there.
Doesn't like punters or Holy Cross.
Really? Figured he might be a UDFA, and everybody's like, no, he's getting drafted way up high. And I'm like, way up high doesn't exist anymore, buddy. You got 20 picks left. He might get drafted, probably will, but it's going to be late 7th when somebody just goes, hey, we don't want to have to negotiate for him, so we're just going to take him.
Would you have preferred Jalen Coker at 122?
Not really.
See? Silver linings, baby.
Silver linings are the Bears mixed out.
It could have been Jalen Coker.
Well, here's the true silver lining. The Bears missed out on their defensive line prospect right before they took Kieran at offensive tackle. Small miracles, baby.
Yeah.
And then they got Austin Booker. So it all works out in the wash.
TJ for $7. Round 7 is for the sadists and the
You're not even drinking today.
Masochists.
What are the masochist statistics?
7 deadly sins, 7-minute abs, 7 up. Round 7. Thanks, guys, for all you do. See, I'm not the only loopy one here.
No. I think most of the people with us at this point are loopy. If you're not loopy and you're here, please tell us why.
James Knapp for $2. We're degenerates too.
Yeah, that's right. This is for the hardcores. We always say it.
Matt Lee.
Oh boy, look at that. Love it.
If you're not excited for centers from Miami going 237, you don't belong here. All right, Matt Lee.
To the Bengals. This is great.
I had a big grade on him. phenomenal pass protector. I mean, phenomenal pass protector.
Yep.
Went up against some really, really good interior pass rushers.
In fact, a lot of them.
A lot of them. He went up against Rook. He went up against Fisk. He went up against, I mean, all of them. All of them. Man never gave up anything. He has a great anchor, but more importantly, he has a great re-anchor. He is somebody who, even if he loses a yard of ground on first contact, his ability to not lose his center of gravity, to not get completely bowled over, but to, kind of immediately reset his hands, reset his feet, kind of do that double hop and slow the pace of that power rush to kind of keep the pocket from caving in. Just a really, really good center and pass protection. I think he's a much better run blocker than he gets given credit for. Like I could put a whole cut up together of him just burying people on inside zone and on duo. I really, really, really like Matt Lee. I am flummoxed for how he lasted this long. I think Denver got. Hey man, Stone's still in the league.
I fully agree.
Average career is like 3.5 years. I think we're over that. So
no, and I was with you on Stone. I was not as high on Stone, but I really liked him. I was maybe 2 rounds later, so this is not you like Stone and I didn't. We both like Matt Lee, but I was more realistic, I think, about his prospects. I am glad he got drafted. He deserved it. If you watch him on tape and the quality of competition he went up against and the fact that none of them got anything. Like, they all had crappy days against him. That's the sign of a really good center. He does need to work on run blocking. He's not a force there. I know that you piddled through 5 minutes of run blocking highlights last night just to fluff yourself up and make yourself feel better, but
he's good.
He's fine.
He's
run
good.
Blocking. He's great as a pass blocker.
I love Matt Lee.
Yeah. He's a great player.
Denver Bronco, future Ring of Honor initiate, Matt Lee.
No, Bengals.
Was it Bengals? I thought it was Denver.
No.
Oh, it's the other orange team.
Yeah, the other orange team. No, he's
Was
going
it
to be
Bengals?
He's going to be blocking for Bengals.
Well, shit. Bengals have actually had a really nice day 3.
They
got
tend to do that.
They got Josh Newton. They got Cedric Johnson. They got McKinley Jackson. They got Tanner McLaughlin. They got Eric All.
They got McLaughlin and All.
They got McLaughlin and All.
So they were like, screw your Brock Bowers first round mocks that everybody put us down for. We're going to take 2 in the later rounds. We'll show you.
Well, their starter right now is Mike Gesicki, and they're like, let's
hedge bets.
Let's hedge some bets here.
All right. What's Houston getting here?
Might be receiver 5, just because CJ wants one.
Just cause,
right?
Oh man, I love the Saints got Christian Boyd. I'm just watching the crawl at this point, and it's funny because sometimes I'm like, oh great, and sometimes I'm like all mad all over again. I'm like, God damn it, why? Jawad Jordan to the Texans. I love that one. That one's really good.
Oh, Garrett Greenfield's still available.
Yep.
That had to have been something we didn't know about.
I don't know.
I'm talking like medicals, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
There's no way that he doesn't go drafted.
Happy accidents ends up in Chicago.
There's no way somebody's talented as Garrett. Solomon Bird!
Oh, nice!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Subscriber Solomon Bird, by the way.
Oh, let's go!
I love Solly. He's great.
He is a heavy edge setter.
Yes.
Like, he will mess some dudes up on the edge. We were talking to the USC offensive line when we were at Caleb's Pro Day, and they were like, you might not see it all in games, but the shit that guy does in practice to us. And we were like, okay, cool. Good source. The guys he did it to.
His speed to power. I mean, you saw it in the Shrine Bowl, like in the actual game, like full pads, full contact.
Yeah.
His speed to power on some pretty good tackles was woof. Like
D'Amico's going to have a ton of fun
yes,
with him.
I love this pick in the 7th round. Shades of once upon a time when I was sitting here on this very stream with EJ, saying, why hasn't Jonathan Cooper gone? And then eventually John Cooper went in the 7th round. When I had a mid-round grade on Cooper, he went in the 7th. And we said at the time, John Cooper is not only going to make the team, but he's going to be productive. John Cooper made the team, and he was productive in Denver. Same thing's going to happen with Solomon Byrd. Love this pick.
Tremendous pick. One of the more fun ones so far in the back half of the 7th, where we know the player, we know the skills. We think he's underrated, even for what it is. We're honest about his pass rush ability, but again, we talk about this every year. Talk about it with Matt Bowen. He says, look, if you can't set an edge in football, it's going to be a long day. I don't care whether it's Pee-wee, high school, college, or pro football. Solomon Byrd can set an edge.
Yep. Thick boy.
The other Michigan linebacker just went.
Barrett?
Yep.
Later than I thought he would go, too.
Not for me. I actually thought he'd go undrafted, but
really?
This is close. Yeah.
Really? Wow.
I mean,
I had
there's
like
only so many spaces, right?
Yeah, that's true. JJ for $5. I'm getting ready to head to the Billings Outlaws Arena football games.
Nice.
Season opener. I'm curious to hear Billings, Montana, right?
I would imagine.
Yeah, right.
I don't know of another Billings.
See, that's true. There's only one. Season opener. Curious to hear what you guys think of the Steelers draft.
Oh, it's so good.
Steelers crushed it.
Rebuilt their offensive line in 2 days.
Listen to this offensive
Crazy.
line. Listen to this offensive line. This is O-line porn, all right?
Yep.
Troy Fautanu, Isaac Seumalo, and James Daniels at guard, with Mason McCormick as your swing guard. You got Zach Frazier as your center, Nate Herbig as your backup center, Broderick Jones as your right tackle. You got Dan Moore as your swing tackle. He doesn't have to be on the field anymore. Praise be. You took Roman Wilson to be your slot receiver. You took Logan Lee to be your 5-tech that you're going to get in the 6th round, because the Steelers always get 5 techniques around here. You got Peyton Wilson, who only fell because of injury stuff, but he is like a rangy, explosive inside linebacker for them. And then you got Ryan Watts at corner, who a lot of people really liked Ryan Watts. I know people shit on the Texas secondary all year. Ryan Watts was their best player.
Super versatile.
Great draft.
Like, to me, Ryan Watts is one of the few players in this draft that, well, not few. There's a handful of players in this draft that you could assign the DB logo to. Mm-hmm. And people are like, oh, they're corner, they're nickel, or they're box safety. It's kind of like, yes. You just put him back there in their mix of 5 defensive backs, tell him to be roughly in an area, and he's going to be effective. That, to me, is Ryan Watts.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
The Procrastinaut for 10 Canadian. Thank
great name.
Longtime viewer. Shout out Christian Hackerberg. Shout out to you. Real ones know. Hawks fan, so I'm done here, but wanted to thank you guys for putting this on and for the insight over the years. Thank you for being here with us. I guess Seahawks don't have any more picks, do they?
No. Not yet, but they doesn't mean they won't.
Yeah, we'll see.
John is one of the ones that moves, right? he will drop back up in. He will not. Yeah. I don't know. I can't tell you why I said that this morning when I woke up. I was like, man, I think if there's a player that slides in the later rounds, I think Pole's going to mortgage stuff and go get him. And I didn't know who. It wasn't for like if Booker slides or if May slides or whatever. There were certainly possible targets, but I just woke up with that itch on the back of my head. I was like, I don't think they only pick once today. And Schneider's done that for years, up and down. You know, you remember that first round where he traded down like 3 times and ended up in round 2?
Yeah.
And all the Seahawks fans were like, we stayed up. They didn't pick anybody. We don't even get a pick today. What is this?
Diego Cardona for $10. Been a fan of Brett since the Le'Veon Bell Patience and Big Ben AB chemistry video, which I want to say was like 2017.
That's a while ago, yeah. I remember that.
And a bootleg fan since day one. Keep up the great work, gentlemen. Thank you for being here since we weren't even on camera.
Quick over-under. Oh, damn it!
Miami took Taj? Does Chris Greer watch the show? They took Mo Camara. Okay. They took Taj. They took, hold on, they took Malik.
Jalen.
Is he a bootlegger?
Maybe it's a burner.
That's like all of our guys.
Maybe it's a burner. Oh, damn. Oh, God.
They took Jalen Wright, your guy?
That's what I said. They took Jalen. Oh, this is so bad. Dude, Travis is going to be...
Or is Travis just making the picks?
Travis is poking Chris like, hey, I got a late rounder for you. Either way, great player. I'll tell you who's pissed right now.
Caleb.
Caleb's pissed. He wanted Taj in Chicago.
Yeah.
Like, we're 15 picks away from the end of the round, from the end of the draft. UDFA calls. I guarantee Chicago's already on the phone with him.
Oh, yeah.
100%. Like, hey, 10 more picks, you're ours. 10 more picks, you're... Oh, it's Mike McDaniel. I got to hang up.
There's a Florida number calling.
He would have liked it better, honestly, if he... I mean, he's going to love it in Mike McDaniel's offense. This is nothing against the Dolphins, but Chicago would have made it more worth his while. His contract will be worth less, actually, in Miami.
If we're talking about signing bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have to give him any.
Yeah.
Like, by slot, he's going to get, like, $1,000 or something. They would have paid him $5,000 to come to Chicago without a blink because Caleb wanted him.
Doc for life for $10. Thank you, Doc. Hey guys, really love the draft content. As a Rams fan, I wasn't expecting the extreme obsession of the D-line. What's y'all's grade on their class? All right.
The Rams? All your D-line belong to us, otherwise known as the Rams 2024 draft?
Get ready to learn pass rush, buddy.
Yeah, I think they just did.
So you got Jared Verse and Braden Fisk as your 1-2 punch. And, oh, by the way, Tyler Davis. Love that whole D-line group that they've built wave after wave after wave. They got Cam Kitchens to fill out their safety group behind
By the
Cam
way, his
Curl.
running mate just got picked. James Williams.
James Williams got picked?
Yep.
Okay. I like Kitchens better personally.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, it's probably went in third.
Yeah.
They got Brennan Jackson, another pass rusher. So they have 4 pass rushers. They took Blake Corum, which I absolutely love that pick. Perfect system fit for them. He's just another Kyron Williams to me. So great. Love that pick. Bo Limmer to back up Steve Avila, be the backup center because he sure is not starting over Steve Avila.
Nope.
And then Jordan Whittington, who
is Ben Skoranek 1.5 or 2.0? I'm not sure.
Big slot, maybe Mr. Third Down, some weapon.
They'll figure it out.
Let's just say weapon. They'll figure it out.
out.
I like that class a lot. Again, very pass rush heavy, but
I was going to say it's quite focused.
But this is the second year in a row where they've been pretty pass rush heavy. I think they've been preparing for the retirement of Aaron Donald and the loss of his gravity, so they've just been taking as many guys as possible. I love it. It's good.
Yeah, you can't even really call it the shotgun approach because I don't think shotguns have that many pellets unless you're talking about, like, number 8.
Let's see. What else we got here? So Taj went. James Williams went. Miles Cole went to the Jaguars.
Okay.
I know you and I were kind of like, both whatever on him.
Yeah. I'm more interested in where his running mate as a safety goes.
Might be UDFA at this point.
Well, he will be UDFA. Yeah. That's why I want to know where he goes.
Well, because he got hurt at Combine.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he ever got to work out.
No, I don't think so. And he's a physical freak.
Yeah.
I mean, he was literally on Feldman's freaks list.
Josiah Ziram, the Eastern Kentucky tackle, went to the Saints.
Yeah.
They're just going to get as many as they can.
EKU action.
I think we're caught up.
Okay, we're at 243. We're going to 257. Browns real active today have not, had a slower first couple of days because they're still. Oh yeah!
Juwan Briggs to Cleveland next to Michael Hall with Myles Garrett there. Oh,
I got
man.
some text to send.
I love that pick so much. That is a great pick. I don't think they thought he was going to be there in the 7th. Boy, that's a good pick. Juwan Briggs, he's a little bit thicker than what you think of like modern 3 techniques being, anywhere between 290 and 305. He's about 315. He's somebody who could play a little bit of a nose shade for you if you want. He could play 2-eye. You could play head up 2. Obviously play 3 technique. He is stout. He is really well coached. He's very coachable. When you do take off the leash a little bit and let him get upfield and pass rush, we saw what he could do at one-on-ones in the Shrine Bowl. Like, he's got legitimate moves. Really liked his hips. He didn't really get to show that off on game film, but at Shrine Bowl he kind of showed off like how well he could flatten and finish. Like I like Juwan Briggs, man. That's a good pick. That's a really good pick.
Good pick, explosive, has spent this entire pre-draft process rebuilding his body. Was already good, is now crazy. I mean, we always say, oh, wait until they get a year worth of NFL strength and conditioning. He basically has a tremendous head start on that. Showed explosion at the Shrine Bowl. We kept going, who's that guy? What is that helmet? Oh, it's Cincinnati. We didn't know Cincinnati had a guy here.
And he just kept
and then it
plays.
Turns out that he was a UVA guy, and he sang for my cousin.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
your cousin, the choir director.
Correct.
Yeah.
So Feldman's Freak List, I was looking through before the Combine, getting ready to make sure, who's going to have great Combine performances, right? And Juwan Briggs, way down the list, he's like 46 or something out of 50. And it said, oh, by the way, married, father of two, getting his grad degree, and he can sing. He's a solo singer, and they posted a video, right? And so I click on the video, and it's the UVA chorale singers, and my cousin Mike's conducting him. I was like, Juwan Briggs is one of yours? He's like, he was before he transferred. Why? I was like, I met him last week. Like, you didn't tell me? Anyways, that's who I just texted because he said, keep me up on where Juwan goes. So, here you go. Pratt becomes a Packer. Oh, God.
I'm mad about this because it's great.
It does fit.
I just want to know why he lasted this long. There were people talking about him going in the second round.
That was never.
I'm not saying I had a second round grade on him.
He was always day 3 for me, but it was way earlier. It was not last 10 picks day 3. It was first 15 picks of round 4 day 3 was where I thought he really would go. People would wait to day 3 and then go, hey, he's the best quarterback available on day 3, and they would pick him.
He's going to be a really good backup.
Tremendous backup.
I'm upset he's in Green Bay because he's going to be a really good backup.
I mean, rinse, lather, repeat.
Every
Packers
pick
make
made.
a pick. We get upset about it. Rinse, lather, repeat. No, he can absolutely throw it. He's going to enjoy that receiving core. It's quite a step up from what he was working with.
Yeah, a little bit.
He had one.
He had Jaquan, and that
he
was
had
it.
one really good receiver, and then a bunch of guys that are need some more development. He's going to walk into a room full of 5 guys who are all better than his best. That's a nice place to be as a quarterback. His offensive line that's not even comparable.
Yeah.
He's going to enter a different world entirely. He doesn't have to start right away. Ideal situation. This is when you spend a pick. Like, you're like, wait. A possible backup quarterback is going to go off in the 7th. They're going to pay him nothing.
That's the thing is like the financial consideration of that pick.
You can have him for 2 or 3 years for nothing.
If you have a legitimate backup quarterback for $200K,
yeah, 250,
doesn't
something like that.
matter what you're paying Jordan Love at that point. Who cares? If Michael Pratt's making $200K and Jordan Love is going to get paid $40 million or $50 million, whatever the hell it is, who cares?
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why today off the board, not that they had a pick for it, but I would have really appreciated Jordan Travis in Chicago because he's better than what they have in the backup room. And, God forbid Caleb's not on the field for them. That's what everybody's counting on. But if not, are you just going to chuck your season, right? And right now with the backups in Chicago, I have very little faith in them to go out and win half their games, which is really the target for a backup quarterback. Because if I hand you 4 games where the starter's injured, you win 2.
Yep.
Right? You keep us in it. And
just get us to healthy starter time.
And I do not have a lot of faith that the current backups in Chicago could do that. Jordan Travis, even as a rookie, I would have felt decent about.
Scruffy the janitor for $5. Think you're a degenerate. My wife said I could watch the NFL draft every year in her wedding vows. It's a good woman right there.
You got that.
Keep her forever.
You got that baked in. Let's go.
You only get one of those. Keep her forever.
That is impressive, Scruff. Well played.
I had to join the industry just to make sure I could watch it every year.
I took random Fridays off work once the draft moved because I was not paying attention. I was completely scattered. I was like, I can't.
Sorry, honey, I have to watch. It's a
Nah,
work
it
day.
used to be Friday night, right? They would do first round Friday night.
Yeah.
And I would say I typically was working evenings at that point, and I was like, nope, can't work Friday night. Like, you can work me day shift, you got to switch it around. I got to be out of here at like 4:30.
Yep.
And I would listen to the radio broadcast on the way home for the first 15 picks, and then I'd watch the rest of the first round. And that's when I knew I had a problem.
Oh man, Thorsten Rapp for €5. Thank you very much. Glad my Pats finished the draft strong. I'm about to head to bed though. It's past midnight here in Germany. Love the coverage from you two every year. If you're not already gone,
damn it!
Thank you for watching, Thorsten. We'll see you the next episode.
Thank you for watching. Stupid Bucks.
Devin Culp, one of EJ's favorites.
Oh, and what is this with the UW tight end pipeline to Tampa? They got Cade Otton, they got Devin Culp. Oh, man. Love Devin Culp. Really fluid. I mean, everybody...
Didn't they take McMillan, too? I think they took McMillan, too.
Well, not tight end, but... anyways.
No, but I'm just saying...
No, he did, because we were talking about him as a Godwin successor,
yeah.
and I don't really think that's fair, but, Culp, everybody paid attention to him because he ran a 4.47 at the Combine, and it was like, yeah, he doesn't really show all that speed on the field, but Pro Day was really... And Pro Days are not typically events where you sort of have people stand out. He is silky smooth as a route runner, and he catches the ball so naturally. Better than a lot of wide receivers in this class. Absolutely does not fight the ball at all. Just soft into his hands, easy transition from catch to run, and is a better blocker. Wasn't asked to block a ton. Again, he's not a dig-out type of blocker, but is a better blocker than most people thought. Doesn't have the greatest size, but again, you're not picking him to do that. I would have loved to have him in my tight end room, so kudos to Tampa Bay. Great pick.
Nathaniel Law for $5. My Ravens fan friend is convinced EDC had a list of players he hated to draft from. He also desperately wanted McCormick, and the Steelers got him. Yeah, a lot of Ravens fans wanted McCormick, apparently.
A lot of fans, period, wanted McCormick because he is a great player. I wanted McCormick. He was 2 picks away from being a Bear, and didn't work out.
Dude, if they took Torrey Taylor over McCormick, you would have just left.
Oh, I would have been...
You would have just left.
I would have been inconsolable. I think they took Taylor because they were so shook that McCormick got took.
Take
We
the punter.
don't know what to do. Throw a name in a hat. Grab the... Oh, dude, it's the punter. Are you sure? Yeah, call it in. I don't care. We're inconsolable. We'll rally and get Booker later. No.
Top Cat. Hey, gents. What do you think about the Bolts grabbing Cam Hart? I thought he would go higher. He went roughly about where I thought he would, as a big, physical, aggressive corner, right?
And the alignment with what the Chargers are trying to build is the thing that catches me.
Oh, it's as far as just playing bully ball, Cam Hart is exactly the kind of corner they want playing outside. I do think if we're looking for a stylistic comp, I would say Michael Davis, but not last year's Michael Davis.
The one that worked.
the Michael Davis before that.
Yeah.
That was really, really, really effective for them as a boundary corner. That is what I think they hope Cam Hart will be for them, is another Michael Davis that is obviously younger and not banged up. And I believe in that pick. I wouldn't believe in Cam Hart everywhere. I would believe in Cam Hart with Jesse Minter.
Yeah, and if you made Cam Hart like a Raven, I get
but
it.
It has to be that style of defense, right?
And so, again, I guess just drafted by Harbaugh is what we're saying.
Pretty much.
No, the other Michigan offensive lineman.
I think we're only got one to go.
Yeah.
I think it's just Barnhart that we're missing. Everybody else went.
Yep.
Dr. 6509, thank you very much. Hey guys, been watching since the start, and this has become a yearly tradition. Thank you for spending your time with us. With the Hawks draft, how do you see our D-line rotation stacking up? I also want to stack this with another super chat we got a little bit earlier about Seahawks UDFA targets. So let's have a whole big old Seahawks discussion.
Whole big old Seahawk
Let's
discussion.
talk their D-line and then talk UDFAs.
Well, whoever their UDFA class is, I'm going to love it because they're one of the teams every year that scrapes through the UDFA class and picks like 8 guys that I wanted, and they all end up in Seattle. It's usually 4 receivers, a corner, and a couple other guys, and they do it every year. There's a few teams that just nail the UDFA market in the way that I prioritize or get land, because land is really important. It's the Wild West. Folks can sign anywhere. Certain teams just, I don't know if they do it early, they offer more money. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but Seattle is one of the teams. Every year I get done, I'm like, look at these are all draftable guys. Like, how did they do it again? So whoever is in their UDFA class, I'm going to love. In terms of the defensive line rotation, well, shout out to our lads. They already have Byron Murphy as the starting DT. Boye Mafe, Jaron Reed, Leonard Williams. That's
pretty good.
Really good, strong starting 3 with a rusher as Boye Mafe. And then Uchenna when he comes back healthy. You got Mafe and Uchenna, and in the middle you got Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed, and Byron Murphy. That's pretty good.
And then second wave, again, they took Derek Hall last year. They got Darryl Taylor. Adding in, I think you can get some pass rush reps from Tyrese Knight as well. They took Mike Morris recently. They have the ageless John Hankins. They got Draymond Jones. There's multiple waves of 8 or 9 guys here that are just going to get cycled. Nobody's getting crazy amounts of pass rush snaps individually, but everybody's going to be fresh all the time. I'd be willing to bet their pass rush win rates are going to be pretty high.
Everybody's going to be fresh all the time.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. All right, Baltimore's got a pick, and then we're 7 away from the end.
Chiefs, we missed. Let me recap what we've missed here.
Yeah.
So, James Williams went to the Titans, the other Miami safety. We touched on Jawan Briggs to the Browns. Justin Rogers, the DT out of Auburn, went to the Dallas Cowboys. Michael Pratt to the Packers. Devin Culp to the Buccaneers. Marcus Harris, the other Auburn defensive tackle. They went within 4 picks of each other. To the Texans. I missed that one.
Okay.
C.J. Hansen, the Holy Cross guard, to the Chiefs.
Yep.
Interesting which Holy Cross player went first. And then Ladarius Henderson, the guard out of Michigan, also went to the Texans.
So Texans doing a little stacking along the lines here.
Just picking up depth pieces. Both those players are probably practice squad for me.
Probably.
Honestly. But, dart throws, EJ. We're 249
we
picks in.
TikTok to the end.
Dart throws. That's what these are. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 8 picks left. The Ravens pick is in. 7 after that. We got the Ravens, 49ers, Titans again, Chargers again, Rams again, Packers again, Broncos, and Jets. Predictions for Mr. Irrelevant?
Ooh, good one.
I'll throw one out.
Yeah, go for it.
Leonard Taylor to the Jets.
Oh, yeah.
Chat brought that one up earlier, and I immediately had it seared into my brain. It's perfect.
It fits. I am, again, really surprised he lasted 7th. I would have said 5th at the latest.
There were some... I know some people had some questions about, effort or whatever, but...
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't see lack of effort on tape.
No, again, you never know what they're going to get when you dig in with coaches and they say one thing or another, especially a guy who had a great year and then struggled while doing something quote unquote good for the team. Makes it a muddy eval in a bunch of ways. Mr. Relevant.
Brevin Spanford, Mr. Relevant. Kyle Sheets. That's a good one. Kyle Sheets would be a good one.
For sure.
Oh, Frank Gore Jr.?
Blake Watson for me.
Are we going to get Frank Gore Jr. here for the 49ers? As
if Blake Watson doesn't go in the last couple of picks, I think Blake Watson's Mr. Relevant.
Because I think this is the Niners' last pick. I would love for them to do Frank Jr. here. That would be awesome.
And Lynch would do it, too.
Yeah, just I mean,
No, Lynch
7th.
would do it.
Yeah. But also, Frank Gore, Sr., I think also played on the Jets, too. So could also have him be Mr. Irrelevant. We'll see.
Right. Oh, Jets' last pick?
Jets' last pick.
Okay, then it's not going to be Blake Watson because they already have 6 running backs. Oh, man.
Tatum Bethune from Florida State. He went before Caleb DeLoach.
Yeah, I was not a Deloach guy, so I'm not surprised there. If it's the Jets, if they stick and pick... Okay, can't go running back. That's not fair. They're not going to take a running back.
Titans pick is in. Oh, Gabe Hall. Good pull for Mr. Irrelevant.
Gabe would be super fun. Let's go with the wild Dallin Hoker pick.
Oh, yeah, Dallin Holker hasn't been taken.
Let's go Dallin Hoker.
Jalen Harrell, the edge from a lot of Michigan guys
Jalen
are going
Harrell,
right
yeah.
now.
I would pick Braden over Jalen.
They're going for the record.
Yeah, I would pick. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Harrell. Yeah, I would have picked Braden first, but I get it.
One of the Murphy brothers. I think the Murphy brothers are going undrafted.
Yeah, I would agree.
A nepotism pick for the 49ers? Kyle Shanahan would never. Yeah.
Okay, that's funny.
That's good.
Appreciate you, chat.
Bo Braid? Okay, I can see that.
Oh, Bo Braid makes a ton of sense. I actually want Bo Braid to go to Chicago as a UDFA.
You want everybody to go to Chicago as a UDFA?
No, I want a safety. I told you 4 positions. Backup interior offensive
But you
line.
want all of them.
Well, sure. All the good ones.
Let them fight it out.
All the good ones.
Easton Gibbs.
Linebacker, sure.
So, next pickup is...
I actually like
Chargers.
that pick for the Titans. I mean, regardless of which edge for Michigan I would have taken, makes their defensive line rotation. And again, if you're getting a guy that's going to contribute in the end of the 7th round, you're doing great.
Yeah, you're in the last 5 picks. If they even make the roster, that's a win.
You're doing great.
Ooh, Storm Duck. That would be iconic, Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, just for the name. It's actually a pretty feisty player, too.
Yeah.
Okay, over under. More people left in the stream or on the plaza?
Well, we got 1,535 somehow in the stream.
Check
in
out
the
the
plaza. Hey, man. We're close. It's close.
That's what I'm saying. It's close. That's ridiculous. In the best possible way. We love you. All of you.
Cornelius Johnson!
We nailed it.
Let's go!
We nailed it.
We knew it was coming.
We said this was going to happen. And we did not have inside information.
We just
knew. Went with fit. Because, look, it's Jim, but, Cornelius Johnson, I'm sorry, he was the better of the 2 Michigan receivers this year.
Hot takes.
I'll take it. Hot takes. He is going to absolutely enjoy catching bombs from Justin Herbert. This is a great pick. Again, if you've got a guy that's going to make the roster and you're picking him within the last 10 picks of the draft, you're doing great. Cornelius Johnson, a better talent than where he got picked. Perfect landing spot. Let's go. Interviewed him at Shrine Bowl. Nice dude. Makes big plays downfield. Has some Nico in him. Played the same position at the same school. His tape was definitely reminiscent. So,
we knew going into this draft, somehow, some way, Junior Colson was going to be a Charger, and Cornelius Johnson was going to be a Charger. Again, no inside information. It's just those 2 guys.
Yep.
And
they line up with needs.
It's more just about culture fits, hand in glove. Okay, we're talking about a 6'3", 200-plus pound receiver with legit 4.4 speed, explosiveness, warrior over the middle, absolute fucking warrior over the middle. Way better route runner than people give him credit for. Roman Wilson led them in receptions on 3rd down, but guess who led them in receptions by a lot on 1st and 2nd down? That guy, Cornelius Johnson.
He was a go-get-it wide receiver.
100%. He was the
Love
engine.
his game.
He is so good. I still don't get why he's at pick 74. A receiver with that kind of athletic profile, how clean he is off the field, why?
Tall, talented, pretty fast.
Why was he
not
at
the
pick
fastest guy, but he is not
253?
one of those big, tall outside guys that's slow. That's not the case at all. He can run. The Chargers should be celebrating. That is a flat-out win. That is a walk out of the draft, drop the mic. We got Cornelius Johnson with 3 picks to go. Give me a break. That's so good.
It's so hard to get me really excited for a late 7th round pick, but that did it.
Bing.
That's a great pick. He's going to make the team.
Of course.
Especially on that receiving core, he's going to make the team.
100%. And that's so rare to say for a late 7th round pick.
Yeah.
No, perfect match, perfect fit. And it's not just the head coach. Justin Herbert whipping it to Cornelius Johnson. I swear to God, 3rd practice, Justin Herbert's going to be like, ooh, this kid's good.
Yeah.
This kid can go get it.
Yeah.
And I can throw it down to him, so let's make it happen. Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's so good. So
Chargers
good.
they're having a good draft.
They are lined up. You know what I'm really happy for? Chargers fans. Because every year we're like, Chargers are going to do it. Chargers have the talent. If they stay healthy, they're going to challenge. And all the folks in KC are like, not going to happen.
Not incorrectly.
No, not going to happen. They got no shot. And this year I'm like, it might not happen this year, but don't tell me no shot. We are well past no shot territory. You're going to have a handful. Jim is going to run it down your neck.
And if it's not 2024, it's probably 2025.
Yeah, it's coming.
It's coming. KT Leviston, Kansas State guard. The other Kansas State guard.
Kansas
to
State
the
guard.
Rams.
So they finally went for a little balance.
I think the average weight of all Rams interior offensive linemen is now officially 327 pounds.
They were like, dude, we got so many guys on the defensive line. All the guys on the offensive line are just going to dehydrate and pass out. We need to get a couple rotational guys. Take one of those late picks. Get us another body on the inside. It's like a camp arm, except it's a camp guard. Jeez, let's go. Oh.
They're close. They're two players away, and we got 3 picks remaining.
So,
2 picks remaining.
Packers.
Kalen King. Wait. Packers took a corner named King?
I was going to say,
dude.
Packers just can't lay off a corner named King. Oh,
Tom
boy.
Grassie's somewhere having Vietnam flashbacks right now.
It's no. Oh, man.
Marcus is just tossing his computer out the window.
And he should be. Kalen King, solid player.
Oh, that's great. I hope they give him the same jersey. That would be so. It's reusable.
They're gonna put a petition up in Green Bay. Must wear previous King's number so I can rewear this thing because I'm pissed about it. Oh my God.
Oh, they're playing the Mr. Irrelevant. I'll tell you what. If Austin Reed goes at the Mr. Irrelevant spot, that would mean that Will Hewlett's training not 1 but 2.
That gives him
Irrelevance.
some kind of world record, I'm sure. Only quarterback training facility to have ever trained 2 Mr. Irrelevant quarterbacks. It's got to be true.
Probably.
Well, before we wrap up this wonderful exercise, thank you to everybody that has ridden with us for the past 3 days, the past 3 years, the past 3 off seasons. All the things that we get to do are because of you, quite frankly, for you. We would be doing them whether you were here or not because we really like it, but it is an entirely different enterprise because of your support, because of your engagement. We enjoy doing it. That's obvious. But, again, love having the smartest chat in the game. Love having people pick us up when we're dragging a little bit, tell us how much our work means to them. It all adds up and sometimes is very necessary. So thank you from the absolute bottom of our hearts for being here, for supporting our work, for supporting our sponsors, Homage, Underdog. Couldn't do it without the entire team, you, them, us, the NFL. Really, really, really deeply appreciate it.
I mean, we do it for you guys. I mean, obviously we do it to support our livelihoods and everything like that. But like, when I
And
say
so that our wives won't divorce us.
that too. When I say we do it for you guys, I mean, you know, we put on this kind of stream for you guys because we know that you want to be here and you want to hang out and you want to be in this community. And, you know, we're not just talking to ourselves, but we're also talking to you guys because you love this shit just as much as we do. So we love putting on this kind of show because you guys, because you're here. I mean, again, it's 2 picks left and we got 1,500 people in here. We do this for you lucky few that are still here.
Yep.
7 hours and 37 minutes into it because you're as dangerously obsessed with the draft as us. And couldn't be happier that is somehow the crazy audience that we've cultivated.
Indeed. This is where we want to be. We're glad you want to be here as well.
On that note, Josh Tandy for $20. Thank you, Josh. Gentlemen, thank you for the coverage of this draft. Thoughts on the Raiders drafts and the fact that they didn't draft a quarterback. I didn't realize they didn't draft a quarterback.
Yeah, no, they stayed away. I think it got too rich for them. I think they really wanted Penix.
I
think Atlanta
went this
just
whole
kinda-
draft without realizing they didn't take one.
Nope, they kind of dynamited the whole bit. And I think they said, hey, if we can't have that. Oh, 256, the center from South Carolina.
What a mustache.
Yo, dude,
What a mustache.
tremendous profile picture. Overall, Brock Bowers, JPJ, Tommy Eichenberg, Delmar Glaze, Dylan Labe, DeCamarion Richardson, MJ Devonshire. I missed that one, the pit corner.
Oh, I didn't see that
going
one
to the
either.
Raiders.
Yeah.
And then Trey Taylor, Air Force, the safety. It's a very strong draft. I think stronger at the ends, a little less strong in the middle for me. But really good talent. The team needs a bunch of talent. They got a bunch of talent. The quarterback question, I think they're just going to run it. They don't really have a choice at this point. It's not like they can go to the magic quarterback tree and pick another one.
First things first, pick is in. Mr. Relevant is in. So when they come up to announce that, we'll turn on the TV. Not actually. Second. That's second. First things first. Raiders. There's got to be a plan, and I'm talking like a trade plan, right?
For who?
I don't know.
Yeah, who? That's the thing, though, is they're in that weird middle limbo where they've got two pretty...
You can't go into the year with Gardner Minshew
I
and Aiden
understand,
O'Connell. You
but
can't
where-
do it.
Your sources have dried up. You had free agency, and you had the draft, and you got nothing out of either. There's no more, like, magic quarterback buckets.
I
mean, maybe New England says, forget it. We're just riding with Drake May. You can have Jacoby, but it was like, Jacoby, a huge upgrade? Like, that's maybe the best thing you're going to get, and that's a fantasy.
Man. I don't know.
I think they're riding at this point. I don't see it going another way because from where? From where? There's nobody left. Like, this was everybody.
But, I mean, shit, they had 7 rounds to take Michael Pratt just to give him maybe something.
And they said, not worth it compared to the guys we took. Right? They could have taken Jordan Travis. Again, they didn't think Jordan Travis was a serious upgrade over what they had.
Well, they got balls. Or, actually, you know what it is? It's not about they got balls. They got job security, baby.
They got job security.
That's what it is.
Faux show.
All right, Mr. Relevant.
Detroit fans, you've been fantastic, but no fans in Detroit
CEO of Irrelevant Week. I was not aware that was a position.
Job for everything.
They got job security.
all fans can root for the underdog. So at the final, but maybe not irrelevant pick, with the 257th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Jalen Key, a defensive back from Alabama.
Okay. I don't think anybody guessed that.
Another Jalen or Jaden in this draft. I think we set the overall record for that this year.
Hybrid safety / big nickel.
Yeah.
I kind of want him more at the line of scrimmage than I do as like a true safety. Tackles well. Probably more of a special teamer than somebody who's actually going to play for them on defense.
Yeah,
I think he's not like a great athlete.
No.
But he's smart. Tackles well.
Tough.
That sounds like a special teamer to me.
Yeah, for sure. And with 257, that's what you would expect.
Yeah. But like in terms of physical talent, at least on tape, I don't think he's going to play DB.
It's not gonna light anybody's hair on fire.
Or move the needle that much.
Yeah.
But hey, good for him. He got drafted.
And gets a little bit of extra recognition as Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
He's got a parade.
Probably a couple sponsorship deals out of it.
Everybody
Get
loves
that
a parade.
All right.
All right.
I've had to pee for about 3 hours now.
You are Scott Hansen's protege.
I did it every Sunday for years. We don't break tradition.
Yeah, we might break something else.
No peeing on day 3. You guys know how we roll. So I'm going to wrap this up quickly. Thank you for all of you being here. All 3 days, as many hours as we had. We did 5 hours on day 1. We did 6 hours on day 2. And we're doing close to 8 hours on day 3. That is a long slog. But you guys made it through with us. We appreciate you very much. If we didn't get to any of your super chats, please, again, DM me. Let me know what questions we missed. We tried to get to as many as we could during the broadcast. We'd be happy to answer anything. If you're so inclined, you can check out Underdog at the QR code on the screen right now. We do have a deposit match up to $100 if you want to do rookie best ball, pick'ems, season-long pick'ems, baseball, basketball, hockey, golf, other assorted sports. Underdog has all of that. And also they're available in like most of the states in this country. So that's another way to support us, is to support our sponsors so that they keep coming back and paying for this. But thank you once again to all of you. We really do appreciate it. I'm going to go pee. And then EJ, I think there's an Indian restaurant that is calling our name.
I believe that we will be eating some food and celebrating what has been a tremendously successful draft season. Not just the coverage, the live stream of the draft, but all of our interviews. We got more of those coming out because we couldn't even get them all out before the draft. We've got a couple more draft podcasts coming out over the next 2 to 3 weeks, and then the off-season series. But we're going to get some sleep first.
Yes. So first Indian food, then sleep, then the long slog to the start of the season. We'll see you guys later.
Take care.